James Harden drove with the ball, orchestrating the play, his body full of fakes. Oh my God. Harden hit another step-back three-pointer, drifting past Wilson Chandler's defense and swishing it through the net. The lead was 20 points. With only 5 minutes left on the clock, the game was already out of reach. The Knicks were about to swallow their 11th straight defeat. James Harden, one of the Thunder 3, and this year's 3rd overall pick, erupted for 30 points tonight, setting a new career-high scoring record. In him, I see the shadow of a future superstar. At Madison Square Garden, at the commentary desk, Reggie Miller said excitedly, "Wait, how can one 30-point game show the shadow of a future superstar? That would make Kevin, who averages over 30 per game this season, feel ashamed. You're not just praising James Harden because you're a fan of his sexy beard, are you?" Barkley rolled his eyes at Reggie Miller, then, like a master of changing expressions, said with a grin, "Kevin the 2nd pick in 07, I Russell the 4th pick in 08, and James Harden this year's 3rd pick. 3 years, 3 young stars. The Thunder 3 have united, and the Thunder have declared their rebuild complete. This year they are ready to charge toward the playoffs and even grander stages." Everyone was looking forward to it. Beep, beep. Knicks head coach Mike D'Antoni called a timeout, preparing to send in all 5 backups and wave the white flag. 5 minutes, a 20-point gap. Harden, the rookie, and the 3rd member of the trio had also caught fire. There was indeed no need to keep fighting. On the bench, not at the water cooler, Su Yin looked at the vast arena, at Durant wearing the No. 35 jersey on the court. "Thunder Durant," Su Yin blurted out. What did this mean? The Durant who had formed the Suns' Big Three and been swept in the first round, seeing no chance for a championship, had returned to Oklahoma, imitating LeBron from back then. That can't be. A broken mirror cannot be made whole. But, come to think of it, the Thunder are indeed formidable now. Alexander Holmgren and Jalen Williams, all strong, young, and full of potential. Their top record in the Western Conference was the best proof of that. If Durant went back now, well, next season's Thunder really might contend for the championship. Wait, something is off. Durant was one thing, but what were Westbrook and Harden doing back two? Harden didn't yet have the thick beard he'd later use to bait fouls. Beside him sat T-Mac McGrady. Hadn't his CBA journey ended long ago? Why was he still playing here? This is wrong. Very wrong. This doesn't look like 2024 at all. It looks more like an era of the Thunder 3. I mean, could it be that I've traveled through time? Time travel. Now that was something Su Yin knew well. You don't need to eat pork to know what bacon looks like. 10 out of 11 novel protagonists have time traveled. Su Yin analyzed it briefly and felt that he had indeed traveled through time, but he decided to make one final confirmation. He poked McGrady beside him and asked weakly, "Tracy, what year is this?" "Dude, are you out of your mind? Do you even hear what you're asking?" Out of courtesy, McGrady still suppressed the urge to roast him and answered, "What else could it be? It's 2009, of course." "How much did you drink at the bar last night that you still haven't sobered up?" "Not much, really." Su Yin smiled, tapped his waist, and joked, "Just tired, and my head is still a bit dizzy." "Oh." McGrady's eyes lit up, then he smiled and said, "Youth is really something. Unlike me, I'm already old." He then sighed as if implying something. Was 30 old? It was just right. It's just that injuries had ruined you. Su Yin knew exactly what he was referring to and looked at McGrady with slight pity, saying, "Tracy, you're already great enough. Even if you retired now, you'd definitely be a Hall of Fame player in the future." That was the truth. Su Yin was not lying, nor was he flattering. Praise like Hall of Fame made anyone happy. McGrady smiled and patted Su Yan's shoulder. "Su Yan, right. A Chinese, a fellow countryman of Yao. I have a deep impression of you. Keep it up. I hope you'll become a player as good as Yao someday." "Thank you." Su Yin humbly thanked him. "I'll work hard for it." A few simple exchanges left McGrady with a good impression of Su Yin. Turning back, Su Yin couldn't help complaining inwardly. "First, I don't actually like basketball that much. I don't like this time travel. Second, become as good as Yao. What a joke. In all of China with over 1 billion people, only one had come out. What right did I, an ordinary time traveler, have? Wait, why don't I have a golden finger? This is crazy." Ding. Just as he was thinking, a system notification rang in Su Yan's mind. "It's here. Damn. So I had to complain first. The crazy money-making system is fusing. Integrating. Integration complete. Congratulations, host, you have bound the crazy money-making system." "What the hell? What's going on?" The system explained, "Any action on the basketball court related to the game can earn you money. The higher the level, the more money you earn. The money is not virtual, it can be used in reality. Current host level LV1. Privileges: dribbling, running, passing, scoring, rebounding, stealing, and blocking all earn money. Dribbling 1 per dribble. Running 1 per step. Friendly tip: host can earn money anytime by dribbling and running unaffected by game status. Dribbling and running feels great. Keep dribbling, keep running, keep feeling great. Rebounds 200 per rebound. Assist 300 per great pass. Steal 500 per steal. Block 500 per block. Free throw 1000 per made free throw. 2-pointer 2000 per basket. 3-pointer 3000 per 3. P.S. Winning or losing doesn't affect earning. Host can just farm. Put up stats, not a cent less. Upgrade EXP 010000 EXP can only be obtained through spending. Spend how much, gain how much EXP. System mall not yet open. Items: LV1 privilege gift pack X1 and novice gift pack X1. Quests: none. Skills none. Balance 0. Dribbling and running could make money. Su Yan's eyes lit up. Damn, that's awesome. Basketball, a sport of fierce physical contact and exhausting running, was indeed not something Su Yan enjoyed. In his previous life, he had failed at starting businesses several times, and once he entered the civil service, he decided to lie flat forever. Not that he didn't want to make money, he simply had no ability. So, not starving, not full, whatever. After confirming the time travel and learning he was a basketball player, Su Yan's first reaction was indifference. But, if he said that playing basketball could make money and easily make a fortune, that was a different story. Su Yan rubbed his chin, calculating, if I could get 30 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks in one game. How much money would that be at? 30 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. The scoring breakdown: 6 2-pointers, 5 3-pointers, 3 free throws. 62,000, 53,000, 31000, 5200, 5,300, 2,500, 2,500, 34500 US dollars. A merely decent performance, nowhere near explosive, can earn Su Yan 34500 US dollars. The current exchange rate is 6.8. Converted to Longwei yuan, that's 234600. Hiss. Earn 23000 for one game. This is damn awesome. Moreover, this is only the money-making standard for LV1. If it's LV2 or LV3 or even higher, it will further increase. It will only be more than, maybe. In an ordinary game, without even breaking a sweat, I could earn $1 million US dollars. Hiss. I earn too much to even dare imagine. Basketball, huh? Suddenly I understand why Jean Ge loves it so much. Alright. There's also an LV1 privilege gift pack and a novice gift pack. This means, every time the level increases, there will be a privilege gift pack. Good. With a thought, Su Yan suppressed the joy in his heart and opened the 2 gift packs. The LV1 privilege gift pack opened: reward max level 3-point shooting, a 3-point ability above peak Stephen Curry. Simply unstoppable. PSA 3-pointer is worth 1 more point than a 2-pointer. When the basketball arcs across the sky and pierces the net, the beautiful swish is truly music to the ears. Novice gift pack: basic body enhancement. After enhancement, the host's physical talents and skill levels reach the NBA average. P.S. No one is perfect except the host. Even at the entry level, the host is the most formidable existence in this tier. In other words, point guards who can make it into the NBA have decent speed, ball handling, passing, and shooting, but may neglect physicality and rim protection to some extent. Centers who can make it into the NBA have decent defense, rim protection, and shot blocking, but their speed, ball handling, and shooting may fall short. Su Yan, however, excels in all aspects. His overall strength is above the NBA average, and combined with max level 3-point shooting, he can absolutely become a starter on a team. His role might be elite shooter. After the system finished speaking, Su Yan felt a warm current flowing through his body, giving a comfortable sensation, but only for an instant. Everything returned to normal. Clenching his fists, he felt the noticeably enhanced strength. Rolling his shoulders, his body also felt much lighter. Not bad. Su Yan smiled slightly. This is the NBA after all. Without max level 3-point shooting, and this body, earning money would probably be difficult. If anyone observed him, they would notice a strange, inexplicable confidence about him. Now that he possessed the strength to play, the next question was how to get on the court. Obviously, before the system enhancement, Su Yan was a weakling, most likely a bench warmer. Even during garbage time, he might not even get a chance to play. Players like Bill Walker and Larry Hughes, substitute players, stood up to warm up and prepare to enter the game. Su Yan also stood up, and as if warming up, quickly walked back and forth 20 steps. He glanced at the system again. Amount $20 US. What? Just walking around, and it actually gives money. I suddenly have the idea of slacking off. If I can easily earn $100 US by walking 100 steps a day, why would I still play basketball? Who needs a bicycle? Wouldn't that mean I can just lie flat? Not to mention great wealth, at least I'd never have to worry about food and drink. But then I reconsider. Walking 100 steps a day is exhausting. To earn $100 US, yet hitting just 1 3-pointer earns $300 US. Suddenly he hesitated again. Just go on and play. After all, the outcome doesn't matter. If easy money is there for the taking, wouldn't it be stupid not to take it? With that thought, and then thinking about how to get on the court, Su Yan, without a word, blazed over to Coach D'Antoni and hugged his leg tightly. Coach, I want to play basketball. Let me play. Su Yan stared at Coach D'Antoni, his eyes incomparably sincere, a look of ultimate desire for basketball. His eyes emitted a dazzling light, so brilliant that D'Antoni found it almost blinding and impossible to refuse. Wait, no need, is it? Does he have to be so sincere? It's a bit overwhelming. Besides, during garbage time like this, it's just to let you play and heat up the atmosphere for the team. Otherwise, why would we sign a 10-day short-term contract with you? Just like McGrady, you are now the team's cash cow. McGrady has the popularity of being one of the 4 great shooting guards. You have good looks plus Longwei identity. As for talent and strength, let's not talk about that. Too much talk hurts feelings. D'Antoni pulled Su Yan up and said with a smile, all right, given Su Yan's great love for basketball, I must let you play. Thanks, coach. With a thought afraid that D'Antoni might change his mind, Su Yan rushed onto the court the moment the timeout ended. The moment he entered, a rustle of discussion rose from the stands. That Knicks player wearing the No. 7 jersey. What a handsome man. His skin looks so fair. Even though I'm considered fair-skinned among girls, I feel my skin isn't as good as his. He's tall, has good skin, so his athletic build must be great, and his smile is so sunny. Wait, is he really a basketball player? I'm so in love. Is there a possibility that he's a male eye candy sent on the court specifically to attract girls like us? True. That makes the reason to come watch at Madison Square Garden even more valid. The discussion in the front rows was loud, especially among the young women who were covering their mouths, smitten with fangirl adoration. They were completely drawn by Su Yan's handsome face and great physique. At the sideline, D'Antoni felt the sudden buzz in the arena, crossed his arms, and curled a smile. See, this is exactly the reason we signed Su Yan. Su Yan also noticed something unusual. He knew very well that it was definitely not because of his skills. Damn, so I'm the eye candy. While silently complaining in his heart, Su Yan's feet never stopped moving. One step equaled $1, and the money truly came fast. The game hadn't even started, just a few dozen seconds, and Su Yan had quietly earned $100 equivalent to 680 Tianxiao yuan. Working 1 minute a day, earning 2,000 a month. Why would I need anything else? Suddenly, Su Yan wanted to lie flat again. The game officially began. There were still 5 minutes left, and the Thunder also had their bench players on the floor with a 20-point lead. The Knicks were on offense. Larry Hughes brought the ball across half court. Su Yan sprinted to the front court, constantly moving off the ball, looking very active. But in reality, he was constantly making money. $1, $1, $1. At the commentary desk, Reggie Miller, uninterested in the game during garbage time, turned his attention to Su Yan and remarked casually. Name Su Yan. Age 19. Height 201 centimeters. Weight 95 kilograms. Position small forward. Hailing from the Dragon Nation, he is an international player. An undrafted player this year. He just signed a short-term contract with the Knicks today. Honestly, I don't understand why the Knicks signed him. His physical attributes and overall ability are quite mediocre. It makes no sense. Is it solely because of the Dragon Nation market? Perhaps. Barkley shrugged, not denying it. True Chinese is a living example. The Dragon Nation fanbase is truly massive. Besides, I think his looks might be a factor too. Just based on appearance alone, I feel Su Yan could be the face of the league. On the court, Su Yan was running around quite actively. Besides earning money, more importantly, he wanted the ball to attack. A water cooler player. Even when he's on the court, he usually doesn't get much opportunity to attack, especially given his mediocre talent and ability. Everyone was cherishing this hard-earned garbage time. Why would they give him the ball to attack? If Tracy had come in, perhaps it would be better, since Su Yan had left a good impression on him earlier. But a player of Tracy's caliber would obviously need to play in regulation time as a starter to build up popularity. However, Su Yan was quite active in creating a good open shot. That was a different story. I'm open, give me the ball, I've got a shot. At the right elbow, he came off the baseline, shook off his defender, and immediately called for the ball from Larry Hughes. Su Yan was shouting very loudly. It left Larry Hughes somewhat dazed, with only the word open echoing in his mind. Almost involuntarily, he passed the ball over, and you could even say he was startled by Su Yan and passed instinctively. In fact, Su Yan's opportunity wasn't particularly good. He did create space, but he was still a meter outside the three-point line. When he caught the ball, he couldn't shoot directly. At least in 2009, this wasn't a good three-point range. But what happened? Whoosh! The moment Su Yan received the ball, he drew back like an archer and launched a three-pointer without any adjustment. Fast and decisive. Larry Hughes regretted passing the ball as soon as he did it, especially after seeing Su Yan's terrible shot from beyond the arc. He regretted it even more. Don't shoot, UF. Damn nice shot. He was about to curse at Su Yan. The next moment, stunned, the basketball swished through the net, splashing water everywhere, and the three-pointer went in perfectly. He was so stunned he had to swallow his curse, and instead praised the shot. It was like watching a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. Nice shot. A very decisive three-pointer. The two commentators praised it once, and that was it, then went back to chatting about unrelated topics. What about Larry Hughes? He didn't curse at Su Yan, and he praised him too, but that was all. If Su Yan had missed, it would have been a completely different story. Obviously, everyone thought Su Yan was just lucky to make that three-pointer. Little did they know. A max-level three-pointer surpassing even Pete Curry, a long-range open shot like this. It was impossible to miss. Host made a three-pointer, reward 3000. The system notification chimed. Su Yan was thrilled inside, thinking, as expected, the three-pointer is even better. Coach, I love playing basketball. The score difference was 17 points. No one cared. Transition offense. The Thunder's substitute. Power forward Serge Ibaka hit a jumper from the right elbow area. Clang. It missed. Ibaka's mid-range shot would be solid in the future, but as a second-year player, he was still developing. He still had work to do. It might also be related to the relaxed play during garbage time. The rebound was secured by backup center Jared Jeffries at 211 centimeters tall, who then pushed the ball up to Larry Hughes. Su Yan was once again running around, very actively grinding, looking for opportunities. When everyone else isn't being active, if you're the only one being active, then it's easier to create chances. He averaged 22, 4.6, 5 rebounds, 4, 8 assists, 2, 9 steals and 0, 3 blocks per game, a fearsome combo guard. He was also the steal champion that year. Now older and hampered by injuries, he had been reduced to a bench player. With no particularly outstanding natural talent, how did he earn the title of Steel Champion? Game by game he fought for it. Now, in garbage time, seeing Su Yin running with such desperation, devising every possible way to find an opportunity. Not just scoring opportunities, but chances to prove himself. He saw his own shadow from back, then compounded by the goodwill from just sinking an extended three-pointer. I'm open again, quick, pass it to me. I've got a shot. Su Yin had no idea about Larry Hughes' inner calculations. He only wanted to get up shots. Roaring again, he reached out for the ball. Whooshed. Larry Hughes passed to Su Yin once more. From the left elbow, still about a meter beyond the three-point line, Su Yin caught the ball. Larry Hughes called out, "Good look, dribble, wants to get closer to the line, that'll improve your shooting percentage." But before he could finish the word higher, Su Yin launched another three-pointer as if driven by some firm resolve without the slightest hesitation. What the hell? So carelessly, this was no different from just heaving it up. I should have kept it. Suppressing the urge to curse him, holding onto a faint hope from that previous three, he stared at the spinning basketball in the air. If I could wield a 3-foot azure blade, I'd slay the heavens and sever the rainbow after getting drunk. Swish. Su Yin knocked down another three. 2 in a row. Oh, Barkley blinked. He's at it again, clean through the net. Su Yin's three-point shot seems not bad, though he was chatting idly. His peripheral vision never left the court. Multitasking. That's what professionalism looks like. Su Yin's 2 three-pointers, whether in shooting form, wrist snap, timing, or finger control on the ball, were all textbook perfect. The arc on the basketball was also impeccable. A textbook three-point release, even an extended three, and he's making them consecutively. This doesn't look like luck. That's strange. Reggie Miller scratched his head, puzzled. His scouting report clearly stated his mid-range game was terrible. To be this composed and precise from three is completely unreasonable. Indeed, it was unreasonable. You hand a rookie suddenly the three-point shooting of Pete Curry. What viewer wouldn't be bewildered? A 14-point deficit. The score seemed to matter little to everyone. But Su Yin, who had just connected on 2 consecutive extended three-pointers, had begun to draw some attention. What the? Coach D'Antoni looked bewildered. That shooting form, that accuracy. What's going on? As a coach, he knew Su Yin's three-point ability better than anyone. Those 2 makes, even if they were flukes, made no sense. Morrison, is there something wrong with Su Yin's combined report? Assistant coach Morrison Burton also wore a puzzled expression, but he shook his head. No issues. I supervised it personally. He has no shot. Absolutely no three-point range. Then what in the world is happening? No way, Su Yin, you actually have a three-point shot. Larry Hughes was greatly astonished. Su Yin, regarded as a decorative figure joining the Knicks, was common knowledge in the locker room. Similar to Tracy McGrady's role, his presence was merely to boost the team's popularity. Even if he didn't play and just sat on the bench, he was easy on the eyes. Generally, he had little impact on the team. Naturally, no one expected him to have any offensive capability, but those 2 deep three-pointers truly defied expectations. Typically, 1 make could be luck, 2 could be a coincidence. But in the realm of deep three-pointers, hitting 1 clean swish was hard to comprehend, let alone making 2 in a row. That certainly couldn't be chalked up to mere chance. No kidding. Su Yin raised his chin and joked, "If the coach had let me play earlier, we wouldn't be trailing by so much." As he spoke, he leaned in closer to Larry Hughes and spun a tale with a straight face. "Actually, I'm Coach Mike D'Antoni's secret weapon. He deliberately let the outside world think I'm a rookie. Then, I'd shock everyone, catching the opponent off guard, and help the team win." Su Yin lied without a hint of embarrassment. "Really?" Larry Hughes's eyes widened in astonishment. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Su Yin shot him a glare, playing the part convincingly, then lowered his voice. "Think about it. Our team is on a 10-game losing streak. If we lose any more, everyone's confidence will be shattered. Right?" He had previously heard Reggie Miller mention an 11-game losing streak, so now it was 10. Admittedly, for the biggest metropolis in America, a 10-game losing streak was quite dismal. Right. Larry Hughes nodded vigorously. "See," Su Yin said, feigning righteous indignation. "Now, as the secret weapon, I need to make my move. So, from now on, pass me the ball." Without hesitation, got it. Okay. Larry Hughes nodded frantically. At this rate, Su Yin could probably sell him, and he'd still help count the money. The game continued. Less than a minute had passed with 4:15 remaining, and a 14-point deficit. The game, suddenly, seemed to hang in the balance. Swish. Ibaka drained another mid-range jumper. A steady make. The lead stretched back to 16 points, steadying the ship. And when Larry Hughes, fully convinced, focused solely on feeding Su Yin, everything became remarkably simple. Su Yin's offensive onslaught became unstoppable. At the 3:47 mark at the top of the arc, Su Yin got open off a screen, and Larry Hughes delivered the pass immediately. He caught and shot the three-pointer. Quick as a flash. Swish. Another three-pointer. At 3:01 from the left corner, Su Yin received the kick-out pass from Larry Hughes and confidently launched another three. Nick Collison's lackadaisical closeout was practically non-existent. The sunlight illuminates the incense burner, and this three-pointer was right on target. Swish. Another one down. At 2:30 on the left wing, about 2 meters beyond the three-point line, Su Yin received a pass from Larry Hughes. Thunder backup small forward Etan Thomas was guarding him, but still gave Su Yin a step of space. No choice. From that distance, he couldn't possibly close out. Su Yin didn't hesitate. He launched another incredibly decisive ultra-long three-pointer, leaving Eton Thomas watching in stunned disbelief. There's no way that's going in, he roared, turning to look just in time to see the ball rip through the net, sending a chill down his spine. In just 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Su Yin had drained 5 consecutive three-pointers, scoring 15 points single-handedly and leading a terrifying 1-5-2 counterattack. In an instant, a 20-point lead was whittled down to just 7. This time, everyone was rattled. Beep, beep. Thunder head coach Scott Brooks called a timeout. He had no choice but to call a timeout to halt the scorching 3-point barrage from the unknown rookie Su Yin. Indeed, Su Yin had forced the Thunder to take a timeout. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be a bench warmer? On the Thunder bench, Harden was bewildered. Who knows? Westbrook shrugged. He's 5'4", 5 from 3. We practically didn't guard him. But we have to admit he's got some serious range. This is a headache, Durant frowned. At this rate, we might have to go back in. He had no particular interest in Su Yin, he was just annoyed at having to return to the game. Shit, bro. Harden was both shocked and displeased. He had just set a new career high with 30 points, and was resting early feeling confident and perfect. Having to go back in now felt somewhat awkward. More importantly, who the hell was Su Yin to force the league's most talked about OKC 3 back onto the court single-handedly? It was somewhat undesirable. Yet the reality was, the Knicks starters were preparing to return. 2 minutes 30 seconds left. A 7-point deficit. If the starters could play against the Thunder's bench combined with a red-hot shooter, there would surely be plenty of opportunities. Every Knicks player desperately wanted to end the 10-game losing streak. A golden opportunity was right in front of them, and there was no reason not to seize it. Don't wait until it's gone to feel regret. The Knicks are putting their starters back in. You guys should go in too to avoid any unnecessary complications. Coach Scott Brooks approached the OKC 3. No problem. Westbrook's demeanor sharpened. If we let a benchwarmer push us around, how can we hold our heads up in this league? Exactly, Harden added with a smirk. This is my career night, and I won't let some nobody ruin it. All right. Durant nodded, looking slightly bored. Let's go and put in a little effort and let New York feel despair. A star from day one. On the verge of winning the scoring title in his third year, Durant's nonchalant attitude towards the game was a testament to his absolute confidence in his own abilities. Beep, beep. Shortly after the real game began, the Thunder fielded the 3, plus power forward Jeff Green and center Nenad Kirstic. Harden was usually a bench player, but in crucial moments he would replace Thabo Sefolosha to play the high-stakes minutes. Tonight, with his hot hand, he had even more reason to stay on the court. For the Knicks, the lineup was center David Lee, power forward Al Harrington, small forward Danilo Gallinari, small forward Su Yin, and point guard Chris Duhon. With McGrady unable to play, the combination of Al Harrington, Gallinari, and Su Yin provided 3 shooters complemented by rim protector David Lee and playmaker Chris Duhon. This lineup was built specifically for scoring runs. The game resumed. Thunderball. Westbrook brought the ball up the court, setting up at the top of the arc looking for a driving lane or a passing opportunity. The 208 centimeters Gallinari was matched up against Durant. Su Yin was guarding Harden. Su Yin looked particularly energized. Harden glanced at him. Man, you hit a few threes. Is it that big a deal? I've got 30 points tonight, twice what you have, and I'm still calm and collected. That's what a future superstar should look like. Your perspective is too narrow. You don't have a bright future. Su Yin rolled his eyes at him. You don't know a damn thing. On the surface, Harden had 30 points while Su Yin only managed 15. In reality, Su Yin had achieved his astonishing 15 points in just 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The crucial part, each three-pointer was worth $3,000. 5 of them had already earned him $1,500. Who could resist that kind of incentive? Wouldn't you be thrilled? It was hard not to be excited. Westbrook charged in, launching himself into the air like a human battering ram on his drive, as if prepared to collide with everything in his path. The opportunity to attack the rim presented itself. Unfortunately, the sophomore Westbrook failed to finish. The rebound. David Lee, who averaged 11.8 rebounds per game, secured the ball with a firm grip. So you can just keep running. The moment an opening appears, I'll get you the ball, without hesitation. Duhon received the pass and pushed the fast break, giving Su Yin this instruction. Being this friendly to a rookie. Think again. It was purely because Su Yin had just drained 5 consecutive three-pointers, making him a vital weapon in the Knicks' comeback attempt. In any world, strength commands respect. This was an eternal truth. Su Yin understood this and didn't bother dwelling on it. His only thoughts were to shoot threes and help his team win. It was true. Su Yin began to run, an inexhaustible runner. David Lee, Gallinari, and the others were cooperative, as well, setting screens for him continuously. Everyone hoped he would shoot more while his hand was hot. $1, $1, $1. Every run was earning money, which only fueled his motivation. Wait. Man, did you have to work this hard? The starters are all back on the floor now. You're no longer the main option. This game is basically over for you. Why run so intensely and fight so hard? Harden was guarding Su Yin. The early career Harden still had some defensive desire, but he was after all the brightest star of the night. Chasing after a benchwarmer like this, especially one running around without a plan, was beneath him. He simply couldn't stand it anymore. Harden caught up to Su Yin and complained, Stop. Can you just quit running? Look, is anyone even passing you the ball? And even if they did, you wouldn't make it. Then, Stop guarding me so closely, Su Yan shot him a glance. Despite the words, Harden's feet never slowed, his heavy breath still hot on Su Yan's trail. It made sense though. He was a rookie after all, needing to perform well. Without proving his worth, his future defense wouldn't be tolerated by any team. With a sudden burst, Su Yan cut to the basket, then sharply reversed course, shaking Harden off. A beautiful off-ball move. No. It was simply that Harden, frustrated by the relentless running, had lost focus. If you keep moving and play with enough intensity, opportunities will always arise. At the right wing, a step beyond the three-point line, Su Yan arrived. Duhan delivered the pass, and he rose for another extended three-pointer. It was both long and quick. Durant had rotated for the contest, but he was far too late. The ball sailed over his fingertips, far beyond his reach. Spinning towards the basket under Harden's horrified gaze, it pierced the net once again. Swish. That was his sixth three-pointer. Another $3,000 in the bag. Su Yan was delighted, and the deficit was now down to just 4 points. What's going on? Who is this kid? Coach Scott Brooks was losing his composure. He had every reason to. A bench warmer he didn't even know had single-handedly sparked an 18-2 counterattack. Who could stand for that? It was like having his authority trampled upon. He's just a pretty face for popularity, the assistant coach added, frustrated. He was undrafted this year with terrible combined numbers. Nobody wanted him. But with his handsome looks and the Chinese market behind him, the Knicks signed him to a short-term deal. They probably wanted to see if he could attract some fans and boost the team's popularity. He has no scoring ability and definitely no three-point shot. What? He's 6'4", 6 from beyond the arc, all of them difficult attempts, including deep ones. And you say he has no three-point shot? Are you kidding me? Suppressing the urge to curse, Coach Brooks roared at Harden, crank up the defensive intensity. Don't let him shoot anymore. Great. Even with 30 points tonight, Harden still got yelled at. He shot a venomous glare at Su Yan. You can hustle all you want, but don't drag me into it. Maybe I'm not perfect, but you're being a real pain. Harden sighed, swallowing his frustration, and gritted his teeth as he chased after Su Yan with renewed effort. 6'4", 6 from 3. There was no way he could let Su Yan get an easy look now. If they lost, he would be blamed. A milestone turning into a miserable memory. Harden didn't want that. But Su Yan was relentless. Even if he couldn't find an open look for the next minute, his running never ceased. Harden was panting, feeling more exhausted in these 2 minutes than he had all game. He caught up to Su Yan again, preventing him from receiving a pass. Harden continued his rant. Su Yan, right? Seriously, stop running. Don't be such a workhorse. It's unnecessary. Your teammates are strong. As a shooter, you should stay put in the corner and wait for the kick-out pass. That's how it should be. Harden's lesson. He wasn't wrong. A traditional shooter should indeed wait quietly in the corner, ready for a pass after the core player drives and draws the defense. Then take the three. Even in the future, many shooters played this way, let alone in this non-small ball era. Of course, the main reason Harden said this was to avoid sticking to Su Yan like glue. Harden was this year's 3rd overall pick. Su Yan was this year's undrafted player. It made sense for Su Yan to follow Harden. It was embarrassing for Harden to follow Su Yan. Before his future trade to the Nets, Harden was a proud player with big dreams. Me, a workhorse. If I told you I get $3,000 for every three-pointer, you'd be running just as hard. Heck. Su Yan chuckled, not bothered by Harden's taunts. I'm just an undrafted player. I need to cherish every minute I get on the court. So, can you just stop following me and let me shoot a few more threes? In your dreams. Harden growled. Su Yan growled back. Then why are you talking so much nonsense for nothing? The two rookies continued their battle. On the court, with the defense tightening and the game in its final moments getting open, became much harder for Su Yan. Durant showed his clutch gene. From the right high post, he called for a screen from Gallinari, took one explosive step, stopped on a dime, and rose for a fadeaway jumper. It was simply unstoppable. Swish. The two-pointer was cold-bloodedly nailed. David Lee also powered through Kirstic inside for a tough 2-point score, keeping the deficit at just 2 points. Westbrook wasn't to be outdone. His explosive athleticism was his currency. He shifted gears, blew past his defender, and attacked the basket once more. He gathered the ball and exploded upwards, arching his body like a drawn bow. It was a violent C-shaped slam, a display of pure athletic brutality. The lead was back to 4 points with only 4 seconds left on the clock. It seemed the Knicks were destined to lose. But then, in transition, Su Yan received the ball at the top of the arc, a full 2 meters beyond the three-point line. Harden was a step slow to react and didn't close out. It wasn't a slow reaction, really. From that distance, not contesting was perfectly reasonable. Seizing the moment, Su Yan launched another audacious, deep three-pointer. Duhan, who had passed him the ball, was pointing to the corner, his eyes widening in surprise. Don't shoot. Gallinari is wide open in the right corner. You? Holy shit. What a shot. Duhan had indeed said he would create opportunities for Su Yan. But that didn't mean relying solely on him to attack. Just moments ago, he was at the right arc with a defender in front of him. Passing directly to Gallinari in the right corner was difficult and easily telegraphed. Letting Su Yan act as the pivot for one pass would surely create the opportunity. Clearly Gallinari, also a sharpshooter, had the better look. Yet Su Yan opted for an ultra-long-range shot, as if he had made up his mind, disregarding everything else. It was an irrational shot. No wonder Duhan was furious. However, for Su Yin, who possessed the max-level three-pointer, his three-point shots were inherently irrational. But it went in. Du Hong swallowed the words he was about to say, pulling off a dramatic face change, just like Larry Hughes had before. The score. It was his 7th three-pointer. The first 5 had been easy, as the Thunder hadn't paid much attention. For the last 2, he had to work harder to find his spot. But he nailed them nonetheless. In short, Su Yin had drained 7 three-pointers during the so-called garbage time, helping his team cut a once 20-point deficit down to just a single point. More importantly, after this game, he would earn at least 21000. His 10-day contract was only worth a total of 20000. This was truly amazing. I'm making bank, Su Yin grinned like a happy fool. Harden, witnessing this, sneered. Look at you, so easily impressed. I scored 30 points. Am I bragging? Sure, you've been efficient. But don't forget, your team is still down by 1 point. If you lose, this will be a monumental failure. Time remained at 29 seconds. Durant had the ball. Theoretically, all the Thunder needed to do was run out the clock to secure the victory. The Knicks were not willing to accept that. Full court press. D'Antoni shouted from the sidelines. Everyone understood the mission. Gallinari, Du Hong, Su Yin, and the rest of the Knicks engaged in full court pressure. A steal would be ideal, but a foul was an acceptable fallback. The Thunder's big 3 passed the ball among themselves, preventing the Knicks from getting a hand on it, content not to shoot. Time kept ticking away. 29 seconds. 15. 3 seconds. 10. 7 seconds. 5. 8 seconds. Still unable to force a turnover, David Lee had no choice but to foul James Harden, who held the ball. He sent him to the free throw line. For the season, Durant shot 90 from the stripe, Harden 80, and Westbrook 78. It seemed like Westbrook would be the best one to foul. However, David Lee reasoned that Harden, being a rookie, might not handle the pressure of the critical moment. It was a sound thought. Clank. Swish. The somewhat inexperienced Harden was indeed under immense pressure. He missed the first free throw, and the second one teetered on the rim twice before dropping in. He made one of 2. Bro, you're really nervous. Su Yin, watching Harden's poor free throw, felt like telling him to take a sip of Mizone to get his energy back. Feeling off in the clutch. Anytime, anywhere, get your Mizone back. The lead was 2 points. 5. 8 seconds left. Beep. Beep. D'Antoni called a timeout. He said in a low voice, 5. 8 seconds is enough time for us to run a full offensive set. Our priority is to get the ball to Su Yin for a 3-point winner. Or we can play it safe and create a chance for David Lee inside to tie the game and send it to overtime. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. D'Antoni then patted Su Yin on the shoulder, encouraging him. Su Yin, don't be nervous. Stay relaxed. You've already done more than enough tonight. Don't put any pressure on yourself. Just play like you have been, and if you see an opening, take the shot. We all believe in you. You don't have to tell me. As long as you dare to give me the chance, I will definitely take it. Please. If I make it, that's 3000. If I miss, and we lose, it's no loss to me. Don't worry, I'm not nervous at all. If I get the ball, I'm letting it fly. Su Yin's expression was firm as he replied seriously. Okay, coach. I'll do my best to hit the shot. Over on the Thunder side, their defensive strategy was to concede the 2-point shot, but tightly guard the 3-point line. As long as they didn't get beaten by a game winner, they'd have a chance. The key shut down Su Yin. Even though no one had rated him highly, he had undeniably hit 7 3-pointers, making it impossible not to respect his shooting. Shortly after the game resumed. Roar. The home Knicks fans erupted in deafening cheers, all eager to witness a game-winning shot. And it wouldn't just be any game winner. If the Knicks won, it would be an epic comeback from a 20-point deficit. A 20-point comeback, a buzzer beater, and an end to their 10-game losing streak. The Knicks fans desperately wanted it. This would undoubtedly shake the entire league. At the midcourt sideline, the tall and capable David Lee prepared to inbound the ball, while Harrington, Gallinari, and Su Yin moved around looking for space. For the Thunder, both Durant and Harden were chasing Su Yin, and the others were also keeping an eye on him, preventing him from getting the ball. On the Knicks side, Gallinari, Harrington, and Du Hong, while seemingly running their routes, were actually setting screens for Su Yin. At the commentary desk, Reggie Miller couldn't help but exclaim, Su Yin, a benchwarmer, has become the offensive and defensive focal point for both teams. The Thunder are marking him to stop him from shooting. The Knicks are relying on him, creating 3-point opportunities for him. It's truly rare for an undrafted player to receive this kind of treatment in a clutch moment. Barkley rubbed his bald head and chuckled. If you hit 7 3-pointers in 5 minutes, you'd get the same treatment. On the court, Su Yin used screens and ran back and forth, trying to shake off Durant and Harden to get open. But the Thunder big three were incredibly athletic and had seen through the Knicks' strategy. They stuck to Su Yin. He simply couldn't get free. What to do? Let another player take the three. Not reliable. Su Yin wouldn't have it either. If someone else shot, it meant his 3000 bonus was gone, which was worse than death for him. I need the ball. Su Yin gritted his teeth and sprinted out to the perimeter near the logo. David Lee was also determined to get the ball to Su Yin, trusting him implicitly. Even though the logo position wasn't ideal, getting the ball was the priority. Otherwise, a 5-second inbound violation would ruin everything. Slap. Su Yin successfully caught the ball. Even from the logo area, if unguarded, Su Yin, whose 3-point shooting was beyond even a prime Steph Curry, bordering on the mythical, would dare to take the shot. However, Harden had chased him out, refusing to give him a comfortable look. Force a shot from the logo. That wasn't wise. Time was ticking. Su Yin didn't have time to overthink. The moment he caught the ball, he accelerated to his right. He wouldn't shoot from the logo. He was also betting that Harden, who was closing and wouldn't dare make a risky move. If he fouled Su Yan on a three-point attempt, it would be just as disastrous for the Thunder. 5, 8 seconds. 4, 7 seconds. 3, 2 seconds. Su Yan drove to the right arc, but he still hadn't shaken off Harden, and time was almost up. Squeak. Su Yan came to a sudden stop, took a large step back to his right, creating half a step of separation from Harden. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose up for a fading three-pointer, launching it over Harden's outstretched arm. He released the shot with 2.4 seconds left. As the spinning ball arced towards the basket, time expired, and the red light came on. Everything rested on this one three-pointer. Miss it, and they lose. Make it, and it's a game winner. The spinning basketball traced a beautiful parabolic arc through the air, soaring toward the hoop, much to the astonishment of the Thunder 3. David Lee and Duhan watched in shock, their jaws practically on the floor, while countless fans stared in utter disbelief. With a crisp swish, the ball pierced the net for a clean three-pointer. Su Yan, fading away from Harden's defense, had nailed an ultra-long three to seal the game against the Thunder 3. A stunning 20-point comeback. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting as countless fans raised their hands in a thunderous roar. The sound was like a missile detonating in the deep sea, instantly unleashing colossal waves that swept through the arena, threatening to blow the roof off Madison Square Garden. Cheers, screams, gasps, wails, and sobs. All these sounds converged into a symphony, a beautiful ode to Su Yan's unbelievable game winner. It went in. It actually went in. Gallinari and Harrington were utterly stunned, rendered speechless, and unable to accept the reality of what they had just witnessed. Game winner. David Lee was the first to react, sprinting towards Su Yan with his arms raised high, shouting like a madman. In an instant, everyone snapped back to reality. We won. Su Yan hit the game winner. Holy shit. We completed a 20-point comeback. All the players were ecstatic, rushing towards Su Yan, surrounding him in a wild celebration of victory. Within the players' huddle, Su Yan was the sole focus. Across the entire arena, he was also the most dazzling player under the spotlight. Unbelievable. Reggie Miller exclaimed, clutching his head. An inconceivable game winner. Su Yan has dominated this game. Are you kidding me? Barkley, also holding his head, added, an undrafted rookie, a pretty boy they called a bust, just drained 8 threes in 5 minutes without a miss. And he capped it off with a step-back three to beat the Thunder 3. 5 minutes, 24 points, 8 threes, a step-back buzzer beater, and ending the team's 10-game losing streak. Undrafted rookie Su Yan has put on a performance for the ages in his very first NBA game. The commentators' praise only fueled the home crowd's fervor. Tall, handsome, and not just a pretty face. What a god-tier guy. Su Yan, you're my perfect idol. I'd love him even if he were a bust. Yin Yin, I want to have your. The spectacular buzzer beater had won Su Yan even more adoring female fans. As for Su Yan, he was feeling pretty good. Basking in the applause and praise, he was the center of attention in the arena, a feeling he couldn't help but enjoy. But beyond that, the system's notification doubled his joy. Host has hit 8 three-pointers in a single game. Reward 8 3,024,000. In just 5 minutes, Su Yan had launched 8 threes, and as luck would have it, made all of them. His other stats were 0. Everyone else had just won a game, but Su Yan had earned an extra 2,400 more than his 10-day contract was worth. It felt incredible. After the game, fans were still buzzing about the Knicks' comeback, and Su Yan's incredible 8 shooting, while commentators discussed his future. Suddenly, all the talk was about Su Yan overshadowing the Thunder 3 and turning Harden's career-high 31-point night into a bittersweet milestone. In the locker room, the Knicks' celebration continued. Su Yan joined in, but his mind was also calculating. To level up from LV1 to LV2, I need to spend 1,000. Then I'll earn even more per three-pointer. So, I need to spend some money soon. With a slight smile, he raised his hand to get everyone's attention. As the hero of the night, he had it. Soon, all eyes were on him. Su Yan, what's up? David Lee asked with a smile. Su Yan smiled modestly. I'm just a bench warmer. Thanks for giving me the chance and the stage. I played well tonight because of all of you. Don't say that. David Lee waved his hand and pulled Su Yan into a hug. You're too modest, Su Yan. We won because of you. You're the biggest hero. That's right. Chris Duhan nodded emphatically. 8 of 8 from 3. That efficiency is insane. In the last 5 minutes, it was like God was wearing your jersey. Unstoppable. Yeah. Su Yan played the best. Su Yan's humility only amplified the praise. No, he shook his head. It's all because you guys trusted me and got me the ball. So, I'd like to treat you all to a late-night snack. It's at the arena's restaurant area. Feel free to join. Su Yan is too kind. Having the new guy treat us. How embarrassing. Well, shall we? Everyone was hungry, and after such a thrilling win, some food sounded perfect. But some had prior commitments. Tracy McGrady, for instance, had a late-night interview and politely declined. Still, the gesture was appreciated. In the end, 10 people, including Su Yan, went to eat. Su Yan had his reasons for this. First, it was a humble way to thank his teammates for their passes. Second, as a newcomer in a foreign land, treating his teammates to a meal was a good way to build rapport and avoid future friction. A man who is fed is a man who is grateful. This meal could smooth over many potential problems down the line. This was about social grace. Jianlian lacked this skill, which might have cost him greater success in the NBA. Third, Su Yin needed to spend money to level up his money-making ability from LV1 to LV2 anyway. Eating alone wouldn't cost much, so he might as well treat his teammates. Soon the 10 of them happily made their way to the arena's dining area. The third floor was for casual diners, usually tourists grabbing a quick bite. They headed to the fourth floor, which housed more formal restaurants, most with private rooms. Su Yin planned to treat his teammates to some Chinese cuisine and chose a fiery Sichuan restaurant. Mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, pickled fish, spicy diced chicken, dompa pork, knuckle-boiled beef, and chili sauce. In total, they ordered 20 dishes. The portions here are quite generous. Too much. No, never underestimate the appetite of an NBA player. These guys can put away more than you can imagine. The drinks were Budweiser and 375 milliliters bottles of Sudan Private Reserve champagne. Su Yin raised a glass of champagne, opening with a smile. Let's toast to that incredibly satisfying game-winning shot. Here's to hoping we continue to strive together in the days ahead, win more games, and prove our worth. Cheers. Well said, Su Yin. They all clinked glasses and began to enjoy the feast. Savoring the numbing and spicy Sichuan cuisine, sipping ice-cold drinks, they chatted animatedly about the night's incredible comeback victory. The feeling was absolutely fantastic. Eating, drinking, and boasting the meal stretched on for over 2 hours, well past 1 in the morning. Having eaten and drunk their fill, Su Yin, who was eloquent and unfazed at the table, had already bonded with everyone on his very first day. Seeing that everyone was nearly done, Su Yin got up to settle the bill at the front desk. David Lee also stood up, smiling. Su Yin, I'll come with you. All right. Su Yin didn't think much of it. The two walked to the front desk together. The pretty cashier handed over the bill. 20 dishes averaging $60 each came to a total of $1,200, which didn't seem too expensive at first glance. But converted to Longhua currency, that meal cost over 8,000 yuan, a truly hefty price. Of course, Chinese food is inherently pricey abroad, and being located at Madison Square Garden, it was practically resort dining. The portions were also generous, so the food price was reasonable. The real cost was in the drinks. Everyone was a heavy drinker and quite fond of it. They consumed 3 cases of Budweiser and 20 bottles of Sudan Private Reserve champagne. The Budweiser was cheap at $60 a case, but the 20 bottles of Sudan Private Reserve champagne were $500 each. The cashier said politely, "Gentlemen, your total is $11,380. Will that be credit card or cash?" Well, David Lee's mouth twitched. Over $10,000 for a meal. That's certainly not cheap. That champagne is indeed pricey. David Lee, a bona fide rich second generation, immediately recognized the champagne's premium cost, even though it fell far short of top-tier vintages. Still, this was just a simple team dinner that had cost over $10,000. It was hard not to feel the pinch. Su Yin, let me get this. You're the new guy and we can't have you treating us. This one's on me, David Lee said with a laugh, pulling out a bank card. He had tagged along precisely to pay. With so many people present, letting a 19-year-old undrafted rookie, who had just signed a short-term contract, foot the bill was simply not right. Besides, this meal was hardly cheap. It's fine. I said I'd treat, so how can I let you pay? And it's only a little over 10,000, which isn't expensive at all. Su Yin waved his hand, gently pushing aside David Lee's card, and handed his own to the cashier. Charge it, please. Certainly, sir. The cashier took the card, politely processed the payment, and returned it along with the receipt. Sir, here is your receipt. Thank you for dining with us, and please visit us again. Okay, thank you. Su Yin took the card and receipt, offering a word of thanks. Only a little over 10,000. Listen to him. Does he even speak like a normal person? This was just an ordinary post-game meal, for heaven's sake. That's genuinely expensive. Honestly, at Su Yan's age, I wouldn't have been willing to spend that kind of money on a group of people I'd only met a day ago. That's incredibly generous. You could say he must have a money tree at home. Come on, let's head back and tell everyone to get some rest. Having spent over $10,000, Su Yin waved his hand and returned to the private room with easy laughter, as nonchalant as if he'd only swiped $100. David Lee followed behind, his respect for Su Yin climbing another notch. Generous, articulate, and easy to get along with. It was hard not to like such a player. We just had a simple bite tonight, and it was a bit rushed. I hope you'll forgive any shortcomings. Next time I'll treat you all to even better Longhua cuisine. Back in the private room, Su Yin spoke with a smile. Don't say that. Tonight's dishes were spicy and delicious, and the champagne was superb. We ate to our heart's content, said Duhan with a laugh. Gallinari patted his protruding belly and chuckled. Thanks for the hospitality, Su Yin. I'm a little embarrassed by it all. Su Yin is far too kind. After the meal, everyone felt closer. Men needed no formalities, just a few simple pleasantries. They walked out with arms slung over each other's shoulders. Everyone went their separate ways. Larry Hughes and David Lee needed to grab something from the locker room, so they headed back together. On the way, Larry Hughes asked, I saw you go to pay with Su Yin earlier. That meal must have cost a pretty penny. At least $2,000 to $3,000, right? It's not really appropriate to let a new guy treat us like that. We should chip in and make it up to him tomorrow. $2,000 to $3,000. David Lee shot Larry Hughes a look. You're thinking way too small. That meal cost over $11,000. Whoa. Larry Hughes's mouth twitched violently. Wait, just a simple post-game dinner cost that much? Yep. David Lee nodded. Those 20 bottles of champagne were the killers. They alone ran up 10 grand. Shit, bro. Larry Hughes was stunned. It's not that the $11,000 is a fortune, but the nature of this meal. Su Yan is truly generous. Seeing how casually he acted earlier, I assumed it wasn't that much. I never imagined it was this pricey. Huh. David Lee shook his head with a wry smile. I thought it was expensive too, but Su Yan didn't even blink when he swiped his card. Clearly a rich guy. The key thing is, he's willing to spend on us. That's what really matters. True. Larry Hughes nodded. They say the richer you are, the stingier you get. But we've only known Su Yan for a day. And he treats us to such a lavish meal. He's genuinely a great guy. All 9 Knicks players on their way back couldn't stop thinking about Su Yan's hospitality and his kindness. As for Su Yan, he didn't overthink it. A quick glance at the menu prices told him they were far from the $10,000 mark. Doing a rough calculation, he simply ordered a few bottles of the mid-range Sudahan Private Reserve champagne this restaurant offered, pushing the total to just over $10,000. Perfect. At LV1, he could level up to LV2, which would not only boost his on-court stats and corresponding rewards, but also unlock a pending LV2 privilege gift pack. Level LV2, with privileges dribbling, running, passing, scoring, rebounding, stealing, and blocking all earn money. Dribbling, each dribble rewards 2. Running, each step rewards 2. Note the host dribbling and running are not affected by game conditions. Money can be earned at any time. Dribbling and running feels great. Keep dribbling, keep running, and keep feeling great. Rebound 200 to 400. Assist 300 to 600. Steal 500, 1000. Block 500, 1000. Free throw 1000 to 2000. Two-pointer 2000 to 4000. Three-pointer 3000 to 6000. PS victory or defeat doesn't affect earning potential. Host can go all out. Pad the stats, and the money won't be short by a cent. Upgrade experience 138,010,0000 experience is gained exclusively through spending. The more you spend, the more experience you earn. System mall not yet open. Items LV2 privilege gift pack X1. Tasks none. Skills maxed 3-pointer basic body enhancement. Balance 14760. What the hell does this mean? It's doubled. A single 3-pointer nets 6000. Tonight wouldn't I be raking in 4800? Converted 326400 Dragon Country dollars. Damn, this is too good. If Curry the God knew about this, he'd probably drop to his knees and beg me to hand over the system. Su Yan was thrilled, eagerly anticipating the LV3 level and the boost in money-making potential. There's also an LV2 privilege gift pack. On his way home, Su Yan muttered to himself and eagerly opened it. LV2 privilege gift pack opened. Reward ability off-ball movement, LV1 upgradable. Upgrade cost 1000. Off-ball movement. As the name implies, this enhances his ability to move without the ball, allowing Su Yan to shake off defenders more effectively and get easier scoring opportunities. Not bad. Su Yan was quite satisfied with this ability. Of the 8 3-pointers I hit tonight, 5 were wide open. Essentially free points. This is also because the opponents underestimated my skill. After tonight, I believe it won't be long before they tighten up their defense against my threes. Dropping 8 threes in 5 minutes isn't going to happen often, but possessing elite off-ball movement changes the game entirely. As everyone knows, Curry is a legendary off-ball master in the league. Despite his slender frame, which seems easy to guard, he still became the league's top shooter. This is due to his exceptional off-ball movement. He consistently uses it to evade defenders and create shooting space. Then he knocks down the three. It's a remarkable skill. It's also the skill I need right now. Just how effective will LV1 off-ball movement be in a game? Worth looking forward to. Plus, it only costs 1000 to upgrade to LV2, making my off-ball movement even stronger. That doesn't seem too hard. Wait. Only 1000, which seems like a small amount. Am I getting ahead of myself? Based on the information left in his mind by the system, he also learned about this world. For example, it's a parallel world similar to Earth named Blue Star. Following his memories, Su Yan returned to a modest single apartment near the arena. At 60 square meters, it was just enough for one person. He looked around and shook his head. Too small. I'll find a new place soon. If I'm not comfortable, I won't be in a good mood every day. Rewinding a bit. Around the time Su Yan and the others left for dinner, in the arena manager's office, Coach D'Antoni and assistant coach Morrison Bolton rushed in, excitedly bursting through the door. Too excited they even forgot to knock. What's going on? General Manager Donnie Walsh asked, seeing their enthusiasm. Did you win the lottery? This is more thrilling than winning the lottery, D'Antoni shouted. Oh, Walsh's eyes lit up with interest. Tell me what happened. D'Antoni detailed Su Yan's performance that night. 8-4, 8 from 3, hitting the game winner over the Thunder Trio and orchestrating a 20-point epic comeback. Crucially, the mastermind is Su Yan, the undrafted Dragon Country player I signed to be a bench warmer. Are you kidding me? Even after hearing it, Walsh found it hard to believe, but he knew D'Antoni had no reason to lie. After a long pause, he accepted it. Walsh laughed excitedly. I can't figure out why he hit his 3-point shooting during the combine, but by sheer luck I've stumbled upon a gem. Right. D'Antoni nodded with a smile. Donnie, Su Yan's 3-point shooting is too accurate, too absurd, and has completely surpassed the era. but it aligns perfectly with my philosophy. I have a bold idea. Oh. Donnie Walsh was taken aback, then smiled knowingly. Are you thinking of bringing the Phoenix 7 seconds or less storm to New York? The next morning, early morning, a strikingly handsome, undrafted player from Dragon Country doing this on the court. From the New York Times. This simple clickbait-style title from the UC Shock Department immediately drew the attention of countless fans. The click-through rate was incredibly high. Fans who got the newspaper were immediately hooked by the headline and continued reading. And as they read, they were utterly astounded. What the FCK? An undrafted player. 8 3-pointers including a step-back game winner over rookie sensation Harden, toppling the Thunder trio and pulling off a 20-point comeback. That's insane. 8 threes in 5 minutes with 100 shooting, and you call him undrafted. It's fake, right? Is there really an undrafted player this good this year? A Dragon Country player. I thought the only Dragon Country player was Yao Su-Yen. Who is he? Who cares who he is? Hitting 8 threes in 5 minutes makes Su-Yen incredibly cool. Fans on the streets, initially driven by curiosity, were plunged into immense shock the moment they saw the news. This was the impact an undrafted player had on them. It also proved clickbait explosive content blockbuster news. Meanwhile, on university campuses, students, especially female students, had a different reaction when they saw the news and videos about Su-Yen. Oh my god, Su-Yen's looks are really off the charts, so handsome. Is he really a basketball player? Are we sure he's not some wealthy young master who stepped right out of a manga? 8 3-pointers plus the game winner. His skill is undeniable. Long legs, handsome face, and real talent. He's bound to make a fortune in the future. Isn't he the textbook definition of tall, rich, and handsome? If I could go on a date with a man like that, I think I'd be truly happy. Su-Yen handsome, please just sweep me off my feet. If I had a boyfriend like that, even if I just looked at him and did nothing else, I could be happy all day long. Doing nothing. Just be sisters. Best friends. That would be such a waste. Ahem. Is there a possibility that best friends can also have a lot of fun together? Whoa. Even though the core of the news was Su-Yen sinks 8 3-pointers, hits a step-back game winner, and stages a stunning 20-point comeback. However, the beautiful college girls were all discussing Su-Yen's handsome face and great physique, even wanting to date him. There was no helping it. A handsome athletic basketball player destined for wealth was simply too popular among female college students. They all yearned to have some kind of encounter with such a perfect man. At 10 a.m., major news outlets delivered the news reports to every corner of the city, informing the vast fanbase. The previous night, despite Little Emperor LeBron's near 40-point triple-double with 38 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists. And Black Mamba Kobe's 3 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, plus a game-sealing reverse layup contested by 3 defenders. Not to mention Windy City Rose's explosive offense with his no-deceleration crossovers and rim-rattling dunks. But the one who stole the spotlight was Su-Yen. LeBron is the reigning best small forward. Kobe just won the championship last year and is at the peak of his glory. Rose was last year's No.1 draft pick, hailed as Jordan's successor. For these 3 great performances could be considered routine, but Su-Yen was a pleasant surprise. He was an undrafted player shocking the world. Moreover, 3-pointers weren't the main theme in this era. Suddenly sinking 8 threes in just 5 minutes was an immense shock to the fans. Everyone was talking about him. This caused Su-Yen's popularity to rise visibly. Su-Yen didn't wake up until 11 a.m. He had stayed up late last night, so he was still groggy when he woke. After washing up, eating a few slices of bread, and drinking a glass of milk, he finally felt clear-headed. He walked out with a light step, hailed a taxi, and headed to the gym for training. The ride from his apartment to the gym took 15 minutes. There was also a bus that took about 30 minutes and was cheaper. In the past, Su-Yen might have opted for the cheapest option, a bicycle. But now with the money-generating system, he naturally chose whatever was most comfortable and time-efficient. The extra cost of the taxi was easily earned back just by taking a few steps and dribbling the ball a bit. Thanks. Upon arriving at the gym, Su-Yen got out, expressed his gratitude, and headed towards the training facility. As soon as he entered the gym, he ran into David Lee, and the two walked together into the main hall and towards the locker room. On the way, at a corner, David Lee spotted a young girl who looked like a student holding a rose in her hands, as if waiting for someone. He chuckled. Hey Yen, look at that young lady over there. She must be waiting for the boy she loves. Probably planning to confess to him. I wonder which lucky boy is charming enough to have such a pretty girl make the first move for him. Indeed, the girl was quite beautiful. She had fair skin, bright, clear, and sparkling eyes, and a slim figure with just the right curves in the right places. Her blonde, curly hair and white dress made her look like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. She would definitely be a top campus beauty when she grew up. Su-Yen suddenly felt like a curious onlooker. He smiled and said, I'm kind of curious to see what kind of boy is worth such a beautiful girl waiting for him. David Lee also smiled. It's a pity we have training otherwise. I'd like to see too. Well, let's go then. Su-Yen shrugged, feeling a bit regretful. But just as the two were passing by the girl, she suddenly stepped forward, appearing right in front of Su-Yen, and offered the roses to him. The girl lowered her head slightly and said shyly, Su-Yen, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? What the hell? So the girl wasn't waiting for some boy, but for Su-Yen to confess to him. David Lee's eyes widened like brass bells. This was an unexpected turn of events. But being tactful, he stepped back a few paces, leaned against the wall, and quietly watched the drama unfold. All right. So this is how it is, huh? What do you call this? The spectator becomes the spectacle. The sudden confession also stunned Su Yan. To be fair, the girl was truly beautiful. Up close, her fair, clean face was flawless, her skin delicate and smooth. The girl was at most 15 or 16 years old. Americans mature early, so her confession to Su Yan was understandable. Last night, she had come to watch the game with her father. She had some interest in basketball, but not much. That was until Su Yan came on the court. His skin as fair as hers combined with his incredibly handsome face and perfect physique instantly captivated her. A man like that would be adored by girls even if he were just a pretty face. Especially girls aged 15 or 16, in the midst of puberty with surging hormones who are easily attracted. And if he had some real skill to back it up, it was undoubtedly a winning hand. The girl was smitten in an instant. When they like something, they express it boldly. American girls are proactive and open, even the fairy tale princess types. So she confessed. Because she was so beautiful, and it was so sudden, Su Yan was stunned too. Beside him, David Lee leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching with an amused smile. This was definitely a huge piece of gossip. An underage princess throwing herself at someone. After a few seconds of being stunned, Su Yan came to his senses. He smiled gently, a warm and sunny smile that naturally evoked fondness. The girl had her head down and missed it otherwise. She would have found him even more charming. Su Yan asked softly, "Beautiful young lady, may I ask how old you are?" 15. The girl answered hesitantly, very shy. This answer was within Su Yan's expectations. Su Yan gave her a gentlemanly bow and then said, "You are a very beautiful girl and very brave. If you were a bit older, I might have said yes. But you are too young. I can't hurt you. At this age, you should focus your energy on your studies so you can become even better in the future." The girl was truly beautiful. If one were to rate her on a scale of 100, she would score at least 90. Since she was still young, if she developed further, her looks could easily reach above 95. However, Su Yan really couldn't bring himself to do anything with a 15-year-old girl. She was underage, it would be illegal. Hearing this, the girl looked very disappointed. Is he rejecting me? No, that's not it. He didn't reject me. He just thinks I'm too young. He still likes me. She thought Su Yan liked her. Lifting her head, she blinked her big eyes at him, gathering her courage to continue then. "Wait for me to grow up. I will confess to you again. I will always like you just as I do now. You have to wait for me too." "No way. Ajin, are you for real? This is our first meeting, and at most you saw me play basketball for 5 minutes last night. And you like me this much already? I guess that's just this damn charm." Su Yan smiled slightly and replied, "All right, I'll wait for you." He couldn't bear to reject such a beautiful girl outright, as it would shatter her spirit and make her insecure. It was a white lie. Su Yan knew that the little girl was just acting on a whim. After some time passed, she would forget all about him. Besides, with looks like hers, she would never lack admirers. Unbeknownst to him, this well-intentioned lie only made the little girl believe in his affection even more firmly. She was convinced Su Yan liked her too. They had fallen in love at first sight. It was just that. She was still young, and he didn't want to hurt her. Yes, that was exactly what she thought. After hearing his words, the little girl beamed with a smile, pouting playfully. "Hey, would you really make a girl stand here, holding flowers all by herself?" "There for you." Su Yan chuckled and took the flowers from her hands. He thought that after explaining the situation, she would understand. Accepting the flowers didn't mean anything. But the little girl thought completely differently. In her eyes, Su Yan had already tacitly accepted her as his girlfriend. Once she was older, they would officially confirm their relationship. "Thank you for the flowers." Su Yan politely expressed his gratitude, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Well, if there's nothing else, I need to get to practice." "Okay." The little girl nodded. "Let's go, David Lee." Su Yan called out. "What? That's it? No hug, no kiss." David Lee wasn't satisfied with this gossip, but he stood up straight, ready to leave. Wait a moment. The little girl called out to Su Yan again, stopping him in his tracks. "Is there anything else?" Su Yan stopped and asked. A hint of shyness spread across the little girl's face. "See, could you give me a hug?" "Of course." Su Yan agreed readily. If a girl this beautiful had the courage to confess to him, what harm was there in a hug? Su Yan stepped forward and wrapped his arms around the little girl. At 201 centimeters tall, holding her felt like a father hugging his daughter. Whoa. Behind them, David Lee was stunned. He knew. His thoughts were taking a dark turn. Su Yan felt the softness of the girl's body and caught the faint scent of her perfume and hair. It smelled quite nice. After a brief moment, Su Yan gallantly released the girl, offering a warm smile. "Make sure to study hard, okay? At your age, learning is the most important thing. He must want me to become a better person so I can be worthy of him." "Okay." The little girl nodded obediently. "Well then, goodbye." Su Yan waved goodbye and continued walking with David Lee following. They gradually moved away from the little girl. Suddenly, she ran up to Su Yan again. While Su Yan was still stunned, the little girl quickly pounced on him, tiptoeing to plant a quick peck on his cheek. "My name is Walter Marcia, and I will confess to you again." Blushing deeply, Marcia left her name and scurried away. Did I just get kissed?" Su Yan was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. David Lee turned around, saw that the girl had disappeared, and couldn't help but complain. "Su Yan, how can you reject a girl that beautiful? Doesn't your conscience bother you?" Dude, she's only 15. Oh, she's a minor. Even if I had a wild thought, our country has a complete penal code for that kind of thing. Su Yan retorted with a sneer. So what? David Lee shrugged nonchalantly, then shook his head repeatedly. Marcia, huh? That girl's looks are absolutely stunning. And still a minor. If she confessed to me, I can't even imagine how joyful the coming days would be. Days? Man, David Lee, that's a really scummy way to think. Su Yan understood what David Lee meant, but couldn't be bothered to respond. As a man from Dragon Country, he had his own moral boundaries principles ingrained in him since childhood. On the way to the locker room, David Lee curiously pressed on. So what were her lips like? And her body? It must have been really soft, right? What a pervert. Su Yan knew David Lee was a rich second-generation kid with money and looks, so his off-court life was likely quite colorful. Besides, he's an American. A bit of a chaotic private life is normal. Superstars like LeBron and Curry who love only one person their whole lives are rare. However, Su Yan didn't plan to entertain this topic. Otherwise, if they kept going, they might not pass the censors. Nice weather we're having today. Su Yan forcibly changed the subject. Yet it was quite soft. Soon after they arrived at the locker room. Su Yan's here. Morning, Yan. Yan, have you had breakfast? There are some snacks here, come join us. When Su Yan arrived, almost everyone was already there greeting him warmly, even more enthusiastically than they greeted David Lee. And David Lee was supposed to be the Knicks' core player this season. Just last night before the game, he had been sitting alone the whole time, ignored by everyone. Larry Hughes noticed the rose in Su Yan's hand and joked. Yan, are you planning to confess to someone? Tell us who it is. If I know her, I'll definitely help you set it up. Or did you get rejected? Gallinari teased with a laugh. Get out of here. Chris Duhon waved his hand dismissively. With Su Yan's looks, if he made a move, no woman could resist him. Everyone was speculating. Larry Hughes' curiosity was piqued, and he turned to David Lee, who had walked in with Su Yan. What's the story, David Lee? Huh? David Lee laughed and shook his head. Rejected? That's impossible. Su Yan actually rejected a stunningly beautiful little girl. The roses were from her. How old? David Lee replied, 15. How pretty. Probably way prettier than a lot of female celebrities. Holy shit. Matty exclaimed, his face full of shock. Why? How could you refuse? Larry Hughes even held back a curse to say. You have a lamb willingly throwing herself at you, and you push her away. Su Yan, you're an absolute beast. What? I'm the beast. Guys, have you listened to yourselves? She's underage, and you're saying this. You guys are the real beasts. The players joked that Su Yan was an absolute beast. It was all in good fun, yet beneath the laughter everyone couldn't help but envy the natural advantage his striking good looks afforded him. They wished they could reject such advances too, but no stunningly beautiful girls were throwing themselves at them. Well, if one did, they probably wouldn't refuse either. The team chatted and laughed amongst themselves. A late-night meal together had brought the team and Su Yan much closer. Half an hour later, after finishing their breakfast and changing into their gear, they all headed to the court for their daily training. With a season record of 1 win and 10 losses, they were at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. Making the playoffs this year seemed unlikely for the Knicks, but that didn't stop them from training hard and striving for improvement. Su Yan had just started training when Coach Mike D'Antoni approached him with a smile. Su Yan, come with me. We're going to rerun your physical tests today. It was just as he expected. The combination of his basic physical enhancement and max-level three-point shooting made his recent performance look wildly different from before. Time for a reevaluation. Su Yan wasn't surprised, nor did he mind. Showing off his talent could only bring benefits, not drawbacks. The first step was measuring his physical attributes. With the basic physical enhancement active, all of Su Yan's physical attributes met the NBA's standard baseline. He was undeniably a qualified NBA player. However, Coach D'Antoni's eyes lit up as he reviewed the results. Su Yan's physical talents aren't exceptional in any single area, but they are remarkably well-rounded and standard. What do you mean by that? Assistant coach Morrison Bolton seemed to have a faint inkling, but was still somewhat puzzled. Huh? D'Antoni chuckled, explaining, for instance, Su Yan's speed isn't the fastest among guards, but it meets the standard for that position. However, when you place that same speed against a typical small forward, he's actually quicker, and he can easily outrun most centers. It's the same across the board. His strength might not be overwhelming for a power forward or center, but it's adequate. Yet when matched against an average small forward, he has the advantage, and he can overpower most guards with ease. Wow! Morrison Bolton exclaimed. So Su Yan's talent is actually quite good, very balanced and standard. This will make him a solid defender. Exactly, D'Antoni nodded in agreement. The talent he's showing right now allows him to guard multiple positions on the court. While he might struggle against stars or superstars, overall, it's not bad at all. At least, it's a night and day difference compared to his last physical test. So he really was hiding his abilities. But why? Morrison Bolton couldn't figure it out. He ventured a guess. Could it be that Su Yan just wants to be a pretty face on the bench? Perhaps. D'Antoni shrugged nonchalantly, letting out a hearty laugh. I don't care about the past. Now that I know what he's capable of, I'll make sure he lives up to his potential. I think he'd be more than willing to do so. The physical test was merely an appetizer. Everyone's attention was fixated on Su Yan's three-point shooting. That was the main course. Was his scorching performance last night a fluke, or was he truly an incredibly precise shooter? The official team test would provide the answer. Su Yan had no intention of holding back. The test mirrored the three-point contest: left corner, left wing, top of the key, right wing, and right corner. With 5 spots in total and 10 threes attempted from each, this would reveal not only his average three-point percentage, but also which areas of the court he excelled from. Some players aren't deadly from everywhere. They might specialize in one zone. Take corner P.J. Tucker, for example, whose corner three-point percentage is significantly higher than from other spots. Or consider Tim Duncan's bank shots from the 45-degree angles, where he had an exceptionally high success rate from those specific spots near the basket. His accuracy from other areas was far less impressive. This type of testing helps coaches identify a player's offensive strengths and devise specific game plans around them. It was a skill every coach in the league possessed. The three-point shooting test was about to begin. David Lee, Tracy McGrady, Larry Hughes, Danilo Gallinari, and other players all gathered to watch. The memory of those 8 perfect three-pointers from the previous night was still fresh, leaving a deep impression on everyone. They all wanted to see Su Yan's true shooting ability. The outcome would determine whether the team had a new elite shooter on its roster. David, what's your guess for Su Yan's shooting percentage? Tracy McGrady asked. David Lee stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before replying, based on his crazy performance last night. Maybe a 70 hit rate. Wow, McGrady exclaimed, genuinely impressed. That's an incredibly high three-point percentage. I couldn't even do that in my prime. That's the kind of accuracy reserved for elite shooters like Ray Allen, Rashard Lewis, or Peja Stojakovic. David Lee shrugged, a look of conviction on his face. If Su Yan can maintain the form he showed last night, I don't think he's any worse than Ray Allen or any other shooter in the league. That was high praise, especially for a rookie, and an undrafted one at that. Ha ha ha. McGrady laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on Su Yan with a flicker of excitement. I hope he blows us all away. The test officially began. Starting from the left corner, the first spot. Clang, clang, clang. Su Yan's first 3 attempts all rimmed out. Not looking too good, McGrady muttered. You've got to be kidding me. 3 straight misses in a no-defense drill. Isn't this just embarrassing me? Su Yan, that's not cool. David Lee was stunned for a second, but quickly forced a composed expression, offering a somewhat guilty explanation. He's just warming up. He needs to find his rhythm. Just as he said that, swish. Su Yan's 4th attempt went in cleanly, followed by another swish on his 5th. See, I told you. David Lee suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Larry Hughes nodded silently, continuing to watch Su Yan's performance. Next was the second spot, the left wing. Swish, swish, swish. With his rhythm now found, Su Yan sank 3 consecutive shots. After those initial 3 misses, he had now made 5 straight three-pointers. And he wasn't done. He followed it up with 2 more clean swishes, making him perfect from the second spot. His max-level three-point shooting was now in full effect. 3rd spot, top of the key. All makes. 4th spot, right wing. 5 more attempts, all finding the bottom of the net. The basketball seemed to have a GPS tracker, flying perfectly into the hoop every single time. Holy shit. McGrady's eyes widened in disbelief. That's 17 three-pointers in a row for Su Yan. This is just too accurate. Huh. David Lee laughed, puffing out his chest with pride. Su Yan's on fire now. He can't miss. This is awesome. Coach Mike D'Antoni, watching from the side, couldn't help but clap his hands in approval, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Can Su Yan make it 22 in a row? 22 consecutive makes. That meant Su Yan had to sink all 5 balls from the 5th spot on the right baseline. It looked easy, but was in fact extraordinarily difficult. Yet despite the difficulty, Su Yan, already on a 17-shot streak, made his teammates feel anything but hopeless. Swish, swish, swish. In the span of a single breath, Su Yan sank 3 more threes, reaching 20 consecutive makes. Only 2 shots remained, and no one doubted his touch anymore. Let it fly. It was a guaranteed three-pointer. Swish, swish. Not a single miss. After 3 iron shots to begin, Su Yan connected on 22 straight threes, capping off a perfect performance. 22 made out of 25 attempts, an 88% shooting percentage. If one were to borrow a classic phrase from literature, 4 characters would suffice. Terrifying indeed. Then he reconsidered. During his peak, Curry had made 96 out of 100 practice shots. Yet Su Yan's max-level three-point skill, merely 22 makes out of 25 shots, and 22 consecutive. That was all. It was nothing remarkable to Su Yan, just routine operation. But the Knicks players thought otherwise. Every single one of them was shaken, as though they had seen a ghost. Gee, good. So accurate. McGrady's scalp went numb. You call this an undrafted player? Gallinari, the self-proclaimed sharpshooter, felt overwhelmed. Su Yan's three-point accuracy far exceeded his own. Ha ha ha. Coach D'Antoni laughed heartily. 88% three-point accuracy. Excluding the first 3 warm-up shots, that's 100%. Those threes are incredible. He was genuinely overjoyed. For the Suns' run-and-gun tornado to sweep through New York, Su Yan's precise three-point shooting was an absolute necessity. This was the first step of the plan. Now the first step had not only been achieved, but exceeded. GD. After the testing concluded, D'Antoni, filled with delight, gave Su Yan a thumbs up. Before all the players he praised, Yan will be an excellent mismatch defender. He also possesses the league's top-tier three-point ability. Combined, once Su Yan grows and adapts to the intensity of NBA competition, he will become a top-tier 3D player. This is wonderful. Yan will start at small forward, replacing Gallinari in the next game. Saying this, He turned to Gallinari and asked, "Do you have any objections?" "None." Gallinari shook his head. "Su Yan has demonstrated far greater shooting talent than I. He deserves the starting spot." Of course, the reason Gallinari agreed so readily was not solely due to Su Yan's three-point prowess. The night before, Su Yan had treated him to a late-night meal, which certainly earned extra points. When you look favorably upon a teammate, even developing a fondness for them, you will instinctively accommodate whatever they do. So, this was the starting lineup. Su Yan was somewhat surprised. Just the night before, he had been begging the coach for playing time, mimicking Hisashi Mitsui's pleading. Today he had jumped over a roster spot and secured a starting position. This transformation was truly too drastic. Gallinari, a lottery pick from last year, the 6th overall selection, had already shot 44% from three-point range in his rookie season. This season he averaged 2.4 threes per game, ranking 3rd on the league's three-point leaderboard, only behind the Rockets' Aaron Brooks and the Magicians' $100 million man, Rashard Lewis. As a second-year player, Gallinari's accomplishments in three-point shooting were already quite impressive. Rookie season averages 6.1 points, 0 rebounds, 0, 5 assists, 0, 5 steals, 0, 1 blocks. This season, so far 15.2 points, 5, 0 rebounds, 1, 5 assists, 0, 9 steals, 0, 7 blocks per game. In just 1 year, his growth had been astonishing. Despite playing so well, Su Yan had pushed him out of the starting lineup with merely 5 minutes of game time, plus a second physical assessment. How to put it? One could say Su Yan's three-point shooting was divine, or that the coach had a keen eye for talent. But it must also be admitted, Coach Mike D'Antoni truly deeply loved the run-and-gun tactic. The starting small forward position was settled. Gallinari had no objection, and neither did any of the other players. The second physical assessment also concluded. Everyone offered their congratulations and praise to Su Yan, then gradually returned to their daily training. Su Yan came to the rest area to relax. His heart grew heavy as he fell into thought. Excellent basketball skills allowed me to go from begging the coach for playing time to being specially promoted to the starting lineup. Strong interpersonal skills meant that even when I rose to the position through nearly aggressive means, my teammates did not resent me. Everyone greeted me with smiles. Good interpersonal relationships. Because I was generous and treated everyone to grand meals, I gained their favor. Excellent basketball skills came from the system's rewards. To improve my skills besides daily training, the other method I knew was to continuously level up and obtain level privilege packages. The LV1 privilege package was max level 3-point, and the LV2 privilege package was off-ball movement LV1, all tied directly to basketball ability. To obtain privilege packages, I needed to continuously spend to accumulate experience points. To spend money, I had to make money. In short, the source of my current comfort and smooth progress was simply making money. With money, I could improve my skills, gain the coach's favor, and boost my popularity to secure big contracts and endorsements. With money, I could spend a little to navigate social dynamics, maintain good relationships with teammates, and not only feel physically and mentally at ease, but also avoid countless troubles. Most importantly, the fastest way for me to make money right now was to play well and maximize my advanced statistics in every game. That meant earning the most money, creating a perfect closed loop. Truly impressive, maniacal money-grabbing system. After sorting through his thoughts, Su Yan's passion for basketball reached an unprecedented peak. 1 day later, 9:00 p.m., the Knicks were set to host the Pistons at their home arena. 2 years prior, the Pistons had still reached the Eastern Conference Finals, but that was also their last peak after winning the championship in 2004. Now Hamilton and Prince were aging and plagued by frequent injuries. Billups and Rasheed Wallace had departed. 35-year-old Ben Wallace could no longer compete physically with young, strong rookies. The Piston 5 Tigers had scattered, some gone, some injured. The Bad Boys, too, had lost their former dominance. Nevertheless, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Their 11th place record in the Eastern Conference still looked far more respectable than the Knicks. The Knicks needed to win and could not be careless, especially considering the Pistons' inherently vicious playing style ingrained in their bones. At 8:30 p.m., both teams were already warming up in the arena with only half an hour remaining before tip-off. The arena was nearly packed to capacity and fans were wildly enthusiastic, roaring hysterically. New York was the largest city in America. Even with their poor record, they never lacked popularity. This was precisely why Su Yan could gain so much fan appeal after just a single game. Listening closely, you could hear many female fans calling out Su Yan's name. Looking more carefully, you could see a curvaceous blonde girl holding a banner. You might have mistaken it for a cheer. In reality, it displayed a hotel room number and specifically requested that Su Yan seek her out after the game. Of course, a hotel room number alone was already too obvious, but above it 4 even more conspicuous characters were written: "Discuss basketball." Holy shit, discussing basketball. Which decent man would go to a hotel room with a woman late at night to discuss basketball? But, since it involves ball, I guess it's not entirely unreasonable. Whether Su Yan goes or not is unknown, but that female fan with a somewhat attractive face, her door probably won't lack people knocking. If she can't wait for Su Yan, then the more you think about it, the more terrifying it is. At the commentary desk, come on. ESPN commentator and former Rocket John Barry laughed. It's hard to imagine that beneath Su Yan's face. Even more handsome than a male celebrity, lies a cold-blooded killer's visage. Haha, another commentator Mark Jackson nodded with a smile. 5 minutes, 8 3-pointers, a step-back buzzer beater to kill the Thunder 3. This indeed resembles a killer. Moreover, because of this game alone, Su Yin has already squeezed out last year's 6th pick Danilo Gallinari and been promoted to the starting small forward position. This seems a bit abrupt, but on second thought, it's completely reasonable. He's starting already. John Barry hadn't yet scrutinized tonight's starting lineups and couldn't help exclaiming, a bit unbelievable. I still think it might be a flash in the pan. After all, Su Yin is just an undrafted rookie, and the reason he was selected by the Knicks is also due to his good looks. Since he's starting, the Knicks must have their considerations. No need to dwell on it. Then, let's look forward to Su Yan's precise three-point feast tonight. On the Pistons side, head coach John Kuster had done his homework. He knew about Su Yan's heroic performance last game. He was somewhat skeptical, but he didn't ignore it entirely. He planned to observe for a while. If he was still accurate, then they would take it seriously. On the Knicks side, Tracy McGrady, who was warming up, also noticed the banner held by that voluptuous blonde woman. He came up to Su Yan and joked, "These tits, these legs, I could play with them for a whole year. And she's throwing herself at you. And I'm really envious of your looks. How about, after the game, do you want to venture into the Dragon's Den? Who knows, maybe there'll be surprises one after another." Boring. Su Yan waved his hand, uninterested. She's so blatantly announcing her room number. You can imagine how chaotic her private life is. I don't want to cause any problems. The world is big, and I want to see more of it. Huh. McGrady smiled without saying a word. A woman with that hot body, she's already booked a room waiting for you. Even if it's dirty, so what? First he rejected a 15-year-old beautiful little princess, and now he's disdainful of a seductive woman throwing herself at him. This is impenetrable. McGrady began to wonder if Su Yin was gay. Not long after, amid the fiery atmosphere of the arena, the official game arrived. The starting lineups began to take the court. New York Knicks starters: point guard Chris Duhon, shooting guard Tracy McGrady, small forward Su Yin, power forward Al Harrington, center David Lee. It's worth noting that the team's starting shooting guard should be Wilson Chandler. He averaged 15. 4 points, 5. 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 0. 8 steals and 0. 8 blocks this year, a versatile swingman on both ends. However, McGrady's popularity is here. He had to start to ensure arena attendance and thus guarantee game revenue. It's a business league. Those who understand, understand. Detroit Pistons starters: point guard Rodney Stuckey, shooting guard Richard Hamilton, small forward Tayshaun Prince, power forward Jonas Jerebko, center Ben Wallace. Jump ball. The tip-off between David Lee and Ben Wallace. Although David Lee averaged 11.6 rebounds per game, he was only 206 centimeters tall. His rim protection IQ was high, but in the jump ball department, he had no advantage. As a result, Ben Wallace was even shorter, with an official height of 206 centimeters, but actually maybe just over 2 meters. And now he's old. Slap. David Lee tipped the ball first, winning the first possession for the Knicks. Duhon grabbed the ball and advanced, and the entire Knicks team rushed to the front court, executing their tactics methodically. My. John Barry was a bit surprised seeing this. Why does it feel like the entire Knicks team is suddenly so confident? They are supposed to be the worst team in the East, even the worst in the league. Mark Jackson also sensed something unusual. He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and tried to give an answer. Could it be that last game's 8 3-pointers, displaying his astonishing three-point talent? Su Yin being promoted to starter tonight gave them confidence. On the court, Duhon positioned at the left arc. David Lee cut to the interior, posted up, and called for the ball. He was the Knicks' strongest core. His post-up was quite threatening, immediately drawing the defensive attention of both Ben Wallace and Jerebko. McGrady set a screen for Su Yin. Su Yin slipped along the baseline, came up to the right arc, and stopped a step beyond the three-point line. Whoosh! Duhon passed the ball over. Before, he would never have passed, but after seeing Su Yan's performance last game and in yesterday's tryouts, he passed without hesitation. A shooter with such potential, perhaps even higher than Ray Allen or Peja, a step beyond the three-point line wasn't that a chance. The man and ball arrived simultaneously. Su Yin caught it, half-turned, and released a long-range three-pointer with almost no preparation or adjustment. The shot was far and quick. A typical Curry-style three-pointer, but Su Yan's three-point ability was even above the baby-faced assassin Curry. He shot from so far. Are you sure your coach won't yell at you? Prince, who was a step slow, didn't even have time to contest. Not because of distance, but because he simply couldn't imagine it. Of course, he also didn't think Su Yin would make it. Although, he had heard his coach mention that Su Yin was a good three-point shooter. But thinking that it was an underdog three-pointer and that he was an undrafted player, he cared even less. He turned to look, already preparing to charge into the paint for the rebound. The next second, swish, a crisp sound of the net. Su Yan's step-back long-range three-pointer, almost uncontested, precisely dropped into the net, splashing ripples. Nothing but net. Knicks, 3-0 Pistons. He got lucky again. Prince curled his lip, not caring, and even shouted to Coach D'Antoni as he ran back. Take this number 7 player off. He's just chucking. He's an undrafted rookie. He doesn't know how to play. D'Antoni. When I slowly type this question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that you have a problem. The running gun system that I advocate is exactly hoping that players can shoot threes so recklessly and irrationally. Prerequisite. He can guarantee a certain percentage. Now Su Yin is exactly that kind of player, and you're telling me he doesn't know how to play take him off. You're kidding me. Suppressing the urge to retort at Prince D'Antoni, just gave him a dirty look and said nothing. Transition offense. With a swish, Hamilton used his superb off-ball movement to get an open look and calmly sank a mid-range jumper. Next ball. Su Yin once again caught the ball at the top of the right arc a step beyond the three-point line. Prince strangely did not close out. It wasn't that he wasn't defending. He deliberately gave another step of space. Seriously, man, giving that much room. You think that little of me? Pride comes before a fall. Su Yin smiled faintly without hesitation and raised his hand for another three-pointer. The sunlit incense burner produces purple smoke. This three-pointer didn't stray. Swish. Another one in. And again. Prince's expression darkened, disbelief written on his face. Thank you for warming the seasons. Su Yin gave Prince a grateful look, having made him 2 three-pointers, instantly earning $6-1. He had to express his thanks. But that look only made Prince increasingly exasperated. To the side. The team's second leading scorer, combo guard Rodney Stuckey, also flashed surprise. Weren't those 8 three-pointers from last game heavily padded with luck? Wasn't it mostly luck? And besides, the coach said he was a flower vase, no real fighting ability. Stuckey hadn't believed Coach John Kuster's claim that Su Yin was just a pretty face. Come on. This is the NBA. There are no real handsome men here, only a bunch of rugged guys. Even those dubbed handsome, like Iverson or Kobe. They're only handsome within the NBA realm, more about charisma. If you put them outside, they're just average. He had initially scoffed at Su Yin's looks. But after seeing him in person, he realized he was wrong. The handsome Su Yin was truly stunning. And rugged without losing elegance, deep and refined, exuding an extraordinary masculine charm. It made it hard to connect Su Yin with a basketball player. He even seriously doubted whether the Su Yin who hit 8 three-pointers and beat the Thunder's big 3 last game was really this person. Respect. Stuckey had nothing to say about the flower vase label. But as for skills, he still wasn't convinced, just like Prince, thinking those 2 three-pointers were pure luck. Hey Tayshaun. Stuckey found Prince. His outburst last game gave him confidence, but he's just a flower vase, looks like he has no fight in him. Watch. I'll go at him, give him a good beating, shatter that weird confidence, and he'll be finished. I'm in. Prince replied with interest. If it's Rodney, Su Yin is in for a rough time. Stuckey was the 15th pick in 2007, a decent draft position. Playing shooting guard, he excelled at powerful drives, could also pull up for jumpers. A scorer who could both drive and shoot. In his third year, he averaged 16. 8 points, 4. 2 rebounds, 4. 8 assists, 1. 5 steals and 0. 3 blocks per game. On this Pistons team, he was a qualified second option, and teaching a rookie undrafted player a lesson seemed like a sure thing. With a stomp during the possession change. Stuckey indeed found Su Yin at the top of the left arc, dribbling while sizing him up. What the hell? Is this the kind of face an NBA player should have? If you were a woman, I'd find a way to pin you down. Damn, what am I even saying? I'm not human having such perverted thoughts about a man. Stuckey slapped himself to snap out of it. Su Yin, dude, why the sudden self-slapping? Self-harm to lower the opponent's focus. Ugly enough to disgust yourself. Su Yin couldn't figure it out, but couldn't help teasing, hey man, no one cares about your looks, no need to be that insecure. Shut up. Stuckey snorted, crossed over, and burst forward with the ball in his right hand. No fancy moves. Pure power. Su Yin's elegant, handsome image instinctively made him think Su Yin was fragile. Plus the flower vase label. One touch, and he'd break. With a thud, Su Yin took a symbolic step back. First, he played to earn money. If he could easily hit threes, he didn't like contact. Second, he wanted to gauge Stuckey's strength. After all, if the opponent was really going to attack, he wouldn't back down. Whether it was steals, blocks, or successful contesting near the rim, all could earn points. Meaning serious defense also meant money. Some strength, but not much. Su Yin smiled confidently, full of charm. When Stuckey charged again with a cold face, Su Yin stepped forward and met him head-on. Small forward versus shooting guard. With his basic body enhancement, Su Yin was tougher than the average small forward and didn't fear Stuckey. Stuckey's second drive felt like hitting a wall. Su Yin didn't budge. WTF. He had pushed Su Yin back just a moment ago. Why was he now immovable strength like a wall in front of him? This is definitely a flower vase. Stuckey was stunned. He was dazed, but Su Yin gave him no more time to think, striking in that moment of hesitation. Fast, precise, ruthless. Su Yin slapped the ball out of Stuckey's hands, dashed out, and grabbed it. Steal one. Beautiful steal. D'Antoni shouted from the sideline. Assistant coach Morrison Bolden also looked excited. Su Yin's defense is indeed solid. And over here, McGrady sprinted ahead, empty in front of him. A perfect fast break opportunity. Got it. Su Yin didn't hesitate. He threw a long pass. The power and angle weren't perfect, but it was an easy pass to make. McGrady slowed a step, caught it cleanly. One-on-one with the rim. 3 steps, a flaming skyward dunk. Bang. A one-handed jam that delighted the fans. Su Yin, who was not only incredibly handsome, but had also caused a stir last game, and McGrady, one of the 4 shooting guards. These 2 most popular Knicks players. Their connection ignited the entire arena. Brat, you sneaky bastard, no martial ethics. Stuckey cursed at Su Yin. Somewhat unreasonable. Su Yin didn't take it lying down. You're the one distracted while playing, you're damn worthless. Just wait, I'll smash this flower vase to pieces. The next matchup. Stuckey was completely serious, no longer underestimating Su Yin, determined to at least score over him once before acting cocky. Contact, crossover, spin, hesitation. Stuckey used every trick, creating half a step of space, drove inside, heading straight for the rim. Box out well, just lay it up. Ben Wallace growled. He gave Stuckey absolute security. This shot is good. Stuckey was full of confidence, already imagining how he would taunt Su Yin. Rookie, welcome to the NBA. Or, Brad, I only need 30% of my strength to handle you. The next second, just as the ball left his hand and was about to touch the backboard, a huge hand smacked it violently against the board. Who else could it be? Naturally, it was Su Yin. Though he trailed Stuckey by half a step, he was taller, faster, and more explosive. His multifaceted talents stacked up, allowing him to catch up even after being beaten by half a step and deliver a disrupting block. Stuckey was too confident. Or perhaps, he was too eager to score on Su Yin, leading to carelessness. Su Yin completed a chase-down block on him. 1 steal, 1 assist, 1 block. Su Yin not only earned $2,600, but also showcased astonishing defensive prowess. A pretty face. My apologies. Even if Su Yin were a pretty face, he wasn't someone a small fry like Stuckey could casually mock or control. Cool. John Barry's eyes lit up and he laughed in praise. Su Yin might not look like a defender, but in these few possessions he's defended excellently. Amazing. Mark Jackson was also stunned. When Stuckey drives, he's got some skills. But Su Yin defended him well. This impressed me. With solid defense and outstanding three-point shooting, is Su Yin really an undrafted player? I think he looks more like an excellent 3-and-D player. Su Yin is so awesome, I really like him. In the stands, the hot, seductive beauty who wanted to discuss basketball with Su Yin tonight screamed hysterically. She was smitten by his looks, but he also displayed strength, showing a very manly side. This made her even more captivated. In her excitement, her twisting body caused her chest to heave and sway. The wolves next to her stared wide-eyed, then silently memorized the hotel and room number on the banner. On the court, the ball Su Yin swatted off the backboard was grabbed by Al Harrington, who gave Su Yin a thumbs up before passing it to Duhan to push the fast break. Su Yin positioned himself at the left arc, a full 2 meters behind the three-point line. Duhan pushed the ball up and immediately passed to Su Yin, pointing at the rim. Yin hit another one. This one's on me. Well, then no need to be polite. If you give Su Yin an open shot, sorry, but he will take it. After all, only by shooting does he get a chance at $6,000. 1 3-pointer, $6,000. Truly, if the NBA had such an incentive system, within 3 days the small ball era would begin. And fast forward. No, it would begin instantly. Swish. With a flick of his wrist, Su Yin took another extremely decisive and confident three-pointer, a shot that would get any other player screamed at by their coach. But now Su Yin made it look reasonable. Is he crazy? Again. And from even further. Prince was dumbfounded. He wasn't slacking on defense, it was just, you can't guard a shot from that far out. There's no way this one goes in. Prince turned to look, praying inwardly, but this time his prayer felt a little less confident. The spinning ball, its arc was perfect, and it was heading straight for the net. Oh no. Prince fell into despair. But the ball spun around the rim, miraculously spun out, and this three-pointer missed. That was close, so close. Prince breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he, one of the Pistons' starting 5, had allowed an undrafted player to hit 3 consecutive threes over him, what face would he have left? Crucially, the coach would tear him a new one after the game. But even though it missed, Su Yin's three-pointer had certainly given the Pistons players a scare. Motherfucker. Coach John Kuster also broke out in a cold sweat. He was now completely certain that beneath Su Yin's handsome and suave exterior lurked a cold-blooded three-point assassin. Put defensive pressure on Su Yin. Kuster growled from the sidelines, simultaneously making an OK sign with his hand. The key was the 3 fingers, signifying the small forward position number 3, which was Su Yin. This was a prearranged signal between the coach and players. When the coach made this gesture, the players were to key in on Su Yin and ramp up the defensive intensity. Such signals are common in games. Things like patting the head, touching the ear, pointing to the sky with 2 fingers, etc. all represent different tactics and strategies. Of course, this was a secret only known to the players on the same team. Understood. Prince and the other players nodded silently, acknowledging the coach's command. With less than 5 minutes played, the Pistons deployed both Stuckey and Prince to double-team Su Yin. Is this the treatment an undrafted player should expect? Is this the attention a pretty face would warrant? The fans were all in awe. The reality was, once the defensive intensity increased, Su Yin's easy three-point opportunities indeed dwindled immediately. However, Su Yin was like the icing on the cake for the Knicks, or a gift from heaven. His presence or absence didn't affect their original strength. Now, by attracting double teams, he only made the Knicks' overall offense and defense easier. When you double-team an undrafted player, you've already lost. D'Antoni curled his lips into a confident smile. He called a timeout, subbing out the popular but ineffective McGrady for the tenacious and aggressive Wilson Chandler. The original Knicks players were playing with more offensive firepower than ever before. Had they evolved? Gaining confidence was perhaps one reason. But more importantly, it was the deterrent force brought by Su Yin who was drawing the double teams. At the end of the first quarter, the Pistons, who theoretically had a slight edge in overall strength, were surprisingly trailing by as many as 8 points. By halftime, the Pistons were down by 11 points. After 3 quarters, the deficit had grown to 15 points. The Knicks, who had been dominated by opponents all season, were now leading by 15 points and threatening to blow the game wide open. This was simply unbelievable. What was this? A complete role reversal. Come on. John Barry was excited. The Pistons of today might not be a powerhouse anymore. But compared to the Knicks, they shouldn't be a team that's easily pushed around. Being pushed around now just shows. When a team has a powerful 3 and D player, their strength can skyrocket. That's right. Mark Jackson nodded with a smile. He's hit 4 3-pointers in 3 quarters and has a fast break layup scoring 14 points. But that's not all. His relentless hustle and energy like a tireless warrior has also earned him 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. He's playing really well. His gaze towards Su Yin was filled with admiration. When someone has extraordinary good looks regardless of gender, they automatically have a 3-point advantage in whatever they do. That's the charm of good looks. Su Yin played well, was active on the court, and on top of that, he had his striking appearance. It was hard not to like him. During the timeout, the screams of the blonde girls in the stands rose in waves one after another. Who could resist a pretty face with both talent and looks? Some pulled down their straps to reveal their shoulders, some flaunted their impressive cleavage, and some swayed their hips. All were desperate to catch Su Yan's eye. Especially the foreign girls beside Su Yan. Their jealous rivalries and attention-seeking antics grew more exaggerated by the minute. And the object of their affection was without a doubt Su Yan. The male players next to him were certainly getting an eyeful. Su Yan, however, seemed utterly indifferent, or perhaps he simply had no time to care. Huff, 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 huff. He leaned back in his chair, gasping for air, sweat dripping from his forehead like relentless rain. As the defensive intensity ramped up, Su Yan's 3-point opportunities dwindled. Forced shots meant a lower percentage, and missed shots meant no money. This wasn't the situation Su Yan wanted to see. So he moved, actively defended, aggressively grabbing steals, protecting the rim, and dishing out assists. As the commentator said, Su Yan was like a tireless workhorse, full of relentless energy. This effort was appreciated by the fans, the coach, and the commentators alike. Of course, for Su Yan, he wasn't hustling for their approval. He was hustling for the money. 14 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, including 4 3-pointers. This was the stat line Su Yan produced against double teams, which was by all accounts quite impressive. It also translated to a hefty sum of money. But it was undeniably exhausting. As a shooter, he wasn't supposed to work this hard, and his stamina was only average for the NBA. Clearly, pushing himself this relentlessly was taking a toll. By the time the final quarter came around, after 4 minutes of bench rotation, when D'Antoni signaled for Su Yan to check in and close out the game, Su Yan declined. He wanted to rest a bit longer. D'Antoni readily agreed. Su Yan's performance tonight had been flawless, and the coach was thoroughly pleased. But as soon as Su Yan sat out, the Pistons began to chip away at the lead. After just 3 more minutes on the bench, a 15-point advantage had shrunk to only 10. With 5 minutes left on the clock, Su Yan re-entered the game. Swish. The Pistons' momentum seemed unstoppable. Hamilton used an off-ball screen to free himself for a mid-range jumper. He nailed it, cutting further into the lead. Su Yan's 3-point looks were scarce, and the Knicks' offense began to stagnate. The situation looked grim. Wow, John Barry exclaimed. The Pistons are gaining momentum. They're trying to exert their championship-level dominance. The Pistons' defense is ferocious, and the Knicks are on their heels. Mark Jackson analyzed. For the Knicks to break through, Su Yan's 3-point shooting needs to ignite. That would be a dagger. The commentators were right. The Knicks wanted Su Yan to shoot threes, actively setting screens to create opportunities, but the Pistons weren't fools. With their defense-first mentality, they increased the defensive pressure on Su Yan, focusing entirely on shutting down his 3-point shot. They knew by now that his long-range bombing was his deadliest weapon. His mid-range drives and layups were all less effective. With targeted, disciplined defense, the Pistons could easily apply immense pressure on Su Yan. So was there no answer? D'Antoni seemed to have none, seemingly resigned to using Su Yan as a decoy to let his teammates solve the Pistons' puzzle. However, Su Yan thought otherwise. Despite the intense defense and scarce shot opportunities, his face radiated confidence. He had been saving a trump card, hoping to preserve it for stronger opponents while they maintained the lead. But it seemed that time was now. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, deciding to unveil his newly acquired ace off-ball movement, LV1. Play resumed. Duhan pushed the ball up, looking for Su Yan, who was once again shadowed by Prince and Stuckey. Chandler immediately set a screen. Su Yan used it, shedding Prince, but remained tangled with Stuckey. He drove towards the basket on the left wing, suddenly accelerating as if to curl around the baseline. But then he stopped on a dime, reverse direction, and cut back up the court. Stuckey bit on the fake. It was just a split second, but in the realm of off-ball movement, that momentary misjudgment was fatal. Su Yan used a screen from Harrington, popping out before Jerebko could rotate over. Beautiful counter move. John Barry couldn't help but praise. As soon as Su Yan popped out, an eager Duhan fired the pass to him. Whoosh! Su Yan caught and released another 3-pointer. Quick as a flash. Nothing but net. Off-ball movement LV1 allowed Su Yan to not just run, but to run with intelligence. It enabled him to shed defenders with rhythmic cuts, read the floor, and quickly utilize his teammates to evade rotating help defenders, creating genuine scoring chances. Then, combined with his elite 3-point finishing, he executed the perfect defensive possession. Stuckey wasn't slow. Yet he couldn't stay with Su Yin. Off-ball movement LV1 max level 3-point shooting. This was the perfect combination for Su Yin, making his 3-point attacks even more potent and troublesome. It rendered the Pistons' double teams ineffective. At the 3-1-7 mark, Su Yin ran the baseline towards the right, preparing to curl up top. The opportunity was almost there when unexpectedly he suddenly reversed course again. He sprinted back along the baseline towards the left corner. Is he crazy? Prince, who was barely keeping up, was overjoyed to see Su Yin run back into his own trap. He eagerly followed. But as Su Yin scurried along the baseline, Prince collided directly with Harrington, who was waiting in the paint. And there it was, the left corner. The ball arrived right on time. But even if you create a shot, no one acknowledges your off-ball prowess unless you can finish. Hamilton's off-ball movement was widely regarded as elite, once causing the prime Kobe Bryant immense frustration. However, its true recognition stemmed from his mid-range finishing ability, earning him the title, the mid-range assassin. Curry's off-ball skills were also renowned throughout the league. He was destined to become the player with the most potent combination of on-ball and off-ball ability in the future, perhaps without equal. And this incredible reputation was built upon his transcendent 3-point shooting ability. Now the same principle applied to Su Yin. Like a shooting star, a fierce arrow piercing the heart. Swish. Using his exceptional off-ball awareness, Su Yin once again created a scoring opportunity and capitalized on it. Another three-pointer. These 2 consecutive threes not only stabilized the team's double-digit lead, but practically secured the victory. On the defensive end, whether it was stifling Stuckey's repeated attacks or failing to contain Hamilton's mid-range shots, Su Yin gave his absolute all. Effort doesn't always guarantee results, but without effort there are certainly no stats and no money to be earned. A man at his most earnest is at his most attractive. Su Yin's intensity and dedication to the game only intensified the foreign beauty's infatuation and desire for him. Everyone was swooning. 2 minutes left. Su Yin once again utilized his off-ball movement LV1 to create a 3-point opportunity at the left wing. Clank. Unfortunately, it missed. That was only natural. Even with max-level 3-point shooting, it wasn't a guaranteed 100 success rate on every attempt. Fortunately, David Lee fought hard for the rebound and kicked it back out, giving Su Yin another chance. Swish. A shot straight through the hoop. This time Su Yin nailed it with cold precision. Stuckey's defense was a step slow. On the sidelines, D'Antoni crossed his arms and smiled. Remember, never give a shooter a second chance at an open look. Damn it. Stuckey's scalp tingled. This guy is incredibly accurate, so accurate it's infuriating. Wait a minute. I've been defending him the same way all along, and I was limiting his threes. Why is it not working now? Stuckey couldn't understand it. Let me take him, Hamilton said with a grave expression. Su Yin's off-ball movement is exceptional, you all can't keep up. I'm the only one who can match him. Hamilton hit the nail on the head. His analysis was correct. In the final 2 minutes, he would guard Su Yin. Despite his age, he possessed superior off-ball movement skills compared to Su Yin. He could indeed stick with Su Yin. However, first, with only 2 minutes left and a double-digit deficit, even if he stopped Su Yin, there wasn't enough time to mount a comeback. Second, as the team's primary offensive option, focusing more on defense would diminish the Pistons' offensive firepower. This would only make their comeback attempt even harder. Even though Hamilton did manage to bother Su Yin with some contests at the end, the Knicks smoothly closed out the game. It was a victory. 2 wins in a row. Su Yin's arrival had turned the Knicks' fortunes from a 10-game losing streak to 2 consecutive wins, one of which was a spectacular 20-point comeback. We won. David Lee was overjoyed. We won again. Wilson Chandler roared, pumping his fist. Tracy McGrady also smiled happily. Su Yin is truly a blessing for New York. He can continuously bring victories to the team. Ha ha ha. Coach D'Antoni laughed heartily. Though my initial intention wasn't right, the result is. I've stumbled upon a goldmine. He was thoroughly impressed with Su Yin, more so than with any other player on the Knicks roster. High attractiveness equaled popularity potential. Defense plus 3-point shooting equaled a top-tier 3 and D player. A positive and serious attitude equaled a coaching staff's dream. It was truly hard not to like a player like Su Yin. The fans erupted in cheers, waving flags and shouting for Su Yin. The players mobbed him, lifting him to the center of their celebration, reveling in the joy of victory together. Once again, Su Yin was the center of attention. It was a feeling he'd never experienced before his transmigration, and he found he quite enjoyed it. Playing well earned popularity and praise. Playing well earned money. Spending that money to unlock higher-tier privilege packages made him stronger, which in turn brought more popularity and even more money. It was a virtuous cycle. In simple terms, play every game, well, spend more money, and then enjoy the praise in life. Wasn't that the good life? Su Yin had an epiphany. After celebrating for a while, WOJ, the renowned ESPN reporter, excitedly jogged over, eager to secure the first interview before any other journalist could. He raised his microphone and asked with a smile, "Mr. Su Yin, you've played another spectacular game tonight. You led the team to victory. 2 wins in a row. Before you arrived, the Knicks were a team on a 10-game losing streak. You played a crucial role tonight. This is a team effort." Su Yin was as humble as ever, well diplomatic. Huh. WOJ chuckled and continued, "I'd like to ask Mr. Su Yin, you're on a meager $2,000 short-term contract. Why are you playing so fiercely? I mean, you're a shooter. You could just focus on your primary job. Why? Let me do the math for you. Tonight's stats: 25 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, shooting 9 of 15 from the field, including 7 of 12 from three-point range and 2 of 3 on two-pointers. 76,002, 4000, 4400, 3,631,000, 11,57400 dollars. Adding in dribbling and movement 6000 is a safe estimate. That's right. In a single game, I earned $6,000. You know the 10-day contract is only worth $2,000. Let's be real. You probably don't even make $6,000 in half a year, right? So you'd go all out too if you were in my shoes. Of course, Su Yin couldn't say that directly. He smiled and said with a straight face, because I love basketball purely and simply. I'm very grateful to the Knicks for giving me this contract and the chance to play. I will cherish it. I just want to enjoy the happiness basketball brings me, that's all. Wow, WOJ was moved by his words. A pure basketball lover. That deserves so much respect. Su Yin, considering your passion for the game and your on-court performance, you shouldn't be an undrafted player. Keep it up. I believe you'll become a player like Ben Wallace, or even better. Ben Wallace. Why bring him up here? Because Ben Wallace was also an undrafted player. 1 championship, 4-time All-Star, 2 rebounding titles, 1 block title, 4 DPOY awards, 3 All-NBA second-team selections, and 5 All-Defensive first-team selections. Ben Wallace's career resume so far could be called the greatest undrafted player in NBA history. WOJ's implication that Su Yin could be better than him was clear. Su Yin understood perfectly. You flatter me. He smiled humbly. That is a very difficult height to reach, but I will aim for Ben Wallace, my senior, and strive to get closer to his level. The kid sure knows how to talk. Not bad at all. Excellent. Ben Wallace, who hadn't left the arena, yet nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the interview, slowly unclenching his fists. Even though they lost, it was because he was old. If this wet behind the ears kid Su Yin dared to show him disrespect, Ben Wallace wouldn't mind dealing with him. Fortunately, Su Yin's words were quite diplomatic. As he finished his official statement, Su Yin suddenly felt a slight pressure at the back of his head, which quickly returned to normal. The arena thundered with applause. Su Yin, the basketball lover, had undoubtedly won over even more fans. And the female fans looking at this seemingly innocent Su Yin became even more enamored, their desire to conquer him growing stronger. They couldn't wait to get close to him, wishing they could shrink the distance between them to 0, or even less that very night. Pure love for basketball. McGrady was skeptical. This isn't the NCAA. Are there really players that pure here? Huh, maybe there are. David Lee nodded with a smile, then paused before adding, besides, Su Yin probably isn't short on money. He himself struggled desperately for 10 days to earn just $2,000 minus taxes. Yet Su Yin could casually treat a newly acquainted player to a lavish meal worth tens of thousands without a flicker of concern. No one would believe he wasn't a rich second generation. Also, that's it. He was a wealthy heir. It turned out Su Yin not only loved basketball, but was also experiencing life in the very field he adored. McGrady was insanely envious. Despite his considerable achievements in basketball, he hadn't liked the sport initially. His true love was baseball. He had shown great talent in baseball, and had he continued, he would surely have entered a baseball league and achieved remarkable success. However, due to certain reasons, he ended up in basketball. But the reasons certainly didn't include a pure love for the game. They were more about the money. After all, McGrady had congenital scoliosis and was fundamentally unsuited for the high-impact nature of basketball. Doctors predicted his career would last only 4 to 6 years, yet he had persevered for 13 and was still going. He had endured, but it wasn't pure. The journey was accompanied by immense pain. If he had a choice, if he could find a more lucrative path than basketball, McGrady would surely not have chosen it. So, he envied Su Yin. When Su Yin finished his interview, David Lee walked over and said with a grin, "Come on, let's head back to the locker room and celebrate properly, big hero." Definitely a top-tier merit. McGrady cast aside the envy in his eyes, slung his arm around Su Yin's shoulder, and walked back to the locker room with a hearty laugh. Good character, great skills, and away with words. Although Su Yin had just joined the Knicks, everyone had taken a liking to him. Just as they were about to head back, the voluptuous female fan, who had held up the banner earlier expressing her desire to discuss basketball with Su Yin, rushed over to him, much to the notice of many fans. Ever since before the game, her banner with its clear implication had caught the attention of many. The director, eager to stir things up, projected her and Su Yin's image onto the big screen. Now every fan in the arena and countless viewers watching on television saw it clearly. The female fan charged over, threw caution to the wind, and planted a kiss on Su Yin's cheek, leaving a bright red lipstick mark. She grabbed Su Yin's arm, ecstatic as if on drugs, and exclaimed, "Su Yin, you're amazing. I'm your fan. I sincerely invite you to discuss basketball. I hope I can learn skills from my idol." As she spoke, she tried to lunge forward to kiss Su Yin on the lips. Su Yin pushed her away, disgusted by such a public display of desperation. Despite her impressive figure, Su Yin said calmly, "I'm just an undrafted player. My skills aren't that good. I can't teach you. It would mislead you. Besides, I'm tired now and want to go back and get some proper sleep. That's all. But thank you for your kindness." He pushed her aside. Su Yin, David Lee, McGrady, and the others walked away without looking back. Gallinari, only 21, scanned the female fans figure a strange fire igniting within him. This was a woman with both looks and figure like that. Any ordinary guy would have taken the opportunity and enjoyed the night. He couldn't help but complain inwardly, Su Yin, you're a bloody beast. Su Yin had rejected a room invitation from a stunningly attractive female fan. It was plain for anyone to see. Come on. John Barry stared at the female fan, his eyes lighting up, and even licked his lips subconsciously. How could he refuse that? Su Yin truly is a pure basketball enthusiast. What a character. Mark Jackson rolled his eyes at John Barry's lecherous expression and then praised, Su Yin is only 19. He knows what to do and when. He will become an outstanding NBA player. Men thought Su Yin had strong willpower and limitless potential. Women thought he wasn't someone who took things lightly, handsome, strong, and pure, destined to be a devoted man. Instantly, Su Yin's charm skyrocketed among countless female fans. How they deduced his purity and devotion was a mystery, but perhaps it was just the privilege of being attractive. This wasn't the first time Su Yin had rejected an attractive female fan. Just yesterday, he had turned down an even prettier one, a young girl who was possibly still a minor. So it was becoming commonplace. Back in the locker room, the celebration resumed with music and dancing. Meanwhile, ESPN reporter WOJ's interview had not only revealed Su Yin as a player deeply passionate about basketball, it also informed many that Su Yin had only signed a 10-day short-term contract with the Knicks. This meant Su Yin would soon become a free agent, needing to negotiate a new contract with the team. It also meant Su Yin, who had recently displayed excellent 3-and-D skills, especially showing astonishing talent in three-point shooting, was now being eyed by other teams. They too had the right to sign him. And so, the battle for him began. The next day, as usual, a stack of newspapers spread across streets, neighborhoods, and alleys. The Raptors' Dragon King, Bosh, dominated with an astonishing stat line of 31 points, 13 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Moreover, he hit the game-winning mid-range jumper over a defender in the clutch. The moment the shot fell, the Dragon King roared to the sky, his signature celebration instantly igniting the Air Canada Center. It made Bosh the star of the show. Warriors leader Monta Ellis erupted for 40 points in a loss against the Bobcats. Despite the defeat, Ellis's performance was undeniably powerful, dazzling countless fans. In contrast, his backup, the 7th overall pick this year, Stephen Curry, managed only 9 points, going 1-for-5 from three-point range, a poor showing. The Magic's Superman Dwight Howard effortlessly collected 18 points, 17 rebounds, and 6 blocks, single-handedly tearing apart the Bucks' paint. These league-famous stars dominated today's headlines. Su Yin's line of 25 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block seemed somewhat ordinary by comparison. But his status as an undrafted player, combined with his stunning looks and the off-court gossip of rejecting a beautiful woman, put him on the front pages alongside these superstars. It was something no other rookie had accomplished this year. In the afternoon, TNT Television held a panel discussion. The topic was, is the blueprint for the small ball era already emerging? The panel moderator was Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Sir Charles Barkley, and Shaquille O'Neal. In the 80s, the black and white duel between Magic and Bird, the yellow-green war, was a fierce rivalry fought tooth and nail every year. Magic's playing style was more flamboyant. Bird had a sharper tongue, and crucially, whenever he wanted to talk trash, he could back it up. The two were evenly matched for a time. Meanwhile, Sir Charles and Shaq often clashed in the paint, sometimes even coming to blows. The only player who could, or rather dared, to take down O'Neal and pin him to the ground was the fearless Sir Charles Barkley. Seeing this group, fans watching on TV couldn't help but think, these guys are having a panel discussion. Are we sure they won't end up fighting? Ahem. Barkley cleared his throat and spoke first. Before we officially begin, I need to clarify something. The so-called embryonic form of the small ball era means the offense is becoming more perimeter-oriented, especially with more players shooting threes and doing so with increasing accuracy. And the players doing this are mostly smaller guards. It feels like the era is shifting from inside play to outside play, entering the small ball era. Alright, now let's talk officially. As a member of the '84 Diamond generation, one of the standouts from the same draft class as that black egghead, I am honored and proud. In our era, it was more about physical battles in the paint with fewer perimeter attacks. Even that black egghead, despite having the weapon of God, relied on mid-range jumpers. As for three-pointers, they were truly rare. But in this era, more and more players are shooting threes, and many are highly accurate. Ray Allen, Pages, Stojakovic, Rashard Lewis, and so on. These players' reputations as the league's elite shooters are already well known. For a more recent example, last year's Davidson standout, this year's Warriors' 7th pick, Stephen Curry. The legend he created in the NCAA March Madness was built on one incredible three-pointer after another. Truly astonishing. I can't fathom how he manages to consistently hit shots from that distance. In our era, this was nearly impossible. Furthermore, the core player of this panel's topic, this year's undrafted rookie Su Yin, this shooter from the Dragon Kingdom. Let's not dwell on why he went undrafted. But in his first 2 NBA games, he averaged 7 three-pointers per game with plenty of extended range and deep threes and unreasonable shots everywhere. For us, making even one would be difficult. For Su Yin, it's as easy as drinking tea or water. He even managed to hit a step-back 3 to seal the game against the Thunder's big 3, helping his team stage a 20-point comeback. This is insane. This doesn't seem like offensive players should be able to produce. However, the times are progressing, as I said at the start, from Ray Allen Peja and others to Stephen Curry and then to Su Yan. These increasingly accurate three-pointers seem to be the embryonic form of the small ball era. I agree with that view. Barkley concluded. O'Neal raised his hand and first quipped, "Sir Charles, if you're talking about the small ball era, just talk about it. No need to praise yourself first. And there's no need to think being in the same draft class as Michael Jordan is such a glorious thing." He jabbed first. "What the hell? What's it to you if I praise myself?" Barkley rolled his eyes. If this weren't a panel discussion, he'd be ready to fight O'Neal. O'Neal raised an eyebrow, looking smug, relishing the feeling of getting under Sir Charles's skin. He then got to the point as the No. 1 pick in 92 and the three-peat champion of 2000, 2001, and 2002. "I'm the most dominant center in NBA history, arguably, with no equal. During my reign, shooters were always role players lurking like assassins. They didn't have a strong presence on the court. They were adept at hiding in the shadows. When we faced tight defense in the paint and couldn't score, we'd kick it out. We'd find these perimeter assassins, let them hit long-range shots, and help the team score, easing the offensive burden. They didn't need the ball. All they had to do was find their spot and wait patiently. That's my understanding of the traditional shooter. But now, shooters are playing increasingly important roles on their teams. Players like Ray Allen and Peja have even become franchise cornerstones. Before, they waited to shoot or were forced to shoot. Now, the whole team runs plays for them, trying every way to get them open three-point looks. That's the difference. But even so, they mostly get opportunities through catch-and-shoot threes or open looks. Beyond that, there's Stephen Curry. His performance in last year's NCAA March Madness wasn't just brilliant, it was truly unique. His three-point accuracy is one thing. More importantly, he can shoot threes off the dribble. Even elite shooters like Ray Allen and Peja, who have dominated the NBA for years, rarely shot threes off the dribble. At most, they'd take transition pull-up threes. But Stephen can do it not just off the dribble, but in high volume and with impressive accuracy. That's another level of evolution, the kind that leaves you speechless. Of course, Stephen hasn't yet proven he can sustain this off-the-dribble three-point ability in the NBA. So far this season, his performance has been somewhat lackluster, and his three-point shooting has been average. He still needs to grow, but it also highlights how the utilization of three-pointers by players is escalating. This is also a sign of the small ball era's infancy. Now here's the crucial part. You might think shooting off the dribble is the pinnacle of three-point evolution. But Su Yan's emergence has shattered conventions again. Not only does he shoot off the dribble, but he has forcibly extended the three-point range from beyond the arc to a meter further out and even beyond. So in the future, will we see shots from 2 meters out, 3 meters out, or even from the logo? This opens up so many possibilities. Of course, the current league's three-point technique is still at the catch-and-shoot precision stage of players like Ray Allen and Peja. Stephen and Su Yan haven't fully proven themselves yet. So this perfectly supports the point that this era is already showing a glimpse of the small ball era's infancy. Well said, that makes a lot of sense. Magic, Johnson applauded in approval. Barkley pursed his lips, though agreeing with O'Neal's points. He still retorted with pride, "You're just bragging about yourself too. What three-peat champion? Without that black mamba, you wouldn't have been a champion at all." Hep. O'Neal let out a cold laugh, said nothing, and slowly extended 4 fingers towards Barkley. Damn. Barkley knew exactly what O'Neal meant by showing 4 fingers. It was his 4 championships, a jab at Barkley for having none. It was a low blow. The biggest regret of his entire NBA career was never winning a championship. O'Neal's action was no less than rubbing salt in the wound. He was furious. He was instantly triggered. Flustered, he fired back with a forced laugh. It's nothing, it's normal to brag about yourself. Sir Charles has done it too. Shaq did it too." O'Neal's face turned ashen at the remark. He glared at Barkley with murderous intent. "What do you mean?" The original quote was, "Kobe said Shaq did it too." Shaq, of course, refers to Shaquille O'Neal. The 2003 Kobe Bryant Colorado incident was exposed during his three-peat at the absolute peak of his career. It nearly destroyed his entire professional career and his once perfect family. Back then, after every game, when the immensely popular Kobe returned to his hotel, countless beautiful women would gather outside, hoping for a chance to be near him. They all yearned to get close to Kobe. They all wanted to sleep with him, believing even a single night would be an unforgettable thrill. The so-called Colorado incident happened because a young, impulsive Kobe, unable to resist temptation, slept with a beautiful hotel front desk clerk. It was a sleepless night. This was normal, a common perk for a superstar. Afterwards, a sum of money was supposed to keep the matter buried as if it had never happened. But then the young woman went public. Despite it being consensual, she claimed it was forced, instantly escalating the situation. Kobe couldn't explain it. He had no way to defend himself. Then came the overwhelming backlash. His positive image from the three-peat was shattered overnight. Sponsorship deals with Nike, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, and others all changed. Nike postponed his signature shoe line for 2 years. McDonald's and Coca-Cola, unable to withstand the public pressure, terminated their contracts outright. Overnight, Kobe became a pariah, and the worst part was he couldn't even defend himself. His teammates didn't speak up for him either. He was falsely accused, isolated, and unable to prove his innocence. That year he was only 25, crushed by the weight of it all, and unsure what to do. It was in this state that he uttered the infamous line, "Shaq did it too." Meaning O'Neal also slept around, but paid to make the problem go away, so why was he being singled out? Kobe was young and desperate, and his words, though understandable, were a betrayal of his teammate. This act significantly accelerated the breakup of the OK duo. Even though there was no evidence, and it was just Kobe's word, O'Neal still faced public scrutiny. More importantly, the feeling of being betrayed by a brother was unbearable. "I treated you like a brother, opened my heart to you, and you sold me out like that. No one would accept that." Now Barkley says the flying pig did it too. On the surface, it's O'Neal boasting, claiming he bragged before Barkley could. But secretly, it's a jab at O'Neal for being betrayed by his brother Kobe. It was a ruthless counter from Barkley. O'Neal's face turned sour instantly. Had they not been on live television, he might have lost his temper right then and there. Magic and Bird understood the tension. Ha! Seeing the two about to come to blows and ruin the taping, Magic Johnson laughed and steered the conversation back. "Charles and Shaquille make good points. At first I didn't get it. I thought the three-pointer was too far to be reliable and couldn't be a consistent scoring weapon. I believed it couldn't lead a team to the ultimate prize. The closer to the basket, the easier the score. That was the basketball truth of our era. But seeing Ray Allen Page's Stevens outbursts in college, and lately Sue Yan's relentless, unreasonable three-pointers, my opinion has changed. I think the three-pointer is pretty good now. 3 or 2 points. Real basketball is about using your head like me. That's the winning way. Chucking shots and reckless drives aren't the correct path to victory." Larry the Legend Bird, ever the showman, couldn't resist a boast. He then added, "However, the times are changing, and so are the rules of basketball. We must adapt to the evolution of the game. In the past, it was an era of interior dominance, and the rules favored big men, leaving little room for perimeter players. It's different now. After the league removed the handcheck rule in the 04-05 season, the NBA has subtly been encouraging perimeter offense. The times are changing. From the four guards of the early 2000s to the current crop of rising small forwards like LeBron, Carmelo, Pierce, and Kevin. The era of the dominant center is nearing its end. Now with this three-point revolution, the blueprint for the small ball era is truly emerging. Of course, I still firmly believe that if you play smart basketball, you don't need elite athleticism or exceptional three-point shooting. You can still thrive in the NBA. Take me for instance. With my average talent, I became the greatest small forward ever, a top 5, top 10 all-time legend. And there he goes again, the proud showman forever on his journey of self-praise. Well, Larry did it too. The four legends bickered and boasted, but they all seemed to agree that the league was showing the first signs of a small ball era, with the three-pointer becoming the new main theme. This panel discussion also brought the relatively unknown Sue Yin and Curry into the spotlight for many fans, branding them as potential stars aligned with the times. That was the impression they left. Later that day at 6 p.m., after the TNT panel ended, we find ourselves in Midtown Manhattan. At 555-10, a modern glass tower filled with luxury apartments. Its floor-to-ceiling windows offer expansive, breathtaking views of New York City. Clearly this is an enclave for the wealthy. On the 28th floor, within an 800-square-meter luxury apartment, the elevator doors open with a soft chime. A young girl in a white dress steps out, beautiful like a princess from a fairy tale. Behind her, a private butler carries her school bag. The butler asks with a smile, "Miss Walter, have you been reading diligently lately?" Of course, Walter Marcia replies matter-of-factly, "I've been studying hard all the time. Only by becoming more excellent can I make him like me more." She is the same girl who not long ago confessed to Sue Yin with a bouquet of flowers, but was rejected. She possesses a beauty that is simply breathtaking. "Very good, Miss Walter." The butler praises her with a smile. It is his duty to indulge the princess, and besides, Walter Marcia's beauty makes it hard to be anything but gentle. The butler steps forward and opens the door. Marcia's first act upon arriving home is to rush to the study and pull the latest basketball news from the magazine rack. She searches for news about him. She attends Loyola High School, a top-tier private school in New York where the students come from wealthy and influential families. The high tuition is justified. The school boasts elite faculty, and its graduates are not only academically excellent, but also highly capable. During school hours, phones are prohibited to ensure students focus entirely on their studies. The him she refers to is, of course, Sue Yin. As soon as she's home, she eagerly and happily scours for news about Sue Yin, desperate to know everything about him. She also sees the news of him publicly rejecting an attractive female fan. This makes Marcia extremely happy. "See, Sue Yin likes me, and only me. That's why he turned her down. His heart belongs only to me. It's just, I'm still too young, that's why he hasn't agreed yet." Sue Yin woke up in the afternoon. He took a cab to the gym, finished his daily training, and chatted with his teammates for a while. After taking a cab back to his apartment, he slumped onto the small sofa and checked how much money he had earned. Name Sue Yin. Level LV2. Experience 243-810-00000. Experience is gained solely through spending. Every dollar spent yields 1 experience point. System shop locked. Items none. Quests none. Skills max level 3-pointer basic physique enhancement. Balance 80000. A few days ago he spent 11380 treating friends to dinner. Lately, dining alone, he had been indulging in lavish meals that had only cost him less than 2000. Of course, that was more than many people's monthly or even longer salary. After the last game, Su Yin earned roughly 6,000, adding his remaining 1,000 plus the money accrued from dribbling and walking during recent training. All combined, it totaled 8,000. To level up to LV3 and receive the LV3 privilege pack, he needed to spend 1,000. He had only spent a little over 2,000, yet he already felt quite satisfied and lived a rather luxurious life. Su Yin sighed, wondering if he was making money too fast to spend it all, or if he was just a country bumpkin unable to appreciate fine things. He didn't need to ask, it was definitely the former. Rubbing his chin, he continued to ponder, realizing there were actually many things he needed to spend money on right now. First, relying on cabs wasn't a permanent solution. The bus was troublesome, and a bicycle was tiring. It seemed he needed to buy a car. An ordinary car wouldn't do. No man could resist the allure of a luxury vehicle. It was like a beautiful woman in black stockings showing off her long legs, whispering, "Hey there," softly in your ear. Boom. He couldn't resist at all. But even though he had earned 8,000 in just a few days, buying a top-tier luxury car was still out of reach. That idea had to be shelved for now. Also, moving to a bigger apartment was on the agenda, even though buying one was impossible. Renting a better place, however, was well within his means. Beyond that, he needed to buy a watch. Not just for convenience, but to enhance his personal style and charisma. A watch was a necessity for a man. With that in mind, Su Yin determined his immediate spending priorities, moving to a new place and buying a watch. With 8,000, he couldn't buy a luxury car, but he could easily afford a top-tier watch. And after just one more game, he was sure to earn over 1,000. Once he spent it, he could level up to LV3. Lost in thought, Su Yin drifted off to sleep on the sofa. The next morning, having slept early, he woke up bright and early and arrived at the gym for training around 8 a.m. No other players were there yet. After half an hour of practice, the first person to push open the gym doors wasn't a player, but Coach D'Antoni. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Yin training alone. Drawing closer, he could see the sweat soaking through his jersey. Clearly, he had been training for a while. D'Antoni was very pleased. Su Yin had exceptional three-point talent and trained with such dedication. He was destined to become a superstar. I need to implement my plan soon. The time is right to initiate the Knicks rebuild and bring my 7 seconds or less storm to New York. Yin, you're here early. D'Antoni greeted with a smile. You love basketball far more than those guys. Your sweat won't be in vain. Your hard work will pay off. Hello, coach. Su Yin responded, turning around to greet D'Antoni with a smile. You're pretty early too, coach. When a team's coach is this dedicated, I think we'll quickly become a powerhouse under his leadership. He didn't say it directly, but he was clearly complimenting D'Antoni. Huh. D'Antoni laughed heartily, his face beaming with joy. Well said. Even though we started the season with 10 straight losses, I still enjoy hearing praise. All right, Yin, keep practicing. I have things to attend to. Okay, coach, Su Yin replied politely. In truth, Su Yin trained so hard for 2 reasons. First, dribbling and running both earn money. 2 per dribble and 2 per step. In that half hour alone, Su Yin ran over 2,000 steps and dribbled the ball over 1,000 times. He had easily earned over 6,000. This was fantastic. If not for the diminishing returns and physical exhaustion, Su Yin would have loved to just coast. Fortunately, it was better than nothing. Earning about $10,000 on the side during routine training was acceptable. Second, after the last 2 games, Su Yin realized his three-point shooting was formidable, but he also understood his other abilities were lacking. He could barely hold his own against a weak team's second-in-command like Stuckey. But against Hamilton, who was at the tail end of his prime, Su Yin's defense was stretched thin, and he was at a disadvantage. What if he faced even stronger players like LeBron, Kobe, Wade, or Duncan? Wouldn't he be utterly crushed? Even a tier below, players like Durant, Paul, Anthony, or Pierce seemed too formidable to stop. Facing truly strong teams, Su Yin felt he wouldn't be able to put up impressive stats, which meant no money, no level ups, and no way to grow stronger. His positive feedback loop would turn into a vicious cycle. So he secretly resolved to keep up with his daily training, even with the system's help. By improving on both fronts, he could rise to prominence in the shortest possible time. Starting at 9 a.m., boy players trickled in one by one. They trained together until 11:30 a.m., then headed to the cafeteria for a meal and some rest. At 1 p.m., the team took a chartered flight to Golden State. Tonight, they would face the Golden State Warriors at the Oracle Arena. Arriving in Golden State, they checked into their pre-booked hotel as evening fell. At 6 p.m., the Knicks arrived at the Oracle Arena and headed to the visitors' locker room. With 2 hours until game time, everyone rested, organized their gear, and prepared to head out early for warm-ups. Tonight, they were aiming for a 3-game winning streak. Before heading to the court, Coach D'Antoni addressed the team, his voice grave. The Warriors are a highly potent offensive team. Their defense is average, but if they get their offense going, most teams can't handle it. Their best player is Monta Ellis, a very skilled combo guard. This season, he's averaging 26, 7 points, 4, 2 rebounds, 5, 4 assists, 2, 3 steals, and 0, 5 blocks per game. He's 7th in scoring and 5th in steals in the league. He's a powerful all-star player. So tonight on the defensive end, we must absolutely shut down Stephen Curry, shut down Stephen Curry, shut down Stephen Curry. I said it 3 times because it's that important. The players were baffled. What's this all about? They spent ages hyping up Monta Ellis, and now we're supposed to focus on Stephen Curry. A rookie. Isn't he to some extent still Monta Ellis's backup? Why? The team was utterly baffled. Even Su Yin didn't quite understand. He knew Curry would become great in the future, but his rookie years seemed average. At least Monta Ellis was truly formidable right now. Don't worry about it, D'Antoni waved his hand dismissively. Just trust my plan. It won't fail. Yes, coach. Understood, coach. Since D'Antoni was so insistent, the team had no choice but to follow his orders. He was orchestrating a grand scheme that would benefit the Knicks' future, but might seem ruthless to some players. He couldn't reveal his hand not yet. Coach Mike D'Antoni mused to himself. 20 minutes later, the Knicks arrived at the Oracle Arena court, where the Warriors were already warming up. The arena buzzed the moment Su Yin appeared. It wasn't just his popularity, it was his sheer undeniable good looks. His handsome face and charismatic stature exuded a masculine allure that left women feeling restless and captivated. Wherever he went, he could instantly win the hearts of countless admirers. Look, girls, that man in the number 7 jersey for the Knicks. He's so handsome. He's so gorgeous, his skin is even fairer than mine. I just want to pinch his cheeks, it would make my entire night. That's Su Yin, doesn't everyone know? Oh no, my God, you're not respecting him properly. I forbid you from having any improper thoughts about him. Shut up, rivals. Su Yin already went on a date with me yesterday. He's my man. Bullshit. He was at my place last night, and we went at it for 300 rounds. The female fans, lost in their fantasies, stared at Su Yin with hungry eyes, making unabashed remarks. Still as popular as ever, Yin, McGrady remarked, observing the female gazes fixed on Su Yin. I wish I had that kind of attention. Larry Hughes joked. Ha, David Lee chimed in, it's useless. Yin is devoted to basketball. His looks don't help him there. What a waste. Larry Hughes caught the innuendo and winked. That's just terrible. Su Yin wasn't naive. He might not be a master of innuendo, but he understood it perfectly well. Ignoring them, he walked straight onto the court to warm up. Su Yin. Just as he reached the court, a woman screaming his name dashed past the security and ran right up to him. 2 burly sunglass-wearing security guards were chasing her. Clearly she had slipped past them to get to Su Yin. The white woman was maybe an 810 in the face, but her figure was absolutely stunning. Her outfit was revealing, and her ample chest seemed ready to burst free. And damn, so fair. Gasping for breath after evading the guards, she stood before Su Yin, her chest heaving with every breath. She was probably only 160 centimeters tall. Standing before her, Su Yin looked down, and from his vantage point, it was quite a view. This was a blatant temptation. Su Yin, I'm your biggest, most devoted fan. Could I please have your autograph? She stammered between breaths. As she finished, the 2 guards rushed over and began to pull her away. Please don't interfere with the players. If you want something, please come back after the game if he's willing, one guard said sternly. The other guard added, that's right, ma'am. You have to follow the rules, or the arena will be in chaos. He glanced down, grateful for his sunglasses, which hid the hearts practically popping out of his eyes. Please, kind sirs, I know I'm wrong, but I really like Su Yin. I have things to do later. I bought a ticket specifically to get his autograph. I can't wait. And I'm already here, so can't you just let it slide? The woman's sincerity was evident as she genuinely adored Su Yin and wanted his signature. The guards could sense her desperation. But they were in a tough spot. Miss, I understand, but please try to understand our job. They were at a standoff. Seeing this, Su Yin intervened. Hey guys, she's already here. If we keep this up, it's just wasting my time. How about we make an exception this once? Just this once. She'd paid good money just for a signature, missing out would be a waste, and who knows when she'd get another chance. She was a fan after all. A little indulgence was fine. But the guard hesitated, but since Su Yin had spoken, he couldn't really argue. Su Yin looked at the woman, letting his gaze drift to a certain area before asking with a smile. All right, where would you like the signature? I'll give it to you. A simple smile from him seemed incredibly warm and radiant to her. She felt like she was melting. Even if it meant being banned from Oracle Arena forever, she thought it would be totally worth it. Su Yin waited patiently. The woman blushed, then pulled out a marker and handed it to him. Then she pointed to her chest and whispered, right here, what? There. Is she serious? It was a large enough canvas, sure, but she couldn't be serious about that spot. Su Yin was utterly shocked. He gave her a questioning look. She returned a firm, determined gaze. Well, all right then. Under the envious, numb stares of the 2 bodyguards, he gave her his signature. He tried to be as gentlemanly as possible, but some contact was inevitable. I'm quite soft. Thank you, Su Yin. After getting her autograph, the woman beamed with joy and threw herself at Su Yin for a hug. Su Yin winced slightly. Damn, that chest-to-chest impact hurt. 15 minutes before tip-off, the director's camera panned to Curry and Su Yin, whose precision 3-point shooting during warm-ups left fans in awe. Earlier, the cameras had also focused on David Lee and Monta Ellis, the respective cornerstones of the 2 teams. At the commentary desk, Reggie Miller gazed at the big screen watching Curry and Su Yin and chuckled. The recent buzz about Su Yin and Steven being the promising prospects of the small ball era is quite hot. Both are exceptionally accurate from beyond the arc. Steven delivered a mythical performance in last year's NCAA March Madness. His precise threes left opponents unnerved. Despite his slender frame, he single-handedly propelled Davidson College, a team that had never made it to March Madness, into the Elite Eight with his 3-point shooting. It was truly unbelievable, a story that will surely be a highlight in Curry's future career documentary. And Su Yin, he's also remarkably talented. As an undrafted player, he got his chance with the Knicks, initially seen as a pretty face on the roster. But in his NBA debut, he sank 8 three-pointers without a miss, sealing a dramatic 20-point comeback victory with a step-back three to beat the OKC 3, orchestrating an epic upset. It was incredible. Then in his second game, Su Yin drilled 7 more threes, becoming the first player this season to hit 7 threes in consecutive games. Even elite shooters like Ray Allen, Peja Stojakovic, and Rashard Lewis never managed that feat. Su Yin is the first this season. Truly impressive. Absolutely, absolutely, chimed in fellow commentator Clyde Drexler, nodding with a smile. Both Su Yin and Steven are exceptional in the three-point domain. Unfortunately, Steven hasn't yet proven his three-point prowess is equally reliable on the NBA stage. We need to give him time to adapt. Hopefully tonight he can engage in a three-point duel, with Su Yin raining threes down upon Oracle Arena. It would be a spectacular sight. Beyond Steven and Su Yin, the core matchup between David Lee and Monta Ellis is also bound to be thrilling. So who will emerge victorious in the end? Let's all look forward to the start of the game, Reggie Miller added enthusiastically. It's destined to be exciting. The game is about to begin, folks. You won't want to change the channel. The two commentators continued to build the pre-game hype. Moments later, amidst the roaring atmosphere of the arena, warm-ups concluded and the starting lineups for both teams took the court. Golden State Warriors starters: point guard Stephen Curry, shooting guard Monta Ellis, small forward Corey Maggette, power forward Vladimir Radmanovic, center Anthony Tolliver. New York Knicks starters: point guard Chris Duhon, shooting guard Tracy McGrady, small forward Su Yin, power forward Al Harrington, center David Lee. Jump ball. It was a jump ball between David Lee and Tolliver. Despite being only 203 centimeters, Tolliver plays the center position, averaging 7.3 rebounds per game. His most notable skill, however, is his three-point shooting. A center with three-point range. Yes. While common in the future, it was quite rare in this era, yet Tolliver had developed it. This made him a great fit for the three-point happy Warriors. Of course, he didn't have the advantage in the jump ball. Slap. David Lee tipped the ball first, securing the Knicks' first possession of the game. Duhon brought the ball up, surveying the court, while dribbling with a crossover. He suddenly accelerated, driving towards the basket, and dished it out to David Lee, who was positioned in the low post on the other side. Lee backed down against Tolliver, preparing for a post-up. Radmanovic came over to double team, which was exactly what Lee was waiting for. He kicked it out to Harrington at the top of the key, who then swung it to Su Yin on the right wing. An open shot. No, not a great look. Monta Ellis was close by and could close out, but Su Yin didn't seem to mind. The moment he caught the ball, he launched a three-pointer like an arrow. Block it. Ellis had his eyes on him. At that distance, if Su Yin dared to shoot, he was ready to swat it. But the ball sailed over his outstretched fingertips, far out of reach. What a quick release. Ellis was stunned. He turned his head just in time to see the ball swish through the net, causing a ripple of white. Wow, Su Yin's three-pointers are still so accurate. Su Yin's release is too fast. You can't give him any space, and you can't hesitate on defense. The commentators marveled. My. Curry watched, a slight frown forming. Others might not notice or see anything unusual, but he could. He knew his own shooting form intimately. Su Yin's shot, from the one-motion release to the lightning-fast speed, was remarkably similar to his own. Interesting. Curry looked at Su Yin, a spark of intense curiosity in his eyes. Warriors 0-3 Knicks. Possession changed. Curry brought the ball up, but as he reached the top of the key, Monta Ellis gave him a look. Curry, with a hint of reluctance, passed him the ball. Was that a power play, or even bullying on the court? Su Yin noticed the dynamic between Curry and Ellis. It was clear that Ellis's demanding demeanor and expression showed his dissatisfaction with Curry. The reasons were understandable. First, Curry hadn't yet proven himself this season. He hadn't become the Warriors' second-in-command, as fans had hoped. That role belonged to Corey Maggette. Second, Curry and Ellis were similar players, and everyone understood the principle that two tigers cannot share one mountain. Third, Ellis was undoubtedly the stronger player at the moment, and wanted to lead the team to greater heights. The team could have used the 7th pick on a different talented rookie to support him, rather than a potential rival. Crucially, Curry hadn't proven himself. In the first 10 games of the season, his debut was decent, with 14 points, 7 assists, and 4 steals, but in the following 9 games he scored in double figures only once. In the other 8, he was stuck in single digits, averaging fewer than 2 made three-pointers per game. Poor shooting nights like 0-4-1-1-4, 3-0-2-4, 6 from 3 were common. Honestly, his performance was absolutely dreadful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it unbearable to watch. Based on these 10 games alone, if you told anyone that Curry would become the greatest shooter in NBA history and the king of the small ball era, they would laugh in your face. They might even look at you with pity. So it was truly difficult for Ellis to like Curry. Curry was also feeling frustrated. He didn't want to be Ellis's sidekick. His poor three-point shooting was partly due to not yet adapting to the NBA's intensity, and partly because he often only got the ball in tough situations, forced to take difficult three-pointers after Ellis's isolation plays broke down. These were classic hot potato shots, and their success rate was predictably low. He hadn't even wanted to be drafted by the Warriors. His ideal team was the Knicks, but Coach Don Nelson had other plans. Tonight it was more of the same. He trailed behind Ellis, forced into taking difficult shots while the Knicks' defense specifically targeted him. This only made things worse for Curry. Soo Yin, in contrast, often had his shots created for him through continuous screens. Swish, swish, swish. He hit three-pointer after three-pointer. Both promising small ball rookies who had gained attention from the TNT panel were getting their shots up, but their levels of play were worlds apart. Soo Yin has been scorching hot from beyond the arc recently. Stephen Curry, on the other hand, has been ice cold. With their current form laid bare, the fans are more than accepting of the situation as it aligns perfectly with their expectations. Moi. Reggie Miller blinked, then chuckled. Drexler, I've noticed something quite intriguing. Oh. Clyde Drexler tilted his head, venturing a guess. Is Soo Yin, an undrafted rookie, actually a more accurate three-point shooter than Stephen, who is renowned for his long-range prowess? No. Reggie Miller shook his head. He wasn't interested in debating three-point shooting. That seemed too trivial. He paused for a moment. He continued with a smile. Have you noticed? Soo Yin and Stephen have remarkably similar three-point shooting styles. Both use a one-motion shot. For those viewers wondering what a one-motion shot is, it involves bending the knees and raising the ball, driving through the legs to generate power, and snapping the wrist to release the ball. These three actions occur almost simultaneously. The advantage of this shooting style is that it allows for an incredibly quick release, making it difficult for defenders to block. In contrast, players like Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Tracy McGrady do not use a one-motion shot. Instead, they use a two-motion shot. The overall release motion is similar, except Jordan Bryant and others will leap high into the air before releasing the ball. This shooting method inevitably results in a slower release. However, it offers superior resistance to interference, allowing them to get their shot off and make baskets even amidst intense physical play. Getting back to the point, both Soo Yin and Stephen use a one-motion shot, and both are among the fastest in that category. Their shooting forms are strikingly similar. Last year, during the NCAA March Madness, Stephen shattered conventional wisdom about three-point shooting. Now his three-pointers look abysmal, a far cry from his former self. Soo Yin was previously unknown, entering the league largely due to his handsome looks, dismissed as a pretty boy. Yet he made 8 three-pointers in one game, 7 in another, and continues his hot streak tonight. It's uncanny. It seems unbelievable. Their shooting styles are so similar, as Stephen was accurate first, then lost it, while Soo Yin was inaccurate first, and then found it. It almost looks like Soo Yin has stolen Stephen's three-point shooting ability. Mutt. Drexler was taken aback for a moment, then quickly caught on and nodded emphatically, laughing. It does sound bizarre, but when you think about it, it makes a strange kind of sense. What the heck? I've stolen Curry's three-pointers. Give me a break. I possess three-point shooting that surpasses Curry's prime, while the current Curry only has the shooting prowess of a rookie. I'm far superior to him. Soo Yin shook his head, dismissing the commentator's nonsense. Curry, however, nodded vigorously. He had noticed from Soo Yin's very first three-pointer that his shooting mechanics were strikingly similar to his own. He's accurate, and I'm not. That's the truth. Soo Yin must have stolen my three-point shot. Curry was convinced. He even approached Soo Yin seriously when he got on the court in the second quarter. He demanded with an accusatory tone, "Come clean, what have you done to me?" What's with that tone? Like a woman in bed waking up and confronting a man. Don't make it sound like something scandalous happened between us. Soo Yin rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, "Even if I did steal your three-pointers, it'd only be for a couple of games. You've been awful all season. Are you really unaware of that?" "Oh, that's true," Curry realized. Soo Yin shook his head. "You're a grown man. Don't be so gullible, believing every rumor you hear like a school kid." "School kid? Who's a school kid? I'm an adult, damn it." Curry, with his baby face, hated being called a school kid. He immediately tilted his head, pointed his finger at Soo Yin, and snapped, "I'm 21 older than you. Watch your mouth." "Whoa, just for calling you a school kid you're threatening me. If I say another word you might actually hit me." Confirmed. The bully of the Bay Area. Curry's poor performance was expected. Fans who had some hope gave up after watching him clank three-pointer after three-pointer. At least, they had no expectations for him tonight. This doesn't make sense. On the Warriors bench, coach Don Nelson furrowed his brow, as if pondering some complex Olympiad problem. He couldn't understand it. He simply couldn't figure it out. Why had Curry performed so poorly all season, especially his three-point shooting? It was so abnormal. Could it be that his slender frame just can't handle the physicality of the NBA? Or has he really had his three-point shot stolen by Soo Yin? He valued Curry highly, which was why he had aggressively snatched him away from the Knicks. But Curry's current performance left him conflicted and even somewhat disappointed. On the Knicks bench, coach Mike D'Antoni was overjoyed. Yes, that's it. Defend him like that. Target Stephen just like that. Make him play poorly. Only then will I have a real chance to pry him away. Others might not understand, but he was fully aware of the reasons behind Curry's struggles, and he believed that within his coaching system, Curry would absolutely shine. Soo Yin Curry. That's right. This was D'Antoni's secret plan for rebuilding, to bring the Suns' 7 seconds or less running gun storm to New York. In fact, ever since he witnessed Curry's spectacular performance last year, this idea had taken root in his mind. Unfortunately, the Warriors interfered and snatched Curry away, derailing his plans. Was it impossible without Curry? Not impossible, but it just wouldn't be the same. He might not have been the creator of the run-and-gun or 7-second offense, but he was certainly one of its greatest proponents. He had many advanced ideas about the small ball era and had long believed the league would evolve into that style. A player like Curry with his style was tailor-made for that evolution. If he could acquire Curry, he could rebuild the Knicks. Without him, he was at a loss. Losing Curry had sapped his motivation to rebuild the Knicks. The team was on a 10-game losing streak headed straight for a tank. But just when things seemed bleakest, he serendipitously encountered Su Yan. With his advanced understanding of the small ball era, Coach D'Antoni felt that Su Yan might be an even more evolved version than Curry. He was an even better fit for the small ball era and more suited to the run-and-gun system. On top of that, if he could still manage to acquire Curry, uniting these two promising talents who were in sync with the future of the game, that would undoubtedly be a winning hand. However, since the Warriors had snatched him up, they clearly valued him too, making the difficulty of acquiring him self-evident. Fortunately for D'Antoni, Curry was truly underperforming, and Monta Ellis was also doing his part to stifle Curry's development, nipping a potential rival for his team position in the bud. Building on this, Coach D'Antoni also implemented a triple-team defensive strategy, ensuring Curry's performance remained abysmal. This way, his chances of successfully stealing Curry away would increase dramatically. Back to the game. Fans abandoned Curry fully immersed in the sheer allure of Su Yan's three-point shooting. Before Su Yan, the league had three-pointers. Players like Ray Allen, Peja Stojakovic, and Rashard Lewis hitting 7 or 8 threes a game was commonplace. But no one else could match Su Yan's ability to casually sink a three-pointer off the dribble or from well beyond the arc whenever the opportunity arose. There was truly no second player like him. It felt refreshingly novel. It was akin to Michael Jordan in his era when everyone else was packed in the paint, relentlessly attacking the rim. Jordan from the perimeter used his picturesque mid-range jumpers to defy convention and win games, captivating fans with something new. Of course, his phenomenal athleticism, soaring, and diving also provided an unmatched sense of wonder. This made him the league's most beloved player. Today, Su Yan is that same caliber of player. At a time when the three-point shot was gaining importance, but was predominantly a catch-and-shoot weapon, Su Yan had already bypassed the next stage of off-the-dribble threes, ascending to a level where he could launch ultra-long-range shots with impunity. It was utterly astonishing. It compelled everyone to immerse themselves in Su Yan's three-point extravaganza. And conveniently, Su Yan loved shooting threes. At 6-0 per made three, it was truly hard not to adore him. At halftime, the score was Warriors 60, Knicks 50. The Warriors led by 10. Even though Curry was underperforming, it was only relative to the expectations of him as the team's second option. His performance fell short of expectations, but it wasn't a severe detriment. Some shots that Monta Ellis couldn't take, forcing Curry to shoot and miss, would have been equally difficult for anyone else. Conversely, Ellis was attacking ferociously all night. On the perimeter, Tracy McGrady certainly couldn't guard him, and even the defensively adequate Wilson Chandler couldn't contain him. What about Su Yan? He couldn't stop him either. Ellis was a top 10 scorer in the league in the prime of his career. Su Yan had defensive ability, but it wasn't enough. And when Ellis drove inside, his signature spin move combined with a diverse array of finishing skills left David Lee and Al Harrington helpless. Neither was a defensive-minded big man, and they still couldn't stop Ellis. He scored 25 points in the first half alone, seemingly on pace for another 40-point outburst, shining brightly. Furthermore, the second option, Corey Maggette, using his powerful physique to attack the basket, repeatedly drew fouls and went to the free throw line, causing considerable trouble for the Knicks. This allowed the Warriors to lead by 10 at halftime. On the Knicks side, Su Yan continued to perform well, hitting 6 of 9 three-pointers in the first half, maintaining his highly efficient and potent three-point shooting. For the Warriors fans, it was a win-win. They got to witness Su Yan's novel, jaw-dropping, unreasonable three-pointers, and their team was leading. During the halftime break, as Su Yan and his teammates walked through the tunnel towards the locker room, a system notification chimed. Host shoots threes, fans enjoy them. This is a mutual connection. Triggering the mutual connection mission, first hit 10 or more three-pointers in a single game. Reward 1-0-0-0-0-0. Second break, the NBA single-game three-point record. Reward 3-0-0-0-0-0. PS completion of either task requires helping the team win. Farming stats is fine, but farming missions is shameful, a system mission. Su Yan's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had triggered a mission, and the reward was substantial, a total of 4-0-0-0. This was damn faster than farming stats for money. However, on second thought, while he could farm stats anytime for money, this mutual connection bonus was tied to a mission. First, hitting 10 threes in a game was no easy feat. Throughout NBA history, only 32 players had ever hit 10 three-pointers in a single game, and that was a statistic up to 2021. In the current context of 2009, how many? Only 8 players. They were Brian Shaw, Miami 1993, Joe Dumars, Detroit 1994, George McLeod, Dallas 1995, Dennis Scott, Orlando 1996. Ray Allen, Milwaukee 2002, Kobe Bryant, LA Lakers 2003, Donyell Marshall, Toronto 2005, and Peja Stojakovic, New Orleans 2007. So while the 1-0-0 was a significant sum, the task difficulty was also considerable. Secondly, breaking the NBA single-game three-point record was even harder. The current NBA single-game record was 12 three-pointers, shared by Kobe Bryant 2003 and Donyell Marshall 2005. Only 2 players had ever achieved it, and only once each. For Suyin to break it, he would need to make at least 13 three-pointers, making the task undeniably more difficult. The 3-0 was a lot, but the money wouldn't be easy to earn. However, upon hearing the system mission, Suyan's eyes flashed with fiery confidence. His 3-point prowess surpassed even Curry's. It wasn't that these 2 tasks were impossibly hard, but at least there was a high probability of completing them. After all, as of 2021, Curry had 17 games with 10 threes, leading the league by a wide margin. And currently Suyin had already made 6 threes. His fighting spirit was intense. In the locker room, David Lee couldn't help but curse shit. Monta is really something else. He can drive, shoot, and has a complete skill set. Especially his spin move to the basket. It always looks awkward, like it shouldn't go in, but he always manages to score. It's baffling. You said it, Wilson Chandler also complained. He doesn't look that strong, maybe just a bit faster. But I absolutely cannot stop him. He inexplicably shakes me off, and some of his shots look terrible, yet they just go in. It's a real headache. Danilo Gallinari frowned. So this is a top 10 scorer. Guys, don't be so pessimistic, Coach D'Antoni consoled them. Monta's individual ability is unquestionable. However, you all have defended well tonight. It's just that Monta is in such a hot streak that everything he throws up goes in. That's not your fault. Of course, I believe his hot streak won't last forever. Monta is a player who gets easily carried away. Once his shot starts to cool down, and he feels the contrast, he'll try to force even more. He'll fall into endless isolation plays. That will be our opportunity. So don't worry. Stick to our own rhythm on both ends of the floor. The scales of victory are still tipping in our favor. The so-called zone state. Suyin smiled. No, Ellis wasn't worthy of that. He just took a lot of shots and passed the ball to Curry when he couldn't score. This made him look good and efficient. In reality, he was just average. However, D'Antoni was right about one thing. Ellis's arrogant, reckless, and unique personality, believing he was the best, made him prone to losing his cool, besides asserting his dominance over Curry. As a second-round pick, he also deeply craved to prove his value in the league through scoring. This would lead to some good performances. But he was certainly not a qualified leader and couldn't help the team win games or go far in the playoffs. Moments later, the halftime break came to an end. Both teams returned to the court, and at the entrance of the player tunnel, the cheerleaders stood in 2 rows facing each other. They wore cheerleading outfits that bared their slender waists and accentuated their figures, waving pom-poms and colorful balls. With practiced professional smiles, they welcomed the Warriors players back onto the floor. It was all very formal. However, when the Knicks players emerged, there were no waving pom-poms and no welcoming ceremony. They were playing up the contrast, leveraging their home court advantage to the fullest. But the moment they laid eyes on Suyin, not one of them could look away, utterly captivated by his handsome features and flawless skin. Suyin exuded an overwhelming masculine charm that left the women in close proximity utterly bewitched. Even though he was the enemy. Even though he did nothing but stride onto the court with a stern face, ignoring everything around him, his breathtaking profile alone was enough to make the opposing team's cheerleaders feel their hearts race, as if they were falling in love. They instinctively began to fantasize. One cheerleader, unable to contain herself, unconsciously stepped forward a few paces, wanting to invite Suyin to a private cinema for a movie. Fortunately, the girls beside her quickly pulled her back. Otherwise, if she had confessed her feelings for Suyin at that moment, whether he would accept was unknown, but her job would almost certainly be on the line. After all, there was an unwritten rule in the NBA: cheerleading circle cheerleaders were not permitted to date team players. Before this unwritten rule came into effect, attractive cheerleaders frequently found themselves embroiled in scandals with NBA players. That in itself wasn't a problem. However, NBA players didn't necessarily limit themselves to just one cheerleader. It often became a group affair. This not only distracted them from the game, but also stirred up a host of troubles. There was no helping it. With so much time spent together, accidents were bound to happen. This was affecting the entire NBA, and Commissioner David Stern saw the situation turning unfavorable. With a single command, this unwritten rule was established. You could choose not to follow it, but once you got into trouble, the NBA management would likely make you vanish from the league or make your life extremely difficult. There was no way around it. If you wanted to destroy the NBA would have to destroy you first. The game continued. The sides switched. The Warriors were on offense. Curry dribbled forward, feinted a drive to the left with an acceleration, then suddenly executed a behind-the-back crossover, shaking off Wilson Chandler. He took another step to the right, seeing the switch defense wasn't quick enough to follow. He decisively stopped and gathered the ball. Raising his hands, he let fly a three-pointer. This was Curry's signature pull-up three, his bread-and-butter shot. Clang. Unfortunately, his icy shooting touch betrayed him, and he failed to capitalize on the opportunity as the ball clanked off the rim. David Lee sealed off his position and secured the rebound. Play it safe. Monta Ellis walked back to the court, approaching Curry, and scolded him. Don't be so fixated on threes. If you had passed the ball once more or driven hard to the basket, you might have found a better opportunity. Why? Three-pointers are my specialty, and that was a genuinely good look for me. I just missed it, that's all. Does this really warrant criticism? Curry, who was always passing the hot potato, finally took a normal shot and got scolded for it, leaving him deeply resentful inside. Yet he knew Ellis's status on the team. He also understood that as the junior, seemingly Ellis's understudy, he had no right to argue with the team's alpha. My bad. Curry lowered his head slightly like a child admitting fault. I'll be more patient from now on. Good. Ellis nodded indifferently. But witnessing Curry's submissive demeanor filled his alpha ego with immense satisfaction. This was his way of asserting dominance, reminding Curry that he would always be playing second fiddle and should never dream of stealing the spotlight. D'Antoni watched the entire exchange, clearly his eyes fixed on Curry. He couldn't hear what Ellis said, but judging by their expressions it was obvious Ellis had reprimanded Curry. That was enough. As Ellis walked off to guard Wilson Chandler, and Curry took his position on the sideline, D'Antoni quickly approached him. Hey Steven, you didn't get scolded, did you? Why? That was a great shot opportunity just now. If it were me, I would have encouraged you even if you missed. Coach D'Antoni was standing up for Curry. Yeah, I don't know why either. He seems to be deliberately targeting me like he can't stand to see me attack, wishing I'd just stay glued to the bench. That's the only way he'd be satisfied. Curry nodded, inwardly agreeing wholeheartedly with D'Antoni. But he didn't say it, he couldn't. This was the opposing coach, and Curry couldn't exactly say, you're right, I'm sick and tired of Monta Ellis. It wasn't appropriate. Yet feeling aggrieved and at a loss for words, all his thoughts ultimately dissolved into a sigh. Silence spoke volumes. D'Antoni could read Curry's mind perfectly, immediately adding, with three-point shooting this accurate, yet you have no plays designed for you. Why should a reckless, self-centered guy like Monta have a shooter of your caliber running around after him? I don't understand what Don Nelson is thinking. If you were under my command, I would fight tooth and nail to create three-point opportunities for a shooter this good. It sounded like he was talking to himself. But the speaker had intent, and the listener took it to heart. Curry felt a stir in his chest. He had already been in contact with the Knicks management and had met with Coach D'Antoni before. He had said he would go to the Knicks, but the Warriors swooped in and stole him. Fine, wherever he went, he planned to spend the first few years honing his skills and developing his game. But to be treated like this, it was infuriating. Curry was furious now, his dissatisfaction with the Warriors reaching its peak. This was exactly the scenario Coach D'Antoni wanted to see. Next, he approached Don Nelson, who was standing on the sideline, and said with a chuckle, Don, I really must thank you for stealing Steven away. I had high hopes for him back then. If he had actually come to the Knicks and ended up playing like this, I'd be spitting blood with regret. Sincerely, thank you. Holy crap. Don Nelson was already feeling conflicted and somewhat dissatisfied with Curry, and D'Antonio's words pushed him over the edge. He instantly blew his top. What the hell? Steven is exactly like the scouting report said. He's only good enough to play at a lower level like the NCAA. He can't handle the intensity of the NBA. I must have been blind to have chosen him. Originally, Don Nelson had firmly committed to Curry, giving him time to adapt. He had even gone so far as to trade away the peak form Monta Ellis just to make Curry the centerpiece. It was a crazy decision, but his conviction had paid off. Yet now, after Coach D'Antonio's provocations, Don Nelson was beginning to change his mind. The Knicks have the ball. Duhon pushes it up the court looking for Su Yin, but the Warriors' second-in-command Corey Maggette is clinging to Su Yin like a mad dog. The intensity was clear. Even if he didn't score himself, Maggette was determined to stop Su Yin from launching another three-pointer. Su Yin had already nailed 6 from beyond the arc at a scorching 66.6 clip. It was terrifying. While the defensive intensity wasn't as ferocious as the first half, Su Yin couldn't be allowed to keep shooting. Wilson Chandler steps up to set a screen. Su Yin shakes off Maggette only to be immediately met by Ellis's challenge. Feigning a drive, Su Yin executes a sharp cutback, leaving Ellis in his dust as well. Curry rotates over to contest once more. It was strange. David Lee was supposed to be the Knicks' clear offensive centerpiece, yet every play seemed to be run for Su Yin. Seeing this, Duhon drives into the paint himself, drawing Radmanovic's help defense and diverting Maggette's attention. This is the moment. With a sharp glance, Duhon whips a pass back out, still looking for Su Yin. The ball zips past the back of Maggette's head, delivered perfectly into Su Yin's hands. A brilliant pass. Whooshed. Su Yin catches it without hesitation, launching a three-pointer. As Maggette's delayed, bewildered contest arrives, the ball is already soaring through the air. It was a near open look. This shot. Clank. Unfortunately, it misses. What a shame. Su Yin furrows his brow. Maggette's contest was practically non-existent. It was a prime opportunity. With his max-level three-point shooting missing, that shot felt somewhat inexcusable. A flicker of frustration crossed his mind. He could clearly sense the Warriors' defensive intensity had ramped up significantly since the second half began. Making threes was getting harder. That meant he had to cherish every three-point opportunity the team created for him and convert them. Slap. David Lee finds Su Yin on the way back and gives him a high five for encouragement. Ellington smirks. The Warriors really don't play fair, throwing this much defensive attention at an undrafted player. You'd think he was a superstar. Huh. Duhon chimes in with a grin. You said it. But it's fine, I'll just throw an even better pass next time. And if you get even a sliver of space, you take the shot. Even if it doesn't fall, it'll scare them. Everyone knew Su Yin had missed. Yet no one mentioned it, instead finding ways to comfort, encourage, and praise him. Su Yin understood. A warmth spread through his chest. He nodded, holding on to his confidence. Curry observed this, seeing clearly a look of envy flickering in his eyes. He's an undrafted player who just missed a wide-open shot, and they aren't even scolding him. What an incredible team atmosphere. If I were on this team, I'd probably be smiling in my sleep. Sigh. There was once a chance for me to join the Knicks, and I didn't cherish it. It was cruelly taken away by the Warriors. I'm so furious. The more Curry thought about it, the angrier and more agitated he became. The game continues. Despite missing his offensive attempt, Su Yin doesn't slack off. On defense, he teams up with Wilson Chandler to double-team Ellis. Ellington lurks nearby ready to pounce. The triple team forces Ellis to give up the ball, stalling the offense and potentially cooling his hot hand. Squeak. Under the siege, even Ellis is forced to stop. He kicks it out. To Curry, a bit of a hot potato pass, but there are still 9 seconds on the shot clock. Curry makes a cutback, trying to pop back out to reset the play. However, he then uses his own individual skill to shake off Duhan, creating space for a 3. Give me the ball. Is he going to shoot? Ellis is demanding the ball frantically. Curry hesitates, knowing it's a good look, but also knowing if he misses, the criticism will come. Hesitation leads to defeat. By the time he decides to shoot, Duhan has recovered and contests the attempt, forcing another clank off the iron. Sit, bro. Ellis is furious. He had worked himself free for a better look, and Curry didn't pass him the ball. What's his problem? Has he lost his mind? Ellis might have let it slide if Curry had made the shot, but it was another miss. Ellis is fuming. He storms over to Curry, yelling like a boss scolding a subordinate. Steven, what are you doing? Are you ignoring what I say? Everyone knows a 3 is worth more than a 2, but if they were that easy to make, wouldn't everyone be shooting them? Do you think everyone's an idiot? Or do you just think you're all that the team's star, free to do whatever you want on offense? Again, damn it. If you hadn't distracted me, I would have shot it without hesitation and probably made it. You've got some nerve talking to me. Screw this. Just shut up. Curry has had enough. He glares back and retorts, I've always considered you the leader of this team. I only take shots I'm good at when the opportunity is right. I don't see a problem with that. If you keep feeling like I'm trying to take your spot or steal your thunder, then maybe. You're just not confident in yourself. A direct hit. Curry struck a nerve. As a second-round pick, Ellis desperately craved respect and validation, constantly fearing disrespect or losing his alpha status on the team. Lacking confidence, Curry hit the nail on the head. Ellis was indeed insecure, and his way of proving himself was scoring. Like a liar caught red-handed or a thief exposed in public, Ellis instantly bristled. He roared in anger. How dare you talk back? Are you rebelling? I'm just stating a fact, Curry countered calmly. He wasn't throwing a tantrum, but his quiet anger showed he was done swallowing his pride. This punk is ruining the team's morale. Don Nelson, seeing Curry and Ellis arguing on the court, immediately pins the blame on Curry. As usual, whoever plays poorly is in the wrong. Bleep. He calls a timeout immediately and benches Curry on the cold sidelines. Good. Coach D'Antoni sees this, a satisfied smile curling at his lips, and he can't help but clap. His plan to sow discord has worked perfectly. He has a feeling that getting Don Nelson to trade Curry away right now would be easy, and he needs to act fast. Otherwise, once Nelson cools down and thinks it over, he might start valuing Curry again. With that thought, D'Antoni forms a plan. Tisk. Curry sits by the water cooler, not bothering to argue with the coach. He is thoroughly disillusioned with the Warriors. Shortly after, the game resumes. At the 8-1-1 mark from the left wing, Su Yin rises over CJ Watson's late contest and releases a 3-pointer. Right on target, not a hair off. At 6-0-4 again from the left wing, Su Yin uses LV1 off-ball movement to shake off the sticky Maggette. He catches, pivots, and releases a smooth, effortless 3. Perfect form, perfect arc, a precise strike on target. Swish. It's good again. At 3-1-2 at the top of the arc, a full 2 meters beyond the 3-point line, Su Yin receives a pass from Duhan and takes a single dribble. Money 2. Feigning a drive, he suddenly rises for another supremely confident ultra-long 3-pointer. What in the world? Maggette clutches his head, a look of horror on his face. No way. That's not going in. As the words leave his mouth, swish. The crisp, despair-inducing sound of the net follows. Come on. Reggie Miller is ecstatic, roaring with passion. Su Yin has hit his 9th 3-pointer of the game. Su Yin's 3-point arrows are like flames from the depths of hell. My God. Clyde Drexler's face was overflowing with excitement, a look that would forever bar him from a career in Hollywood. He roared, 9 3-pointers, and the third quarter isn't even over yet. What does this even mean? That night, Su Yin was on a mission to hit over 10 3-pointers with a real shot at breaking the single-game record of 12 threes set by Kobe Bryant and Wesley Person. Wow, Reggie Miller's face lit up with anticipation. That would be something truly insane. Now, with Su Yin nailing 3 more threes at an efficient clip, the Knicks had clawed back from a 10-point deficit to just 3 points. One more triple would tie the game. But for the Warriors, a more troubling issue than the shrinking lead was Monta Ellis's fading touch. He was no longer the unstoppable force from the first half, capable of hitting any shot no matter the difficulty. Despite racking up 31 points, his efficiency was plummeting, which was the most lethal predicament for the Warriors. Just as the thought crossed their minds on the court, Monta Ellis's drive was halted again, trapped under the double team of Su Yin and Wilson Chandler. His gaze hardened. Instinctively, he looked for Curry to dump the hot potato on him, but then realized Curry wasn't on the floor. A quick glance spotted Maggette open on the low block. He feigned a pass to CJ Watson on the perimeter, then delivered a no-look dish to Maggette. A prime opportunity. Maggette grabbed the ball and drove straight to the rim. David Lee was a step too slow, unable to contest. And then Maggette clanked a near layup off the rim. It was even more disheartening than Curry's bricked 3-pointer. What the hell? Ellis's face turned ashen with fury. He was livid, feeling his teammates were all useless, not a single one capable of stepping up. He began to lose his composure. He initiated a barrage of isolation plays, refusing to pass, even when smothered by Su Yin and Wilson Chandler. He'd absorb the contact, spin, and launch heavily contested fadeaways, the kind of shots that make the highlight reel if they drop. Naturally, the results were clangs echoing off the rim. With Ellis forcing shots and the Warriors' offense stagnating, Su Yin drew defensive attention while the Knicks ignited their fast break. David Lee working the low post. Harrington spotting up for threes in the corner. Wilson Chandler attacking the rim with more open space. And Danilo Gallinari coming off the bench was getting easier looks from beyond the arc. With 9 threes before the third quarters, and Su Yan's firepower from downtown was immense. His gravity was feeding his teammates, making their offense look effortless. The 3-point deficit was erased in an instant. Seeing his teammates thriving, Su Yin didn't force his own offense, mindful of the dual objectives, both of which hinged on securing a win. The game remained tight until the final seconds of the third quarter. With the Knicks holding the ball for their last possession, only 7 seconds remained on the clock. Chris Duhon pushed the ball up the floor. He then kicked it out to Su Yin near the logo. Harrington came up for a screen, and Su Yin took a couple of dribbles forward. Time was running out. With a sudden stop from roughly 7 feet, over 2 meters, beyond the 3-point line, Su Yin launched a deep desperation three. It was a forced heave with time expiring, as everyone knew. Magette closed out, but his contest was merely symbolic. He couldn't risk a foul. A foul would be a disastrous gift. No way this last-second shot goes in, one might think. Usually that's the case. These deep contested threes are often highlights, but they are just that, highlights. In reality, their success rate is abysmal. Yet even as Magette muttered this, his tone lacked conviction, because this was Su Yin shooting. It shouldn't go in. Right. He turned to watch, his words doubting, but his heart filled with dread. The spinning ball traced a beautiful rainbow arc through the air, landing in the net, as Magette looked on in shock and horror. Oh no. Magette grabbed his head, screaming in despair, it's a hack. This guy is cheating. Su Yin had just nailed another deep buzzer beater, this one from way out. With this make, Su Yin hit his 10th three-pointer of the game, completing the first of his 2 tasks. Of course, it would only be fully secured with a win. 1 down. Just 3 to go. Su Yin counted on his fingers as he walked back to the bench, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sharp, piercing screams erupted throughout the arena. It was a chorus of female voices, their fervent, lovesick screeches practically audible through a phone screen. Seriously, this was the Warriors' home court. Was it polite to cheer for the visiting team? Certainly not. So even though the male fans found Su Yan's 3-point shooting terrifying and that buzzer beater incredible, they held back, trying to preserve the last shred of dignity for their home team. But the female fans couldn't contain themselves, as if whoever screamed the loudest could win Su Yan's heart. That 3 was so handsome. Wait, how many? Su Yin has hit 10 threes in a single game. Hasn't anyone else hit that many this season? Whoever called Su Yin a pretty boy, come out and face the music. Each 3-pointer paints a beautiful rainbow arc in the sky, so mesmerizing. Su Yin isn't just handsome and fit, he's also incredibly skilled. My God, what a dream boyfriend he would make. If I could date him for a day, I'd do anything. Men who can shoot threes are so attractive. Watching Su Yin play has me completely weak in the knees. The way Su Yin shoots threes is so intoxicating. I'm hopelessly in love with him. I wish he'd use a whip to play games with me every single night. If a slam dunk represents the pinnacle of brutal aesthetics, then a 3-pointer is like a wealthy CEO painting, elegant yet domineering, making it even easier to fall for. Su Yin has charmed a legion of women. At the end of the third quarter, Su Yin had sunk 10 threes, erasing the 10-point deficit and building a 5-point lead. A 15-point swing in a single quarter. Curry playing badly. But without Curry, the Warriors seemed even more pathetic. The fourth quarter began with a battle of the benches. Larry Hughes and Gallinari combined forces to unleash an offensive storm. In just 3 minutes and 21 seconds, they extended the Knicks' lead from 5 to 11 points. Beep, beep. Don Nelson was forced to call a timeout and bring his starters back early. But Ellis was already in a daze, forcing shots and ignoring his teammates entirely. It might have padded his personal stats, but the team's deficit only grew. When Su Yin returned, he was still being tightly guarded, so he used his off-ball movement and his immense 3-point threat to convert a layup and finish a fast break. He kept hunting for his 3-point shot, needing just 3 more to complete his second task. But unexpectedly, with Ellis forcing shots and Curry glued to the bench, the Warriors collapsed entirely. With 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the deficit had ballooned to 23 points. Don Nelson threw in the towel, and Mike D'Antoni pulled his starters. What the hell? I didn't even have to try and you guys just gave up. As he sat down on the bench, Su Yin knew the second task wouldn't be completed tonight. What a shame, what a pity. The final 6 minutes were pure garbage time. There was no suspense, no repeat of the miraculous comeback the Knicks had staged against the Thunder. An 18-point lead. The Knicks had slaughtered the Warriors, securing their 3rd consecutive win of the season. Ding. Congratulations, host, for sinking 10 3-pointers in a single game and completing the first task of the 2-way commitment. Reward 1-0-0-0-0-0. The second task, break the NBA record for most 3-pointers made in a single game. This task is not yet complete. Host, keep up the good work. Huh. Although it was a pity not to complete the second task, fortunately. It wasn't a one-time mission. If he failed to complete it, it would be voided. In the next game, or any game thereafter, if Su Yin could make 13 three-pointers and lead his team to victory, that would still count as completing the task, and he would still earn 3,000. With that thought, Su Yin didn't feel it was such a loss. Come on. Just as the game concluded, Reggie Miller couldn't contain his excitement. Su Yin made 10 three-pointers tonight. He has set the record for the most three-pointers in a single game this season. He is also the 9th player in NBA history to make 10 or more three-pointers in a single game. Congratulations are in order. He is also the first undrafted player in NBA history to make 10 three-pointers in a game. This is absolutely phenomenal. So cool. Clyde Drexler nodded vigorously, also brimming with excitement. 37 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, plus 10 three-pointers. That's the stat line Su Yin delivered tonight. And you call this an undrafted player? No. This is a bona fide rising superstar. Absolutely. That's right. Reggie Miller's gaze was just as fervent. He asked, Drexler, do you think Su Yin has a chance to become the greatest undrafted player in NBA history? Drexler stroked his chin and countered. Are you asking if Su Yin can surpass Ben Wallace? Reggie Miller gave a look of firm affirmation. Drexler's expression turned contemplative. After a moment of thought, he replied, they're not the same type of player. It's hard to compare. However, Su Yin will undoubtedly become an undrafted player as exceptional as Ben Wallace. I also believe he will become one of the league's elite shooters, even surpassing Ray Allen, Peja Stojakovic, and others to become the greatest shooter in history. I wouldn't be surprised. Wow, Reggie Miller exclaimed in surprise. That's high praise indeed. It might stir up some trouble. Speaking of which, he paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. I'll share that burden with you. Su Yin will become that outstanding elite shooter. The two commentators were effusive in their praise for Su Yin. On the court, Su Yin, who had rested for half a quarter, exchanged friendly embraces with opponents after the final buzzer. Your three-point shooting is incredibly accurate, Su Yin. You're going to give every team headaches in the future. Corey Maggette offered sincere praise after embracing Su Yin. Thanks. Su Yin politely acknowledged, you're a great player too. I look forward to the day you make the All-Star team. All-Star. At his peak, Maggette averaged 23, 1.6, 5 rebounds, 4, 0 assists, and 5 steals per game. A truly remarkable performance. He was the 13th overall pick in the first round of the 1999 draft. Players picked at that spot seemed to possess a strange and inexplicable greatness. Unfortunately, Maggette had never been selected for an All-Star game in his career. Making the All-Star team was his lifelong dream. Su Yin's compliment filled him with joy and instantly elevated his fondness for Su Yin. Following that, Su Yin exchanged embraces and gestures of respect with Warriors players like Earl Watson, Anthony Tolliver, and Vladimir Radmanovic. It was a symbol of friendship first, competition second. When he got to Monta Ellis, the guy didn't even step forward for an embrace. Su Yin wasn't going to cater to him, so he simply walked right past him. As if I wanted to hug you anyway. Oh, don't flatter yourself. Su Yin took 2 steps forward, approached Stephen Curry, embraced him, and gave him a light pat on the back, encouraging him. Stephen, you're a fantastic player. Your talent for three-point shooting is incredible. Stay confident. You're going to become a superstar in this league. This wasn't just a compliment, it was stating a known fact about the future that only Su Yin was aware of. A superstar? Hearing this, Curry felt a surge of longing. With his baby face, he looked naive and approachable, seemingly without grand ambitions. In reality, Curry was an extremely driven player. Whether in his childhood, high school, or on the verge of entering college, he was often looked down upon for being too skinny. Many advised him to give up basketball, saying it wasn't a game for someone as short and frail as him. Curry refused to accept this, but he didn't voice his defiance. Instead, he trained day and night. Three-pointers, physicality, ball handling, and more. He was silently getting stronger, determined to prove those who doubted him wrong. Now on the NBA stage, it was clear he didn't want to live in anyone's shadow. He aspired to be a superstar in his own right, at the very least. He hoped his team would treat him more favorably. Upon hearing the praise from a superstar, Curry tensed up, a fiery glint flashing in his eyes. He stepped closer and whispered, Su Yin, I want to play on the same team as you. A little while later, Su Yin was interviewed by a beautiful reporter from ABC. Mr. Su Yin, you made 10 three-pointers tonight. That's amazing. How did you do it? The beautiful reporter asked. Su Yin scratched his head and replied, I have to thank my teammates and coach. My teammates created the opportunities for me. My coach gave me the necessary offensive role. You know, I'm just an undrafted player. I shouldn't have been entitled to these privileges, so I'm grateful to them. And the best way to show my gratitude is by making those three-pointers. It was a very diplomatic answer. However, Su Yin's humble image of not taking all the credit and sharing it with his teammates was established once again. As he spoke, the female reporter stared at him, completely transfixed. She had seen handsome men and skilled players, but someone who was both handsome and incredibly skilled. Only Su Yin. Only him. She was so mesmerized, hanging on his every word. Hey mom, I'm done. It wasn't until Su Yin prompted her that she snapped back to reality, hurriedly giving him a thumbs up. Players from the Dragon Country are always so humble. Su Yin, you're amazing. Thanks. Su Yin thanked her again, then added, is that all? My teammates are waiting for me to celebrate. I should get going. Oh wait. Wait a minute. Seeing Su Yen about to leave, the reporter panicked and stammered, "One last question." "It's for work. Sorry to take up a bit more of your time, Mr. Su Yen. Could you give me an autograph, take a photo with me, and then accept my invitation to come over to my place tonight to play Monopoly?" Huh. What kind of work need is that? What kind of Monopoly game is that? Let's be real. That's clearly your own personal need. Su Yen could only agree to the first two requests. The female reporter was overjoyed getting his autograph, while also sidling up to him for a peace sign photo. From her earpiece, the voice of her furious boss crackled repeatedly. "What the hell are you doing? Ask him about his three-point shooting technique." As for Coach Mike D'Antoni, the moment the game ended, he eagerly approached Coach Don Nelson and gave him a warm embrace. Then, gripping Don Nelson's hands tightly with a look of profound gratitude, he beamed, "Don, I truly thank you, and your whole family. Thank you for helping me dodge that bullet. Otherwise, if I had actually drafted Steven and watched him play like this with such high hopes, I'd be devastated." Looking at it now, Danilo Gallinari in his sophomore year is far better. He's averaging 15, 4 points 5, 0 rebounds 1, 8 assists 0, 8 steals and 0, 8 blocks per game this season, while also hitting 2, 3 three-pointers per game at an impressive 39. One clip. If I hadn't recently moved him to the bench, those numbers could be even higher. Although there's still a gap between him and the league's elite shooters, he's genuinely much better than Steven. And crucially, he's only a sophomore. He still has so much room to grow. Thank you. But you should know I'm not happy at all. I never thought Steven would play this terribly either. Speaking of Gallinari, now that you mention it, he really is quite impressive. He provides a solid output of three-pointers, has some rim-protecting ability, decent steals and blocks, and his defense isn't bad either. He's the quintessential 3-and-D player. With that thought, a flicker of interest stirred within Don Nelson. He looked at D'Antoni and tentatively suggested, "I have an idea. I have an idea too. You first." "No, please, you go ahead." Finally, Don Nelson spoke up, getting straight to the point. "You know how you were complaining about me snatching Steven away? Well, now I'm returning him to you. The trade price isn't high either. Just a simple one-for-one swap, Steven for Gallinari." D'Antoni's eyes widened in shock. He was momentarily stunned. Haha, on the inside, he was screaming with joy. Thank heavens, thank earth, persistence pays off after all. The trade is happening. Not only is it happening, but it's Don Nelson who initiated it, and he only wants Gallinari in return. Originally, I was even prepared to throw in Wilson Chandler, that versatile swingman who excels at both driving and shooting. A massive win. Absolutely jackpot. Coach Mike D'Antoni was jumping for joy internally. He would have even kissed a donkey's rear end if asked. Mike, hey, say something, Mike." Don Nelson, seeing D'Antoni silent for so long, waved a hand in front of his face and called out loudly. Oh. D'Antoni snapped back to reality, his face almost glowing with barely contained delight. But Don Nelson, misinterpreting his silence as reluctance, added weakly, "Or I could throw in a little extra to make up the difference. You know, Steven's recent performance hasn't been great, but his talent and pedigree are undeniable. Just look at the legend he created during last year's NCAA March Madness. I'm sure you're aware of that too. Give him a bit more time to adapt, and I think he will definitely be much better than this. As for me, I've just come to a realization. Between Monta and Steven, I ultimately have to choose the immediate impact of Monta, even though he has a bit of an odd temperament. When you give him the ball, he delivers the points, and his clutch shots are tough. That's more than enough." "Wait, no, this isn't right. Shouldn't I be the one begging you to give me Steven? How has it turned into you begging me? Come on, that's Stephen Curry we're talking about. I won't allow you to disrespect him like that." Angry, JPG quietly grinning. JPG, "Oh well, this. D'Antoni, seizing the upper hand, pretended to be reluctant. All right, since you're being so sincere, I'll agree to it. But if Steven continues to underperform like this, I'm coming straight for you, Don." No problem. Don Nelson quickly agreed, but internally thought, like hell, I have no problem. Once this trade is done, do whatever you want. It's none of my business anymore. Well then, let's strike while the iron is hot and finalize the trade tonight. Otherwise, I'd have to make another trip to Golden State. Such a hassle, D'Antoni said casually. He was desperate to get the deal done, yet he made it seem like he just wanted to avoid the inconvenience, not because he truly desired Steven. He gave Don Nelson no chance to sense anything amiss. In this move, he was playing at level 5. Great. Don Nelson nodded like a bobbing doll. He wanted to get rid of Steven, that hot potato, as quickly as possible. And the more he thought about it, the more he liked Gallinari. He agreed, instantly afraid that D'Antoni might come to his senses and back out. He mentally patted himself on the back for his cleverness. In this move, he thought he was playing at the highest level, unaware he was actually at level 0. The two coaches swiftly signed a trade contract, sending Stephen Curry to the New York Knicks and Danilo Gallinari to the Golden State Warriors. And so this trade, in the decades to come, would be known as one of the most absurd trades in NBA history. Back in the Knicks locker room, Su Yen and his teammates were celebrating their victory. Since their next game was in 2 days, they had plenty of time, and tonight's game had started at 8 p.m. After the game, it wasn't even 10:30 p.m. yet. Since it was still early, they unanimously decided to head back tomorrow. Tracy McGrady suggested, "To celebrate our 3-game winning streak, guys, how about we hit the night market and grab a drink at the bar?" "I'm in." Larry Hughes raised his hand in agreement. Wilson Chandler smirked. Just one drink. Shu McGrady made a zipping motion. DDDD. I'm also in favor. Wilson Chandler raised his hand without hesitation. What about you, Yen? Wanna come? McGrady turned his gaze to Su Yen, asking with a smile. Nah, I'm good. Su Yen declined. Larry Hughes explained. Yen is only 19, he can't get into a bar. Su Yen shrugged, looking resigned. David Lee then spoke up. Guys, I can't join you tonight either. My girlfriend is in town. I'm going to take her around Union Square. Oh. McGrady nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully, then added, that's a bit of a shame. But make sure to check out the St. Francis Hotel. It's a really nice place. The Queen of England, General MacArthur, President John F. Kennedy. Many famous people have stayed there. Yeah, I know. David Lee gave an okay sign and chuckled. I actually booked a themed room there. Oh, McGrady's interest was piqued. Mind telling me what theme? A nurse theme. David Lee didn't shy away and just said it. Men, you know how it is. Besides, this is America and no need to be too reserved. Holy shit. McGrady yelled, then gave a thumbs up. You really know how to have fun. Larry Hughes, without a word, pulled a pack of condoms from his bag and tossed it over. Here, take them. No thanks needed. A nurse-themed hotel. Contraceptives carried at all times, ready to be handed out at a moment's notice. No way. We're all Americans this bold in conversation. Even though Su Yin knew Americans were quite open, encountering it firsthand was still an eye-opener. He couldn't go to the bar due to his age, but he had no intention of just sleeping at the hotel. Tonight's earnings combined with his balance would surely exceed $1,000. He just had to spend it. That would level him up to LV3A, unlocking the LV3 privilege gift pack, which was quite exciting. Spend. This was Su Yan's task for the night. Amidst the conversation, he caught a key phrase: Union Square, a famous plaza in San Francisco. Su Yan planned to go there to spend some money. He initially thought about having David Lee as a companion, but he was on a date with his girlfriend. A date indeed. They were headed straight for that nurse-themed hotel. Su Yan, being single, decided not to tag along. Even if Americans were open and David Lee had a good impression of him, sharing was definitely out of the question. After chatting a bit more, have fun everyone, Su Yan called out, then headed back to his hotel. The rest split into 3 groups. One group, led by Maddie, went to the night market bars for some fun. David Lee went on his date. The rest were free to do as they pleased. Back at the hotel, Su Yan took a hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay on the bed resting while calculating the night's earnings. His stats: 37 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, including 3 2-pointers, 10 3-pointers, and 1 free throw. 106,000, 34,001, 2000, 21,000, 11,000, 5400, 2,618 $. Mutual goal: 1 reward, $1,000. From warm-up to the end of the game, the total number of dribbles and steps taken was estimated at 3,000, 3,000, 6,000. Total 8,000, 6,000 $. In just one ordinary regular season game, Su Yin had earned a whopping $24,000. What did that even mean? This year, Kobe T-Mac and Jermaine O'Neal all had salaries of $23 million, the highest in the league. Excluding playoffs, a regular season has 82 games. That amounts to roughly $2,000 per game. Su Yin earned $24,000. An undrafted player on a 10-day contract was making nearly as much per game as the league's highest-paid stars. This money was almost too easy. And this was just the earning rate at LV2. What about LV3, LV4, or even higher? He would only earn more. Earning $1 million per game wasn't just a dream. Making a year's salary in a single game was both exciting and a little insane. After a brief rest, Su Yin took a cab to Union Square. Earning was one thing, spending was another. As a transmigrator with a golden finger, he could take it easy and enjoy life. Having earned $2,400 that night plus the $8,000 he had left, his total was $3,000. Buying a high-end watch and some clothes should easily total $1,000. Meanwhile, David Lee was on a date with his girlfriend Sabina Gadecki at Union Square. Sabina was a well-known model with a pretty face and a great figure. David Lee's looks weren't on par with Su Yin's, but he wasn't bad either. He was considered handsome by NBA standards, and with his wealthy family background, he quickly won the girl's heart. They were a well-matched couple. Their sweet date started with a nice dinner followed by some shopping at the mall. Bye. It was a woman's nature. David Lee had money to spare, and for the sake of an enjoyable evening, he was happy to accompany his girlfriend shopping and foot the bill. He bought Sabina a dress worth $3,000, a Chanel bag worth $1,000, and a high-end Chanel perfume worth $5,000 from the same store. Sabina was delighted. She stood on her tiptoes to peck David Lee on the cheek, then clung to his arm, thoroughly content. She even suggested, "Want to go to the clothing store and pick out some nurse outfits you like?" "No need." David Lee chuckled and whispered, "The hotel has them all. There are dozens of sets." "That's great. David, I'll fulfill your every wish tonight." "Oh, now that's something to look forward to." They continued chatting and browsing. David Lee wanted to change his watch. He'd been wearing his Cartier for over a year and was tired of it. They walked into a Patek Philippe store. Patek Philippe was a top-tier Swiss watchmaker with quality surpassing Rolex. They were among the world's finest timepieces. As they entered, they were immediately drawn to a watch displayed in the front showroom, and a female consultant in uniform approached them. Her face and figure weren't exceptional, but she had a great demeanor, and her attire gave her a vibrant, energetic presence. It was pleasant. The consultant nodded politely and introduced herself with a smile. "Good evening, sir, madam. My name is Layla, and I'll be your service consultant this evening. Who is interested in purchasing a watch?" "I am," David Lee indicated. "Very well, sir." Layla nodded politely again, and continued, "The watch you're looking at is a limited edition model 1437. Crafted in a warm bright rose gold with grand faux brown enamel, it gives the entire timepiece a refreshing look. It's elegant and sophisticated. This is our flagship model for the season and very popular. It also matches the gentleman's aura perfectly. Most importantly, our watches retain their value exceptionally well. It did look good. It would certainly add to his style. The price was probably steep. David Lee asked, "What's the price?" Layla replied, "This limited edition Patek Philippe model 1437 is valued at $130 $130,000. Sabina was stunned. She knew top-tier watches were expensive, but this was absurdly high. It shocked her. That's a bit pricey. David Lee had guessed that the attractive Patek Philippe near the entrance would be costly. Let's look at some other options. David Lee decided not to buy it. Layla wasn't disappointed. It was understandable given the price. She kept her smile and said, "Then let me recommend some other models for you." After looking around, David Lee still favored the first one, but its price was prohibitive, so he left without buying. They then checked out Rolex, Audemars Piguet, and Vacheron Constantin, finally settling on a Vacheron Constantin watch worth $30,000. That was quite a luxury. Sabina's entire outfit for the night cost less than $30,000. After buying the watch, seeing that they had shopped enough, they exchanged a knowing smile and headed straight for the St. Francis Hotel. A negotiation for a nurse-themed transaction worth several $100 million was about to begin. As for Su Yin, when he arrived at the plaza, David Lee and Sabina had already left the Patek Philippe boutique some time ago. The gold and watches were on the first floor. Su Yin had some knowledge and knew that brands like Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, and Audemars Piguet were high-end primarily due to their hefty price tags. He decided to pick one he liked with a price tag of at least $80,000. He stepped into the large mall within the plaza. Su Yin wandered casually, entering whichever store caught his eye. The first one he saw was Patek Philippe, recognizing its logo instantly. He walked straight in. Like David Lee, he was immediately drawn to the limited edition Patek Philippe model 1437 displayed in the counter by the entrance. Not bad, he thought. Just then the saleswoman Layla, who had just attended to David Lee, approached with a practiced smile. She sized up Su Yin. His clothes were plain, and he didn't look like a rich second generation at all. Certainly not in the same league as David Lee. After all, David Lee wore a Cartier, also a luxury brand. Of course, Patek Philippe's training emphasized not judging customers by appearance and avoiding discrimination. It was basic professionalism. So even though Layla thought Su Yin was just browsing, she greeted him warmly and began her introduction. Su Yin listened to the technical jargon he barely understood, took a quick look around, and concluded that the model 1437 was still the best. So he asked, "Miss, how much is that one by the door, the one you just introduced?" "Mr. Su," Layla said with a smile, "as a limited edition and the season's hottest model, its price is a bit higher. It's $130,000 If you decide to buy it, we'll include a complimentary gift." Layla had already learned his surname during the introduction. "Okay," Su Yin nodded, pointing at the watch. "I'll take it. Please wrap it up, thank you." Layla's mind reeled. What? Just like that? He's buying it. Is he joking? This is $130,000, not $130,000. He went from asking the price to buying it in under 10 seconds. Is he buying a toy watch? Dude. Big brother. Dad, are you sure you don't want to think it over, or at least bargain? Shouldn't you hesitate for a bit? We're known for being nice and accommodating here. Everyone is super friendly. Su Yin saw her frozen in place, was confused for a moment, then understood. He took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it over. "Hello, just charge this card." Layla thought, "Oh my god, he's actually buying it." Reality dawned on Layla. Still in shock, she took the card and with a smile said, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Su. Layla will wrap it up for you right away." While wrapping the watch, she recalled her onboarding training and a speech from her instructor. "The reason we tell you not to discriminate against any customer who looks ordinary is because truly poor people almost never come into our store. On the contrary, many ultra-wealthy individuals are tired of the glitz and glamour and the feeling of being in the spotlight. They dress plainly and prefer to live like ordinary people, experiencing a different kind of life. It's called being low-key." Clearly in her eyes, Su Yin was exactly that type of person. Layla felt a surge of respect and was secretly glad she hadn't dismissed him. Losing such a big client would have been a disaster. The limited edition Patek Philippe model 1437 was undeniably beautiful and exuded elegance. But its price was prohibitive. Even the wealthy didn't buy it often. Su Yin's ability to buy it so decisively pointed to one thing: he was a low-key wealthy tycoon. Layla was convinced. A few minutes later, she returned carrying an exquisite shopping bag containing an even more exquisite gift box. "Mr. Su, here is your watch all wrapped up." Please take it, she said, handing it over. Then she brought out another small bag and offered it to him. This is a complimentary gift for you. It's a bracelet worth 3000 USD. You could give it to your girlfriend in Golden State. I'm sure she'd love it. This is a special privilege I'm granting you. I hope you'll consider us again for your future needs. Thank you, Su Yan said with a smile. Layla, having secured a major sale, felt a wave of relief and looked at him with immense satisfaction. But when she looked especially upon seeing his warm smile, her composure instantly vanished. Handsome. So handsome. He was tall, had a great physique, and his skin. It was incredibly fair. Even with her makeup, she felt her skin wasn't as smooth or delicate as his. He was a guy. Was it even fair for his skin to be better than a girl with makeup? What kind of ethereal godlike looks were these? With looks, a great body, and insane wealth, he was also young. Layla was completely enchanted. She stared at him, unable to look away, as if she wanted to devour him whole. At that moment, if Su Yan had said, "Meet me at the St. Francis Hotel," she would have agreed without a second thought, no matter the implications. Thank you, Su Yan said again without a second thought, and left. He thought, watches bought, the price exceeded 100K. I should have enough XP to level up to LV3. Since I'm here, I might as well buy a couple of outfits. So he wanted a bit more and bought 2 Versace suits, a pair of the latest AJ sneakers, and an Hermes men's handbag. Oh, and he was also practically dragged into a Dior boutique by a saleswoman who insisted on showing him a Savage men's eau de toilette. She was extremely enthusiastic. Throughout the introduction, she clung to his arm, brushing against him repeatedly, seemingly trying to burrow into his embrace. Enthusiastic. Too enthusiastic. Su Yan felt too embarrassed to decline, so he bought a bottle especially, since it was only 700 USD. Before he left, she gave him a big tight hug. Even through his clothes, he could feel the soft impact. The reason the saleswoman had targeted Su Yan was his outfit: AJ's a Hermes bag, Versace clothes, and a Patek Philippe watch. All top brands. Clearly a big spender. She had to close the deal. All in all, Su Yan spent about 3000 on clothes. Combined with the watch, the total was only 160000. Given his daily routine of dribbling and walking about 20,000 times, he could earn that back in just 4 days, even without playing a game. If he played a game, he might earn that much, or even more in a single match. This sum was truly insignificant. Besides, a guy just needs a few decent clothes to wear. Su Yan wasn't too particular. Tonight his main goal was to spend money and level up to LV3. He had succeeded. What was the LV3 level privilege gift pack? Su Yan felt a surge of anticipation. After purchasing clothes and a wristwatch, Su Yan stored his belongings in the mall's lockers and headed to the 6th floor dining area for a bite to eat. He then took a taxi back. By the time he returned to his hotel, it was already past midnight, yet Su Yan remained wide awake. The day's spending had left him thoroughly pleased. He wasn't sure if this was what a wealthy person's life felt like, but the sensation of buying whatever he liked whenever he wanted was genuinely delightful. Su Yan reveled in it. Back in his room, he took a shower and then lounged comfortably against the bed, checking his personal status panel. Name: Su Yan. Level LV3. Privileges: earn money from every dribble, sprint, pass, score, rebound, steal, and block. Dribbling: each dribble earns a reward of 3. Sprinting: each step taken earns a reward of 3. Reminder: the host: dribbling and sprinting are not restricted by game conditions. Money can be earned at any time. Dribbling and sprinting brings endless joy. Keep dribbling, keep running, keep the joy flowing. Rebounds: reward 800. Assists: reward 1200. Steals: reward 2000. Blocks: reward 2000. Free throws: reward 4000. 2-pointers: reward 8000. 3-pointers: reward 1200. PS: victory or defeat does not affect earning potential. Host: feel free to rack up stats. Your money won't be short a single cent. Upgrade: experience 62438100 experience can only be gained through spending. The more you spend, the more experience you gain. System shop locked. Items: LV3 privilege gift pack. Mission: the 2-way commitment mission. First, hit 10 3-pointers in a single game and lead the team to victory. Reward 10000. Mission complete. Second, break the NBA single game 3-point record and lead the team to victory. Reward 30000. Incomplete. Skills: max level 3-pointers, basic body enhancement, off-ball movement, LV1 upgradable 000. Funds 141400. Damn, it's doubled again. Now a single 3-pointer nets me 1200. That's pretty potent. The key. If it keeps doubling, that would be terrifying. A sharp glint flickered in Su Yan's eyes. He recalled a story he had heard. A merchant seeking to repay a young man who had helped him said, "I have 2 ways to repay you. First, I give you 3000 all at once. Second, I give you 1 cent today, but every other day I'll double the amount from the previous day for 30 consecutive days. Which one do you choose?" The young man was clever. He did a quick mental calculation. 1 cent on day 1, 2 cents on day 2, 4 cents on day 3. By day 10, it's only 5. 12. Even by day 30, it might not break 1000. The total would be at most 5000. The young man felt it wasn't a good deal. He decisively chose the first option and received the 3000 immediately. The merchant respected his choice and gave him the money. But after the young man left, the merchant shook his head and murmured, "I I was hoping to pursue further cooperation with you, but it seems there's no need now. Because according to the second plan, on the 26th day, he would have 334800. By the 30th day the amount would skyrocket to 5.36 million. Yes, over 5 million in a single day. That's far more than the 30000. And Su Yan's starting 3-pointer reward was 2000. It wouldn't even need to increase 30 times, a mere tenfold increase corresponding to reaching LV10 would surely be astonishing. A truly insane money-making system. In a word, remarkable. After leveling up to LV3, Su Yan felt an even stronger interest in playing serious games on the court. Then he said system open the LV3 privilege gift pack. It was the gift pack he had been eagerly anticipating. Host has opened the LV3 privilege gift pack. Reward Iron Bones, LV1. Iron Bones. Su Yan's eyes lit up. System introduced the ability. Iron Bones enhances the host's strength and explosive power, slightly increases physical stamina. Upgradable 01000000. As the sound faded, Su Yan felt a warm current surge through his body, a sensation akin to both heat and a soothing massage. It lasted only a moment. Everything returned to normal. The difference was that when Su Yan clenched his fist again, he could feel a formidable power threatening to overflow. The ability lived up to its name, it strengthened his power. Excellent. Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Basic body enhancement gave me NBA-level physical attributes, and my overall talent even surpasses that of the average rookie. However, it's still just entry-level. I could barely keep up with a past his prime Hamilton. Against Monta Ellis on a good night, I had no way to contain him one-on-one. My defense isn't good enough yet. Looking across NBA history, players who stood at the league's pinnacle or near the apex of the pyramid during a certain era, they either had unstoppable shooting, unstoppable drives, and unmatchable presence in the paint, or overwhelming all-around ability. On the offensive end, they were always exceptional in at least one domain. These players also share a common trait: they all possess decent, and sometimes even formidable defensive skills. For example, Jordan is the god of basketball, widely recognized as the greatest of all time, with offensive prowess in a league of its own. Yet few realize he also earned the DPOY award for his defense, which speaks volumes. Black Mamba, Kobe, hailed as the closest to the god, possessed a kaleidoscopic offensive game. Yet his defensive abilities were also exceptionally strong. As of the 09-10 season, he had been named to the all-defensive team 9 times, 7 times on the first team, and 2 times on the second team. These two guards, with their extraordinary dominance at the league's summit, possessed such formidable defensive skills. Not to mention interior players like O'Neal and Duncan. So, if I want to establish myself in the NBA, play every game well, and win some honors, my defense must keep up. And the first priority is strength. Brute force can overcome 100 techniques. If my strength is sufficient, I'll have a natural defensive foundation. Later I can learn defensive techniques. That would only make me even more formidable. Su Yan grew more excited the more he thought about it. If they weren't on the road, he would have already called McGrady and David Lee to head back to the gym and test out his new strength and explosiveness. Unclenching his fist, Su Yan suppressed his excitement and continued to ponder. The Iron Bones ability is excellent and timely. The only drawback might be its upgrade cost, a hefty 1000, which is quite expensive. There are many things to spend money on: ability upgrades, a house, a car, and more. It seems I need to work even harder to get stats and earn money. I still have 14000 left. It's not enough to upgrade Iron Bones, but it's just enough to upgrade off-ball movement, LV1. Perfect. System upgrade off-ball movement, LV1. Su Yan did not hesitate. He still had 14140. The upgrade cost only 1000, more than enough, with plenty left over. Only by becoming stronger could he earn money faster. Post upgrading off-ball movement, LV1. Upgrade cost 1000. Upgrading. Upgrade complete. Off-ball movement has been raised to LV2. The host now possesses superior off-ball abilities. The cost for the next upgrade is 5000. Su Yan nodded with satisfaction. With off-ball movement LV2, if I were to face a prime but declining Hamilton again now, shaking him off wouldn't be a problem. He glanced at his balance. After defeating the Warriors tonight, he had 300, but now he only had 400 left. Spending 2600 in one night. What extravagance. However, Su Yan didn't feel a pang of regret. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of ease, comfort, and freedom. What is the meaning of earning money? Isn't it for financial freedom and then living life on one's own terms? This was the ultimate goal Su Yan had strived for through his frequent entrepreneurial attempts before his transmigration, and a lifelong dream for many. In the past, he lacked the ability. Now, armed with his golden finger, he was once again chasing his dreams. A perfect and fulfilling day. Su Yan drifted into a deep, sweet slumber. In his dream, he had a beautiful, charming girlfriend with long legs. They stayed in the presidential-themed suite of the Shangri-La Grand Hotel. The theme was a schoolgirl with twin tails and a pleated skirt. The next day, news of Su Yan hitting 10 three-pointers and scoring 37 points the previous night spread like wildfire. Major media outlets and newspapers worked through the night to craft their stories. Such explosive news gave them a wealth of material to write about. In just his third career game, he nailed 10 three-pointers, becoming the 9th player in NBA history to hit 10 threes in a single game. Su Yan, He is set to be the catalyst of the small ball era. From the Sacramento Bee. Shock. Su Yin, the small forward from the Dragon Kingdom, actually did this in a game. From the Utah Shock. 10 threes in a single game, splashing like water, hitting 7 threes for 3 consecutive games. When did such long-range shooting become so easy? No, it's that Su Yin is too formidable. He's like a sharpshooter who descended upon the league, making every other shooter pale in comparison. Source: Madison Square Garden. Dig News. Handling ultra-long range, sheer unreasonableness. Among all the shooters I know, I'd call Su Yin the best. From the Houston Big Beard News. Overwhelming news followed one after another. It wasn't that no other star had a good game last night, but that Su Yin's performance was simply too dazzling. 3 consecutive games with 7 threes, and a single game with 10 threes. Even if a shooter of Ray Allen's, Page's, or Rashard Lewis's caliber achieved this, fans would still be in awe. Not to mention this was accomplished by an unknown, undrafted player. It was utterly astonishing. The story had too much punch. News outlets naturally seized the opportunity to grip the traffic, continuously creating topics and igniting the hype. And the effect? It was indeed remarkable. Both those who watched the game and those who didn't were plunged into a state of shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Before Su Yin, they had never seen a player shoot like that, hoisting threes so recklessly, a type of offense that would normally get a player screamed at by his coach. But when it actually worked, when it was that accurate, when one man could single-handedly make it rain buckets over an entire arena, it was truly a sight to behold, worthy of exclamation. Fans were thrilled, media outlets raked in the traffic, and Su Yin gained popularity and praise. A win-win-win situation. However, Su Yin's value extended beyond the court to off-court gossip. Remember the female fan who boldly confessed her love courtside, wanting to discuss basketball with Su Yin late into the night at his hotel? Su Yin rejected her after the game, but our paparazzi through covert surveillance captured Su Yin going to that very hotel. Presumably that female fan learned a great deal, and Su Yin must have experienced the joy of being a teacher. Su Yin rejected the Warriors' beautiful cheerleaders. He is a simple and devoted boy who loves basketball. Look, Su Yin and a female reporter from ABC are being incredibly intimate. Are they showing off their love and officially announcing their relationship to the public? Su Yin, you're breaking the hearts of so many female fans. It might have just been a silhouette resembling Su Yin going to a hotel, or just a frame with Su Yin and a cheerleader, or perhaps just a simple group photo. But the entertainment reporter's ability to embellish was just too strong. They could turn the living into the mature and spin the dead into the living. Since Su Yin was a hot commodity, they wouldn't let go of any clue, any chance to fabricate a story. They would never miss an opportunity. They understood perfectly that creating gossip about a trending player didn't require verifying the truth, just saying it was enough to win. What was the reality? These entertainment paparazzi won. Su Yin's off-court news generated extraordinary buzz as well. Beyond his popularity, he was just so handsome that countless female fans were watching his every move off the court. Women's gossipy nature and jealousy are terrifying. They might not believe it, but amidst the clamor, the hype skyrocketed. His good looks combined with his unreasonable three-point shooting that suited the small ball era meant that Su Yin's followers weren't just male and female basketball fans. There were also the management teams of various NBA franchises. Naturally, they placed even greater value on the next-generation accurate three-point shooting Su Yin had recently displayed. At the same time, everyone realized Su Yin had only signed a 10-day contract. He would soon become a free agent. The Knicks would surely try to sign him to a long-term deal, but it also meant other teams were eligible to sign him too. And so the scramble began. Especially after his 10 three-pointers last night, Su Yin became the most sought-after player in the entire league. In 2009, the league already placed significant emphasis on offensive spacing, and the best players for creating space were perimeter shooters with accurate three-point shots. Su Yin was the perfect candidate. The next day, 11:00 a.m., Su Yin finally woke up from his sweet dreams. He took a shower to fully refresh himself. Feeling a bit hungry, he headed down to the hotel's breakfast buffet for a quick bite before returning to New York with his teammates. Su Yin was on the 7th floor. Waiting for the elevator was a bit boring, so he took out his phone. He hadn't looked at it all morning, and when he did, he jumped in fright. There were a whopping 78 missed calls. One unknown number had called him 27 times. It was enough to make his skin crawl. What the hell? Could someone have leaked my number? Who are all these callers? Scam calls? Escorts? Film shoot invitations? Su Yin was bewildered. Just then, his phone rang again. Hello. Su Yin answered the phone. Hello, mister. Su Yin, I'm relieved I finally got through to you. I was truly worried something had happened to you in Golden State. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man spoke rapidly, his voice tinged with excitement. What the hell? The first call of the morning was already cursing me with misfortune. Where are your manners? Su Yin was about to hang up immediately. Hey, I got a bit carried away and forgot to introduce myself. I'm Mike Dunleavy, head coach and general manager of the Clippers. I apologize for disturbing you amidst your busy schedule. I'd like to discuss your contract renewal. Would you happen to be available right now? If it's not convenient, we can schedule another time. I don't mind coming to see you at all. Su Yin was about to hang up, but upon hearing it was about a Clippers contract renewal, he held back and said calmly, go ahead, let's hear it. Thank you for taking the time. To be fair, aside from that slightly offensive opening remark, Mike Dunleavy's overall demeanor was quite pleasant. He continued, "Let me start with the contract terms: 4 years, $20 million. This surpasses the contract of the third overall pick, James Harden. His current contract is 4 years, $19 million. Now let me tell you about the advantages of joining the Clippers. We're based in Los Angeles, the city of angels, the second largest city in the U.S. You'll accumulate immense popularity in no time. With your exceptional skills, I'm confident you'll quickly rise to become the league's top shooter and enter the ranks of superstars. Furthermore, our team roster is a perfect fit for you. We have Chris Common, DeAndre Jordan, and Marcus Camby. You just focus on shooting from the perimeter. Our 3 centers will have your back." The implication was clear: if he joined the Clippers, he would be cultivated as the sole cornerstone of the franchise. "I believe. With you, the Clippers will become the second team in Los Angeles to hoist the Larry O'Brien trophy. The first being naturally the Lakers." Soo-Yin narrowed his eyes. He had to admit, whether it was the salary, the geographical location, the team status, or even the manager's attitude, everything was perfect. Soo-Yin was quite tempted. But he wasn't a child, and signing a new contract wasn't a game of make-believe to be taken lightly. Soo-Yin pretended to ponder, then after a moment of silence replied, "The Clippers are great, an ideal destination for me. However, this feels a bit rushed. I might need a little more time to think it over." "That's perfectly fine." Manager Mike Dunleavy had anticipated this response. A player of this caliber, so fitting for the modern era, would undoubtedly be in high demand and would certainly have the right to choose the best offer. He would wait. He chuckled. "Please take your time, Mr. Soo-Yin. I'll give you a call again in 2 days. You can give me your answer then." "Thank you. Well then, that's all for now. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye." Click. The call ended. Soo-Yin walked out of the elevator towards the buffet area, smiling to himself. "I'm actually a bit tempted. Should I go to the Clippers? Hey, Yin, come have breakfast." As soon as Soo-Yin entered the dining hall, McGrady greeted him enthusiastically, beckoning him to sit beside him. Soo-Yin walked over with a smile, putting the contract thoughts aside for the moment. How could one possibly focus on anything else during a meal? That would be a travesty. He grabbed 3 slices of whole wheat bread, a bacon sandwich, a fried egg, a bowl of oatmeal, and a glass of milk. He sat down and ate with McGrady. "So where did you go for fun last night, Soo-Yin?" McGrady asked, taking a bite of his bread and speaking indistinctly. "I also went to Union Square, bought some clothes, had a late-night snack, and came back." Soo-Yin answered truthfully. "What a good boy." McGrady chuckled, then his eyes caught the watch on Soo-Yin's wrist, and they lit up. "That's a Patek Philippe, one of the world's top luxury watches. Wow, it looks so exquisite. Must have cost a fortune, right? Did you buy it last night?" A star of McGrady's caliber could live the high life too, and knew a thing or two about watches. Soo-Yin acknowledged, taking a sip of his oatmeal and casually adding, "It's convenient for checking the time, so I got one. Of course, a man wearing a watch looks a bit more mature." He omitted the price. "That's true." McGrady nodded in agreement. "It instantly elevates your vibe. I bet even if you went to a hotel in your pajamas, hordes of women would flock to you." "It's not that exaggerated." Soo-Yin laughed, taking another sip of milk. "It's true." McGrady insisted, also laughing. "Women can't resist a handsome, long-legged guy wearing a luxury watch." "What's all the laughter about?" David Lee walked over at that moment. Last night his girlfriend's nurse roleplay had been too intense for him to handle, and he had surrendered all too quickly. Damn it, what a letdown. Next time he decided he would resort to some pharmaceutical assistance to salvage his pride. At 10 a.m., he put Sabina on a plane and returned to the team hotel, ready to head back to New York with the players. Seeing everyone eating in the dining hall, he came over. As soon as he sat down, he noticed the Patek Philippe on Soo-Yin's wrist and immediately recognized it as the same limited edition model he had eyed last night, model 1437. "Is that the Patek Philippe model 1437 limited edition?" David Lee exclaimed. Soo-Yin nodded, casually taking a bite of his fried egg. "Not bad. It was perfectly runny, truly delicious." "Oh my god." David Lee clutched his head, stammering. "That watch is worth 1,300. And you really know how to splurge. WTF. McGrady, who had been relatively composed, was now utterly shocked, his jaw dropping. "I knew Patek Philippe was top tier. I thought 30K to 50K was already insane. But 130K, that's enough to buy a fully loaded Mercedes G-Class. Now that's true extravagance." Larry Hughes heard the commotion and wandered over. "What's this about a Mercedes G-Class? My car is a Mercedes G-Class. What's going on?" "There." McGrady gestured with his chin towards the Patek Philippe on Soo-Yin's wrist. "That watch costs 130K. It could buy a Mercedes G." "Holy shit." Larry Hughes's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a light bulb. He stammered, "That watch is that expensive? And the thing is, my Mercedes G was just over 100K. 130K could get you the luxury edition. Tisk TSK. He knew Soo-Yin was wealthy, but he hadn't imagined he was this wealthy. David Lee marveled inwardly. It wasn't that a 130K car was extremely expensive, but buying a 130K car was for transportation a daily necessity. It was fine to have a better one. But now a watch. One could spend a few hundred or a few thousand, and it would work fine. Spending over 10,000 was already quite luxurious. 130K was simply outrageous. Only the ultra-wealthy would wear such a thing. McGrady was also deeply impressed, realizing fully that Soo-Yin played basketball to enjoy life. Some people played with desperate abandon. Some people play to savor every moment. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. Well, it's alright, I guess, Su Yin said with a smile. He felt everyone's reaction was a bit over the top. Was it really that expensive? It's just a matter of one game, or even without playing, just walking and strolling every day, it would only take 3 to 5 days. And that's 130000. This is insane. Does he even speak human language? Larry Hughes was left speechless. He had compared prices at 3 different dealers before buying his 100 Mercedes G-Class, yet Su Yin bought a 130 watch as casually as if he were buying a toy watch for a child. Larry Hughes truly couldn't comprehend the world of the wealthy. Huh. Tracy McGrady laughed and remarked, Su Yin is really rich. David Lee also gave a thumbs up and praised, there are many rich people, but Su Yin has always been very low-key. He doesn't have the vices of a typical rich second generation. No gambling, debauchery, or arrogance. That's what's truly commendable. Yes. Larry Hughes nodded vigorously. Su Yin is a rich second gen, but he's not annoying at all, doesn't flaunt his wealth, and is extremely low-key. That's why I like him so much. No. Su Yin waved his hand. He didn't like the rich second gen label either, so he made up a reason explaining, I'm not some rich second gen. I just made a bit of money recently playing with funds and stocks. Funds and stocks come with high risk and high returns, so any amount of profit is conceivable. Because everyone knows that these things could also make you lose everything overnight. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Not only is Su Yin rich, but it turns out, the money isn't even from his family, he earned it himself. In that instant, everyone was filled with awe. They all stared at Su Yin with envious and reverent gazes, as if he were their idol, their life's aspiration. Good looks, real talent, wealth, and the wealth earned by his own hand. My goodness, who wouldn't want to become as outstanding as Su Yin? Su Yin felt extremely uncomfortable under the nearly fanatical, idolizing stares of a group of men. He wanted to escape, but couldn't. He inwardly screamed, save me, save me, save me. Just then his phone rang again. Like a lifesaver, Su Yin immediately answered, and the players dispersed from their idol worship mode. The call was from the Thunder. After the former Supersonics traded away Ray Allen Lewis and Radmanovic, dismantling the Three Musketeers lineup, they officially began rebuilding. Durant in 07, Westbrook in 08, Harden in 09. 3 years, 3 young stars. With the rebuild complete, the Thunder, who had languished at the bottom of the West for years, were now hoping to contend for a playoff spot this season. Now if they could add a player like Su Yin, the Big Four would be glorious, making the playoffs a certainty, and perhaps even allowing them to challenge for the Western Conference Finals. The crucial point was their youth. A few more years of growth, and they'd surely be a championship-caliber team. The Thunder desperately wanted Su Yin and were prepared to offer a contract as substantial as Harden's. Su Yin brushed it off vaguely. Don't ask. The answer is pending. He knew exactly what kind of performance he was capable of in the league and understood his own ceiling better than anyone. He had endless options. No need to rush. Click. The call ended. Before he could even take a bite of his food, another call came in. This time, it was the Wizards. And then it became relentless. The phone bombardment didn't stop until Su Yin boarded the plane and turned off his phone. Phew. Su Yin leaned back in his airplane seat, fastened his seatbelt, let out a long breath, and shook his head repeatedly. This is giving me a headache and my head feels like it's about to explode. He definitely needed to sign a new contract, so he had to answer these calls. The owner of the most missed calls from a single number, 27 in total, was confirmed to be the Rockets' general manager, Daryl Morey. Morey thought that through his connection with Yao Ming, he had a natural advantage in securing Su Yin, perhaps even considering it a sure thing. In reality, Su Yin knew this damn bastard was a xenophobe. He scoffed at him, feeling nothing but disgust. He hung up almost immediately after listening to the introduction and confirming the identity, leaving the latter utterly bewildered. The Rockets were fine. Yao Ming was fine. But a Rockets team with Morey. There was no way he was going there unless Morey was kicked out of the Rockets. Tracy McGrady smiled. And it's because you're so popular. I suggest you get an agent. They can handle these trivial matters for you. Good point. Su Yin clapped his hands, having almost forgotten about that. David Lee chimed in, want me to recommend my agent's contact to you. Why would Su Yin need to go to him? McGrady scoffed, unimpressed. Yin, when we land, I'll contact my agent and tell him. I believe he would be more than happy to be your agent. Mine. David Lee raised his hand apologetically. I subconsciously assumed my role, thinking you had to find an agent yourself. Actually, for a player as outstanding as Yin, agents should be the ones coming to him. It's fine. Su Yin waved his hand, not being overly sensitive. He smiled. If you have their cards, you can give them to me. Thanks. No problem. That's easy, Yin. The group chatted while reading the news. It was a way to pass the time and also catch up on what was happening around the league. Su Yin closed his eyes to rest, but they kept fluttering open. He couldn't fall asleep. He felt a bit unwell. There seemed to be a fire burning in his chest. He also felt slightly feverish all over. Why? Did he eat something bad? Or was it the annoyance of all these phone calls? Or something else? Su Yin wasn't sure. But the managers and coaches from various teams wanting to sign him were all a nuisance, and he couldn't shake them off. A bunch of pests. If he had to keep dealing with these matters himself, Su Yin might truly become restless and agitated. Finding an agent was an urgent and pressing matter. After getting off the plane, Su Yin found over a dozen more missed calls on his phone, one person having called as many as 8 times. As he was looking, that person called again. Which team hasn't called yet? Su-Yin wondered as he answered. Yin, you finally picked up. That voice was Steph. Su-Yin was a bit surprised. Yeah, Curry said in a tone that implied it was obvious. Yin, I've got great news. We're about to become teammates. Really? Of course. Coach D'Antoni already confirmed it with me. Hasn't he told you guys? Not yet. Su-Yin answered truthfully. This was something he hadn't anticipated. He meant, why would the Warriors trade Curry away? Weren't they personally burying a dynasty? How foolish. Maybe some details of the trade haven't been finalized yet, Curry guessed unconcerned. Anyway, we'll be teammates soon. I'm really looking forward to playing with you. Also, my agent Jeff Austin asked for your contact info. I gave it to him without asking you first. I thought you might need an agent, and mine is really good. But I still felt I should tell you. I see. Su-Yin smiled. It's no trouble. Thanks for thinking of me. You're welcome. Curry chuckled. I'm just recommending him. Ultimately, it's your decision whether he's a good fit. Alright, that's it for now. Looking forward to fighting alongside you in New York, Yin. After hanging up Curry's call, Su-Yin asked McGrady, do you have time to accompany me to the gym? I want to test my bench press strength. McGrady was a bit puzzled. Wasn't the bench press tested not long ago during the second physical? I remember it was 120 kilograms, right? Not bad. McGrady's own bench press was also 120 kilograms, which is why he remembered it more vividly. Is that so? Su-Yin shrugged. I've been training a bit recently, and I feel my strength has improved. I want to test it again. Oh, okay. McGrady nodded. No problem, I don't have anything to do right now anyway. I'll go with you. Where to? David Lee, who was behind them, leaned in, as if he had supersonic hearing, catching their words from several meters away. Larry Hughes also jogged up to join them. He hadn't heard the plan, but he inexplicably found it entertaining to be around Su-Yin. And so the four of them headed to the gym together. David Lee and the other two needed to use the restroom and went ahead. Su-Yin arrived at the gym alone. As he pushed open the main door, he saw a middle-aged man walking towards him. Su-Yin didn't recognize him, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was, the man was walking towards him holding a bouquet of flowers. What? Hold on, man. Sir, what's this all about? Sir, I'm not interested. Su-Yin felt a headache coming on. His originally light steps suddenly became heavy. Truly, it was hard for them not to be heavy. He clung to a sliver of hope that the flowers weren't for him, but for the cleaning lady behind him. But what was meant to come still came. As they met, the middle-aged man smiled, offering the flowers to Su-Yin. Bringing a bouquet when meeting someone. That should be the unique advanced romance you Eastern men have for women. You know damn well it's a man giving flowers to a woman. So what's the meaning of giving them to me? And the key point. Given your age, is this even appropriate? Su-Yin raged internally. The middle-aged man, choosing to ignore this, continued with a smile. But who says a man can't enjoy this kind of romance too? Very pleased to meet you, Su-Yin. Alright, so we're doing this awkward thing, are we? Save me. No way around it. Su-Yin braced himself and accepted the flowers as a matter of basic politeness. Though, he had to admit the feeling of receiving flowers wasn't bad. At least Su-Yin couldn't bring himself to dislike the middle-aged man in front of him. On the contrary, his first impression was quite good. Women can't resist the charm of a bouquet. Naturally, neither can men. Don't believe it? Ask your girlfriend to send you one and see. The middle-aged man extended his hand again, smiling. My name is Jeff Austin, Stephen Curry's agent. Hello, Su-Yin. Su-Yin shook his hand politely. So this is him. He had just mentioned him on the phone with Curry, and Su-Yin already knew a fair amount about Curry's agent. He just hadn't known what he looked like. Austin continued, I hope to become your agent. Can we have a talk? Su-Yin frowned, looking a bit troubled. Could you wait a moment? I have something to take care of right now. Of course. Austin nodded. I'm more than willing to wait for you. Alright. Su-Yin acknowledged, then headed towards the nearby weight room. Just as he arrived at the gym, before he could even enter, a cleaning lady approached him with a cold expression. Su-Yin, you'd better not have dealings with that man. There's something wrong with him. What do you mean? Su-Yin was puzzled. It was just a bouquet of flowers. Even if it was from a man to a man, it might be a bit awkward, but it hardly made him crazy. Still, his curiosity was piqued. The cleaning lady said indignantly, that man came here at 6 o'clock this morning holding those flowers the whole time and kept looking at me for no reason. I thought he was a suitor of mine wanting to give me flowers, but he never did, and in the end he gave them to you. Don't you think that's crazy? Could it be that he's blaming me for not going over to him proactively, and then gave them to you out of spite? What a joke. Even though I'm single and find him somewhat handsome, I can't be the one to make the first move as a woman. Don't you think I'm right? Wait, hold on. This is a lot of information. My head is spinning. The flowers were definitely meant for me, that's clear, but the story you've conjured up in your head makes a weird kind of sense too. Through the cleaning lady's words, Su-Yin also learned that Austin had arrived early and had been waiting for him for 7 or 8 hours. His sincerity was truly undeniable. Inside the gym, as soon as David Lee and the other two entered, McGrady asked eagerly, Yin, be honest, were those flowers from the cleaning lady at the door? No. Su-Yin denied it. He was telling the truth. Nonsense. David Lee didn't believe a word of it. We all saw you two talking at the door. It must have been her. TSK. Larry Hughes clicked his tongue in envy. Su-Yin's looks are too powerful, captivating everyone from young to old. It really wasn't her. Su-Yin shook his head, placing the flowers on a chair nearby. These flowers were given to me by Stephen Curry's agent. The moment he said it, he regretted it, knowing it would only make things harder to believe. Huh. McGrady laughed heartily, not believing a word, but still teased. Then you should say. You captivate men, women, young and old alike. Ha, exactly. The group burst into laughter. Su-Yin shook his head, too lazy to explain further, and changed the subject. Alright, let's get to the point and test that bench press. How much had his strength increased with iron bones, LV1? Su-Yin was a bit eager to find out. McGrady, David Lee, and Larry Hughes were just there to accompany him. It had only been a few days, and they didn't think Su-Yin's strength could have increased by much. It just wasn't realistic. Yin, what weight do you want to start with? McGrady asked. Su-Yin rubbed his chin. Let's try 150 kilograms. 150 kilograms. The others were stunned. Just recently during a physical test, Su-Yin's bench press was only 120 kilograms, which wasn't bad. But that was just a few days ago. Jumping 30 kilograms at once was simply unrealistic. That's too much. McGrady said. Adding 30 kilograms at once is too difficult. How about trying 125? Theoretically, even 125 was a stretch. Let's just go with 150 and try it. Su-Yin insisted. The three had no choice but to agree. After loading the weights, Su-Yin began his attempt. He gripped the barbell tightly, tensed his arms, exerted force from his entire body, and pushed up with a sudden burst. Up. One rep of 150 kilograms was completed. McGrady and the other two's eyes widened instantly. What was going on? Not only had Su-Yin lifted it, but he had also looked incredibly relaxed, completely in control, as if he hadn't even exerted himself. WTF. David Lee cursed out loud. That was way too easy. Is this for real? Holy shit. Larry Hughes's jaw dropped, his eyes filled with intense confusion. Are you sure the weight is right? McGrady, without a word, went to double-check the plates he had loaded. There was no problem. He couldn't figure it out, which led him to only one conclusion. Yin, did you hold back your strength during the last physical test too? I guess so. Su-Yin vaguely agreed. As long as they believed it, that was fine. He inwardly marveled at the astonishing strength enhancement provided by iron bones, LV1. He then added 150 kilograms, felt pretty easy. How about we try 170 kilograms? Next was 170 kilograms. Building on the 150 kilogram benchmark, adding another 20 kilograms elevated the difficulty to an entirely new level. Su-Yin continued to push with all his might. This time it wasn't as effortless as before, but he still managed to succeed, completing 6 repetitions before stopping. They were stunned. The three of them were dumbfounded once more. What incredible strength. McGrady remarked. As a small forward, my own bench press was 120 kilograms, just like his before. That wasn't bad at all. After all, although I'm listed as a shooting guard, I have the height of a small forward, making me a swingman. 150 kilograms already surpasses the vast majority of small forwards. 170 kilograms is even more exaggerated. You know, Dwight Howard, the Superman of the Orlando Magic and the Eastern Conference's premier center, only bench presses 160 kilograms. Of course, the Superman's power isn't purely reliant on brute strength. But 160 kilograms is already astonishing. For Su-Yin, a small forward, to push out more power than Howard is truly remarkable. Tisk TSK. David Lee couldn't help but click his tongue. Yin, this proves you weren't even using your full strength last time. You weren't even trying. Ha, Su-Yin chuckled. He hadn't expected the strength enhancement from iron bones, steel muscles, LV1 to be this staggering. No wonder upgrading it cost $10 million. It was definitely worth it. Yin, are you adding more? Larry Hughes asked next. Su-Yin considered for a moment, then said, let's try adding another 10 kilograms. This should be about my limit. 180 kilograms. Su-Yin attempted it again, taking a deep breath, tensing every muscle in his body, and pushing upwards with all his power. It was a struggle, but he succeeded. Gritting his teeth, he managed 5 reps. He could probably push out a few more, but he didn't continue. This was about enough. An 180 kilogram bench press was Su-Yin's current limit. McGrady gave him a double thumbs up and praised, if I remember correctly, LeBron, who is also a small forward. His bench press is 190 kilograms. Yan's is 180. That's incredibly impressive. Haha, indeed. David Lee laughed and nodded. With Yan's astonishing strength combined with his deadly accurate three-point shooting, he's truly going to become a top-tier 3 and D player. It's not that exaggerated. Su-Yin waved his hand, dismissively smiling. Defense isn't just about having brute force. Then he changed the subject. How about I treat you all to dinner tonight? They probably didn't have anything else pressing, but even so there was no need for them to waste time helping Su-Yin test his bench press. So treating them to a meal was the least he could do. Sounds good to me. McGrady didn't stand on ceremony. David Lee also agreed with a smile. If Yan's paying, we won't be polite. Larry Hughes had no objections either. Su-Yin raised his arm, glanced at the time on his Patek Philippe watch, and said, it's 4 p.m. now, still early. I also plan to talk to Stephen Curry's agent. You guys can do your own thing for an hour. Let's meet for dinner at 5. If I finish my business early, I'll come find you. No problem. Larry Hughes agreed. McGrady nodded too, looking at David Lee and Larry Hughes. Let's head to the dance studio across the hall. The cheerleaders are training there. We can't date them, but there's no harm in looking at some eye candy, right? Good. David Lee gave a thumbs up. Su-Yin waved. You guys go ahead and have fun. I'll come find you later. I wouldn't mind some eye candy myself. Alright, They train pretty late, so we'll wait for you, Yin. Su Yin left the gym first. As soon as he was outside thinking about the attractive and fit dancers, he felt a stir of excitement. A strange, inexplicable heat within him made him feel even more restless. What's going on? Su Yin muttered to himself. He couldn't understand it. Shaking his head, he got himself a glass of water to calm his mind. Then he went to find Jeff Austin. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Austin. There was a hint of apology in Su Yan's voice. Although Jeff Austin hadn't said anything, Su Yan knew he had been waiting for a full 10 hours. That level of sincerity was undeniable. It's nothing, Austin said nonchalantly, smiling. So shall we talk here, head to a coffee shop outside? Or perhaps have dinner together tonight? No need. Su Yan waved his hand, pointing to a nearby lounge. Let's go over there. All right. Inside the lounge, Austin got straight to the point, speaking earnestly. Su Yan, I currently represent Luol Deng, the 7th overall pick in the 2004 draft. LaMarcus Aldridge, the 2nd pick in 2006. Kevin Love, the 5th pick in 2008. And this year's 1 overall pick, Blake Griffin, the White Superman, as well as Stephen Curry, the 7th pick. They aren't exactly superstars, but they are lottery picks with some recognition and considerable talent. And while I might not be as big a name as agents like Rich Paul, I do have a solid reputation in the agent community. They trust me, which is why they chose me, and I'm very confident in my business acumen. I'm confident I can maximize your commercial value. Austin's self-recommendation was serious and sincere. Su Yan, who had some prior knowledge of him and had already done some thinking, listened. Beyond the players he already had, his roster would eventually include high-profile players like Kemba Walker, Dennis Schroeder, and Giannis Antetokounmpo. Griffin, Love, Aldridge, and Kemba Walker would all become NBA-level players. And to be an all-star, one needs not only skill, but also significant popularity. In terms of popularity, Austin likely played a role. Curry and Giannis are both MVP, FMVP caliber players, and both happen to be quintessential inspirational stories. Curry wasn't highly regarded in his early years, even signing a bargain contract after his rookie deal. Similarly, Giannis early in his career could only serve as a ball boy on the sidelines. For players like these, their own hard work is undeniably the most crucial factor in their future success, but Austin certainly deserves a significant share of the credit too. Because in the beginning, players without strength or popularity have limited ability to secure resources on their own and often have to rely heavily on their agent's help. Guiding Curry to sign that bargain contract after his rookie deal to develop further and steering him away from Nike and Adidas to sign with Under Armour when it wasn't a major brand yet. These were wise decisions where Austin's contribution was significant. The same logic applies to Giannis. This shows that Austin is an agent with a highly developed business sense. He is also an agent who particularly favors international players. His sincerity, waiting 10 grueling hours with flowers in hand without a single complaint, is genuinely moving. Su Yan couldn't help but believe that partnering with an agent like this would save him a lot of trouble in the future and lead to immense profits. More critically, he was currently in need of an agent. Arriving early isn't as good as arriving at the right moment. Timing is crucial. It's like pursuing an unattainable goddess. If you appear before her when she's facing setbacks at work, enduring a major family tragedy, feeling hopeless, heartbroken, and desperately in need of comfort, and you appear, comfort her, encourage her, and stay by her side, then you'd likely win her heart. Su Yan remained silent. Jeff Augustine, assuming he was dissatisfied, looked disappointed and somewhat unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth, wanting to say more to plead his case. But at that moment, Su Yan slowly rose to his feet, extended his hand, and offered a gentle smile. Hello, Mr. Augustine. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Augustine was momentarily stunned, then an immense wave of joy surged within him. He firmly grasped Su Yan's extended right hand with both of his, exclaiming excitedly, a fruitful partnership indeed, my boss. From the initial conversation to finalizing the agent agreement, less than half an hour had passed. When Su Yan's judgment on a matter was precise enough, there was no need to waste more time. With the partnership established, Su Yan promptly informed him of his upcoming contract renewal matters and relayed the details of several major contracts to Augustine. Augustine, always carrying a pen and paper, quickly jotted everything down. Then without delay, he announced online that he was now Su Yan's agent and leveraged his connections to spread the news. The agent circle was small. NBA teams were well aware that matters concerning players were typically handled through their agents. Within a few hours at most, the management of various teams behind the scenes would all know that Augustine was Su Yan's agent. After Su Yan had briefed him on the most pressing matters, he decided to step back and let his agent handle things. That was the primary purpose of hiring an agent, after all. Seeing that it was still early, he left the lounge and headed to the dance studio across the hall. The moment he entered, the sound of rhythmic, high-energy music filled his ears. He walked a few steps forward and looked to his left. A whole wall was covered in mirrors, and the cheerleading squad members were dancing energetically to the music. From Su Yan's perspective, he could only see their backs. It was only through the mirror's reflection that he could see their faces. David Lee, Tracy McGrady, and Larry Hughes were sitting against the wall on one side, enjoying the view of the cheerleaders' attractive faces and their alluring dance moves. Hey Yin, you're here. That was quick. McGrady greeted him with a smile as Su Yan approached. Over here, over here. Larry Hughes gestured to the spot beside him, which was a prime location close to the cheerleaders. So how did it go? David Lee inquired. Su Yin took the seat Larry Hughes had indicated and replied, "Done deal. Jeff Augustine is my agent now. He's also Stephen Curry's agent." "That's great." David Lee smiled. "I've heard of him. He has a particular fondness for international players, and his business acumen is solid. I'm sure he'll be fully committed to you." "Let's hope so," Su Yin said with a smile. "Anyway, enough about that." Larry Hughes interrupted the two, gesturing for Su Yin to watch the cheerleaders practice. "This is their last run-through. They'll be taking a break soon." "Oh, so soon?" David Lee was startled and quickly turned his attention back to the women. All three of them watched with rapt attention. With no one else talking, Su Yin also looked over. Normally he wouldn't be particularly interested, but today was different. Over a dozen attractive young women, even in simple loose t-shirts and shorts, couldn't hide their great figures. The row of moving long legs had David Lee and the others completely mesmerized, especially the young woman at the front, 22 years old, 168 meters tall with fair skin and an incredible figure and face. She was the face of the Knicks cheerleading squad. Her overall attractiveness was at least a 95 out of 100, and that was without her putting in much effort to dress up. As Su Yin admired the scene, that inexplicable fire within him seemed to burn even more intensely, making him feel restless and hot. This isn't right, is it? Could this be that kind of desire? It shouldn't be. Just from watching a cheerleading practice. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Su Yin was baffled, but the feeling was strong. After a full 5 minutes, the cheerleaders finished their final practice of the session. Having danced for hours, they were covered in sweat. For those in light-colored clothing, the fabric was visibly damp, and their hair was plastered to their foreheads and temples. It only added to their allure. "This is a wet t-shirt show." David Lee felt a bit hot and bothered. Hey. McGrady shot him a look. "Watch it, man. You've got a girlfriend." "So what?" David Lee raised an eyebrow, unconcerned. "I'm married, you know," Larry Hughes said with a smirk, as if it were the most natural thing. "I'm just enjoying the view. It's harmless." The cheerleaders were resting on the other side. They immediately noticed Su Yin and stared at him with bright, focused eyes. Some even began to swoon. "Wow, it's Su Yin. He actually came to watch us practice. Do you think he's got his eye on one of us?" He's looking at me." "You dummy, he's looking at me. He's already captivated by my beauty. If I go over and ask him, I bet he'd be more than happy to go on a date with me." "Bullshit. My Yin would never be into a tart like you. If anything, he'd like me. He's so handsome. I'm going to go confess to him right now." The cheerleaders stared at Su Yin with dreamy, infatuated eyes, an unprecedented level of attention that McGrady and the others had never received. Of course, there was an unwritten rule that cheerleaders and NBA players couldn't date, so they just talked big and no one actually made a move. "All right, let's go grab some food," Su Yin called out. The dance practice was over, and it felt a bit awkward to just hang around. He felt that if he stayed any longer, something might happen. Okay. The group left the dance studio. But just as they stepped out, McGrady patted his stomach, glanced at his watch, and said, "It's still early. I'm not really hungry yet. How about we play some ball first?" "I'm game." David Lee shrugged. "Let's do it then," Su Yin said with a smile. After the flight earlier today, everyone had gone home. The arena was mostly empty except for a few staff members. So the four of them decided to play a game of 2-on-2. Su Yin took the opportunity to test the power of his Iron Bones ability in a real game. Larry Hughes was completely unable to stop him. Even McGrady couldn't handle it. Only David Lee could provide some resistance, but once Su Yin pulled him out to the perimeter and drove with his enhanced strength, David Lee couldn't stop him either. It was undeniable. When your strength increases, not only does your defense improve, but your offensive power also grows. Of course, this was also related to the explosive power boost from Iron Bones. With a thunderous boom, Su Yin plowed through McGrady, charged into the paint, grabbed the ball, and rose up, throwing down a ferocious two-handed slam dunk right over David Lee. The dunk was a thing of beauty, a perfect display of power and athleticism. As it happened, one of the cheerleaders was passing by the court and witnessed Su Yin's spectacular jaw-dropping dunk. "So handsome. Go Su Yin." They screamed and cheered, applauding and yelling for him. "Damn, he's showing off." McGrady was envious. David Lee shook his head. "If I'd known, I would have played full defense and blocked his dunk. Then those girls would be screaming for me." "Awesome." Su Yin roared with excitement. He wasn't thrilled because of the cheerleaders' cheers, but because of the incredible boost to his talent and strength from the Iron Bones ability. Just then, the 95-point cheerleading captain walked onto the court and approached Su Yin. She handed him a bottle of water and pouted slightly. "Here, this is for you." A woman's perception of details is remarkably precise. Earlier, Su Yin's gaze had fallen upon the cheerleading squad's leading lady during practice. While others might not have noticed, she, being the object of his attention, knew exactly where his eyes lingered. She was convinced that Su Yin had come specifically to see her, that he harbored feelings for her. And she had long been aware of Su Yin, his striking good looks, towering stature, impressive ball skills, and ever-soaring popularity. His allure was boundless. He embodied nearly every fantasy she had about a man. If there was one minor reservation, it was that Su Yin didn't appear particularly muscular. But now that display of violent aesthetics, that thunderous dunk, had completely erased the last shred of doubt from her mind. She was utterly captivated by Su Yin. She believed in being bold with her affections. She couldn't care less about the unspoken rules between NBA players and cheerleaders. Besides, She reasoned that since Su Yin had taken the initiative to watch her and show interest, she should be even more proactive. So she stepped forward and offered him a bottle of water, a gesture of her initiative perfectly natural. Of course she was overthinking it. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, then accepted the water with a warm smile. Thank you. It wasn't deliberate, just a simple polite smile, yet it exuded a gentle jade-like warmth. The impact was devastating. The cheerleading squad's leading lady was overjoyed. She felt that Su Yin liked her too, but was simply unable to show it so publicly. She understood. She understood it all. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she nodded lightly, then quickly turned and rejoined her group. A gaggle of cheerleaders surrounded their leader, chattering and laughing as they left. What the hell? Tracy McGrady was green with envy. That girl is the prettiest and has the best figure out of all of them, and she just willingly gave Su Yin water. Su Yin, your charm is just too much. Larry Hughes's words were also dripping with envy. David Lee curled his lip, jealousy coloring his tone. And I'm stuck being the background prop. Yin, for that bottle of water she gave you owe me a big dinner tonight. Huh. Su Yin chuckled and nodded. That's nothing. It was 5:30 p.m. Exhausted from their game, they took a shower, and then Su Yin treated the three of them to a lavish seafood dinner at Union Square. King crab, small lobsters, caviar, sea cucumber, sea urchin, salmon. The works. To thank McGrady and the others for spending the afternoon with him, he treated them to a sumptuous meal. It wasn't too extravagant. Including some drinks, the total came to around $400 US. This neatly used up the remaining money he had. Combined with the steps walked today and the distance covered during the basketball game, the total was nearly $2,000. He had easily earned another $6,000 US. With their stomachs full and satisfied, the time had already crept past 9. Everyone headed home. Su Yin was about to leave when he realized his duffel bag was still in the locker room. He took a cab back to the arena to retrieve it. As luck would have it, on his way to the locker room, he ran into the cheerleading captain. Why haven't you gone home yet? Su Yin asked, puzzled. He knew the competition among cheerleaders was fierce, but training this late. I left something in the locker room, she explained, equally surprised to see him. What about you? I saw you weren't on the court earlier. Could he have come back, just for me? She fantasized. What a coincidence, Su Yin said with a smile. I forgot something too, and had to come back. Seems like this was a destined encounter. What a coincidence, Su Yin said with a smile. I also left something behind, and had to return. Seems like this was a destined encounter. She giggled. My name is Rafaela Rebecca, pleased to meet you. Su Yin. Me too. Su Yin responded politely. They chatted for a bit before heading to their respective locker rooms. Being in such close proximity to Rebecca, Su Yin responded politely. They exchanged a few words, then went their separate ways to the locker rooms. In that close proximity to Rebecca, inhaling the faint natural fragrance of her body, Su Yan's heart began to pound uncontrollably. This was very unsettling. He had no intention of getting involved with Rebecca, lest he lose control and do something he shouldn't. Something that shouldn't happen would be terrible. Especially if he forced the issue, that would be catastrophic. He arrived at the locker room, slung his duffel bag over his shoulder, and was about to leave when he spotted the flowers Augustine had given him on the chair. Thinking they were quite pretty, and it was a thoughtful gesture. Leaving them in the players' locker room would be a waste, so he picked them up, intending to take them home. He lingered by the door for a moment, ensuring no one came out of the cheerleaders' locker room before he felt safe enough to leave, quickening his pace. But as he crossed a corridor and turned to exit, he ran into Rebecca again. Or perhaps she had been waiting there all along. Are those flowers for me? Rebecca's eyes lit up with surprise at the bouquet in Su Yan's hands. He hadn't had them a moment ago, which clearly meant he had prepared them specifically to give to her. Rebecca's mind raced with wild speculation. So, he didn't come back for his bag at all. He came back for a chance encounter with me to give me flowers, and then confess his feelings. Huh. Men are all the same, all talk and no action. Despite her cynical thoughts, Rebecca was filled with eager anticipation. Su Yin was taken aback for a second, then handed her the flowers, playing along. Yes, they're for you. Thanks for the water earlier. Since she had asked, he couldn't very well say no. Besides, he had drunk her water, so giving her a flower as a polite gesture was no big deal. That was Su Yan's reasoning. But Rebecca thought otherwise. She was convinced Su Yin was about to confess his love. Her heart raced with excitement. But instead he said, we'll get home safe. Bye, and turned to leave. What? After all this, you're not going to confess? What are you waiting for? I know you Chinese players are reserved. Since I've accepted your flowers and understand your feelings, then I'll take the initiative this time. Wait. Rebecca called out, stopping Su Yin. Is there something else? Su Yin asked curiously. Could you come with me? There's something I'd like your help with. Rebecca requested. Su Yin found it hard to refuse and followed her as she led him into a room. Looking around, he realized this was the cheerleaders' locker room. Wait, isn't this? Su Yin was confused. Rebecca guessed what he wanted to ask and chuckled. We came in through the back door just now. I see, Su Yin said, understanding. So what do you need help with? I shouldn't stay here long. I want you to hug me, Rebecca said, and without waiting for a response, she wrapped her arms around Su Yin. It was sudden. It was bold. She was wearing her official cheerleading uniform, a pleated skirt, a crop top, and her hair in a high ponytail, resembling a soccer babe outfit, combined with her stunning beauty and fiery figure. Oh my God, that hug nearly broke Su Yan's resolve. But he held on to his last shred of sanity, pushing her away. Rebecca, there's an unwritten rule between players and cheerleaders. You should know that. Besides, this is the women's locker room. Suyin, I like you. I know you love me too, and I know you're too shy to say it. My feelings for you are genuine. My feelings for you are sincere. At noon, Suyin walked out of the gymnasium. Rebecca left shortly after. The next day, 9 a.m., Suyin arrived at the gym for his routine training. Rebecca and her friends passed by the court on their way to the dance studio, exchanging a brief glance with Suyin. They nodded lightly at each other in acknowledgement. Rebecca was deeply in love with Suyin, and she knew all too well the damage that exposing their relationship prematurely would cause him. She knew exactly what to do. As for Suyin, it wasn't love, at least not yet. Of course. After this incident, his feelings for Rebecca were certainly different from those he held for the other cheerleaders. Suyin trained with his teammates. Tonight the Knicks would host the Charlotte Bobcats. The team had the captain Steven Jackson, whose explosive playing style was notorious. He was one of the participants in the infamous Malice at the Palace incident. Violence had become his trademark. The team also boasted Crash, Gerald Wallace, whose playing style was equally ferocious, favoring brute force to power through offenses. His defensive prowess was exceptional, and he was a strong candidate for the Defensive Player of the Year award this season. These two players had solidified the Bobcats' playoff position and were pushing for an even better ranking. After Augustine became Suyin's agent, his first major task was to negotiate a new contract. There were two key decisions. First, which team to choose. Second, the salary. Of course, Suyin offered some advice, preferring a major city where he could be the focal point. He emphasized that if the Rockets wanted to sign him, they would first have to fire Morey. Augustine was puzzled, but he complied. Morey was baffled and reported the issue up the chain. The owner, upon learning the reason, was thoroughly perplexed. Ultimately, they all concluded that Suyin disliked fat people. Morey was, after all, a fat man. And since even firing Morey only made it possible for Suyin to choose the Rockets, they couldn't take that risk. Despite their immense desire to see Yao and Suyin team up, forming a formidable inside-outside duo, Augustine swiftly narrowed his focus to three teams. First, the Clippers. Second, the Knicks. Third, the Bulls. The Clippers' three centers provided a safety net, granting Suyin unlimited offensive freedom on the perimeter. Los Angeles was also a prime location. A 4-year, $20 million contract was quite substantial. The Knicks, also in a major city, offered the appeal of staying with one team, building a legacy with the captaincy a foreseeable future. As for the Bulls, their popularity paled in comparison under the shadow of the basketball god. No contract had been offered yet, but general manager Donnie Walsh promised a satisfactory price. And joining the Bulls to form a Twin Stars duo with last year's one-draft pick Derrick Rose held limitless potential. It wasn't just about strength, it was a chance to contend for a championship. Their offer was a 3-year, $20 million deal. Due to its shorter length, its value per year surpassed the 4-year, $24 million contract of rookie sensation Blake Griffin. A shorter term with higher annual salary. This would allow Suyin to command a massive contract sooner in his career. It was an exceptionally attractive offer. At least, no other undrafted player had ever secured such a contract at the start of their career. It's incredible that an undrafted player has this kind of leverage. Suyin is truly remarkable. Augustine marveled as he organized the files and information. By afternoon, amidst the Knicks' intense preparations, a news story published that morning had, after hours of fermentation, rocked the league. The news claimed that insider sources revealed the Knicks were only willing to offer Suyin a lowball 4-year, $8 million contract. Suyin had refused, leading to a rift with the Knicks. The report concluded that Suyin had chosen the San Antonio Spurs with a 4-year, $20 million deal set to be officially announced tomorrow, urging other teams to abandon their pursuits. In recent days, the league-wide frenzy for Suyin had made the topic of his final destination extremely popular. Everyone was watching closely. The fact that Augustine had rejected many offers only added to the suspense. In an instant, the public largely bought into this news story. Some felt the Knicks were being unfair to a player of Suyin's caliber. Others marveled that the Spurs' GDP core was already formidable, to adding elite shooter Suyin would make them unbeatable, practically a guaranteed championship. Still others argued Suyin was an adapter for the small ball era. Why would he go to a championship team just to be the fourth option? Even if he won a title, what would it mean? They felt Suyin lacked leadership qualities. For a time, opinions were divided. Regardless, the hype was real and most believed the story's authenticity. But the truth, it was all a fabricated story. It was a cunning scheme devised by Coach Pop after the Spurs' initial offer was rejected by Augustine. He guessed Suyin would likely stay in a major city like New York and be the team's centerpiece. The premise was that the Knicks' offer had to be good enough. He tried to sabotage the trust between Suyin and the Knicks. Ridiculous. This is sheer madness. General manager Donnie Walsh was furious upon learning of the news and the spreading public opinion. It must be Pop's doing. That old fox is so cunning. Walsh was livid. D'Antoni's expression was grim as he said in a low voice, regardless of who's behind it, the problem is here now. So the key is to solve it. After a brief discussion, Walsh and D'Antoni headed straight to the court and found Suyin pulling him aside. Walsh said in a low voice, "And have you also heard the rumors outside about us offering you a lowball contract?" Yes. Suyin didn't deny it. He had been training all along, but Augustine, who was watching closely, was shocked and immediately called Su Yin to confirm. Su Yin told Augustine that no one had spoken to him directly. Walsh took a deep breath and said solemnly, "That's fake news fabricated by the Spurs to sow discord. Yin, I intended to wait for all other teams to make their offers before presenting you with a contract that surpasses them all. But now there are those who seek to undermine this. I must be cautious. Now, I solemnly promise you tonight after the game, I will give you a satisfactory contract. So, don't overthink it. Focus on playing well. Leave the rest to me." Okay, Su Yin acknowledged. He had already heard the rumor about Curry coming over, clearly hoping the two sharpshooters would join forces to lead the Knicks rebuild. He knew the Knicks wouldn't shortchange him. He just focused on the game. No on earning money. He was eager to experience the practical effects of Iron Bones, LV1, and off-ball movement, LV2. Well, okay. He wanted to see what kind of stats they could bring and how much money they could rake in. The game was set to tip off at 9 p.m. At 8:40 p.m. crash, Gerald Wallace spoke to reporters full of confidence. "My physical play, no one on the Knicks can stop it. With Gerald's fierce defense, we'll have the Knicks on their heels. A mere shooter like Su Yin can't escape his defensive shadow. Shooting threes is fine, but if you rely on it as your bread and butter your livelihood in this league. Sorry, that's just weak behavior. I've heard Su Yin is getting a lot of hype lately. Hehehe, tonight, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget." That final eerie laugh sent chills down spines. Many fans could already anticipate the violent collisions Captain Jack, Steven Jackson, would unleash upon Su Yin. "Oh, I'm so scared." The previous Su Yin might have been intimidated by these words, given Jackson's reputation as one of the brawlers from the Malice at the Palace. Steven Jackson was the embodiment of violence. But now, with his body tempered by Iron Bones, LV1, Su Yin wasn't nervous at all. He was even eager to face him. If he could dominate him, it would prove his own strength was truly enhanced. "Don't let that punk scare you," McGrady said, finding Su Yin. "If he plays dirty, if he steps outside the bounds of basketball with you, I'll be the first to deal with him." "Me too." David Lee's face turned grim as well. "Guys who play that rough, if you don't get tough back, they'll just keep bullying you." "Exactly." Wilson Chandler nodded emphatically, even flexing his bicep. "You have to be tougher than him to make him back down. Yin, just find your spots and shoot the three. I'll help keep that guy off you." Everyone was rallying around Su Yin. Despite having played only 3 games, he had silently become the team's cornerstone. It felt like he was the de facto leader. Su Yin felt a warmth in his heart. Playing in such a great locker room atmosphere was truly a pleasure. No wonder Curry was so eager to come play for the Knicks. Su Yin just shrugged unconcerned. "Are you kidding me? I bench press 180 kilos. Am I supposed to be afraid of him?" "All right." David Lee McGrady and Larry Hughes slapped their foreheads, having almost forgotten that. "What? Wait, what?" The rest of the players, like Wilson Chandler, were completely baffled. Soon, with a boom, the atmosphere in the arena was electric. Warm-ups concluded and both starting lineups took the court. The real game was about to begin. New York Knicks starters PG Chris Duhon SG, Tracy McGrady SF, Su Yin PF, Al Harrington C. David Lee. Charlotte Bobcats starters PG Raymond Felton SG, Steven Jackson SF, Gerald Wallace PF, Boris Diaw, C. Nazar Muhammad. Jump ball. David Lee and Nazar Muhammad battled for the tip. Muhammad got the tap, sending the ball to Gerald Wallace, who grabbed the rebound and passed it to point guard Felton to advance the ball. At the top of the key, a handoff to Steven Jackson. Facing McGrady, his gaze hardened and a cold smirk curled on his lips. "Tracy McGrady, the White Spear. Got to admit you had some game back in the day. But now, you're just a pretty face here to boost the Knicks' popularity. Other than that, you're useless." "Oh." McGrady lifted his eyelids lazily. He'd heard this kind of talk countless times and paid it no mind. He said calmly, "I'm a pretty face. So what? I make $23 million a year, the highest in the league. What about you? Don't tell me you're worth less than a pretty face. You?" Steven Jackson was at a loss for words. He was a trash talk master, even winning the Big 3 League's Trash Talker of the Year award in the future. Though the significance of that honor was questionable, it did prove he loved to talk smack, which was indeed a technical skill. Too bad. He shouldn't have disrespected an elder. Oomph. Frustrated, Steven Jackson snorted and drove hard to the basket. There were no fancy crossovers, just pure brute force. A prime McGrady could have matched him, physically retreating while defending, using his athleticism to suppress and deliver a fatal defensive blow. But now he was older and plagued by injuries. Facing Steven Jackson's violent drive head-on, he couldn't hold his ground. He was knocked back. Steven Jackson drove to the rim with Gerald and Nazar sealing off their defenders. Boom. A powerful two-handed jam. After the brute force drive, Steven Jackson's emphatic dunk gave his team an explosive start. "See that, Tracy? You can't stop me." Steven Jackson raised his chin, taunting McGrady. "So what?" McGrady retorted dismissively. "You don't even make as much as a pretty face. Are you playing just to entertain the crowd? Damn it. Think you're hot shit just because you make more money. Will you ever let it go?" Steven Jackson was annoyed, but he couldn't argue. His salary was under $8 million. The guy was a pretty face and still made 3 times his salary. It just didn't make sense. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Steven Jackson retreated sulkily, then set his sights on Su Yin, sneering, "See that dunk, rookie. Undrafted nobody. Next. It's your turn." "What the hell?" They're ganging up on me now, huh? Can't out-talk the veteran McGrady, so you turn your sights on the rookie. That's all the spine you've got. You couldn't even earn a seat at a 4-dish banquet. Su-Yin shot him a disdainful glance, too lazy to bother. Transition offense. Du-Hong pushed the ball up Steven Jackson, guarding McGrady, while defensive stalwart Gerald Wallace locked onto Su-Yin. A powerful frame, nimble footwork, and relentless defensive intensity. Gerald Wallace's pressure on Su-Yin was indeed formidable. But it didn't matter. Su-Yin wasn't a ball-dominant player anyway. He first set a screen with Harrington shaking off Wallace by half a step, though the latter swiftly and agilely fought through the pick. He chased down immediately. Su-Yin surged forward, faked a curl to the top, fooling Wallace, then broke along the baseline before curving back up. Constant motion. Intelligent movement never ceasing. Even Steven Jackson couldn't keep up. This was the prowess of off-ball movement, LV2. Su-Yin even felt his speed had increased. Ball arrives as the man arrives. Du-Hong had been waiting for Su-Yin's cut, and the moment he curled out he delivered the pass. Catch and pivot. No shooting prep whatsoever. He released it instantly so fast, it drew cries of wild chuck. And indeed, it looked like a wild heave. Even Curry had countless shots that outsiders deemed reckless and ill-advised. Yet, time after time, they found the bottom of the net. Su-Yin's maxed-out three-point shooting surpassed even the baby-faced assassin Curry. His accuracy was higher, his lethality greater. Like a meteor-white arrow piercing the heart. Swish! Su-Yin buried the three-pointer dead center, leaving the fans utterly dumbfounded. In this era, shooting threes the way Su-Yin did, a shot ahead of its time, was far too rare, too unconventional, and thus all the more stunning. Knicks 3-2 Bobcats. Su-Yin answered immediately with a signature three. WTF. A turn-and-shoot with zero preparation. That was lightning fast. The versatile Dia had read the play while giving chase, immediately thinking he might just make it. But he couldn't even get a hand up the contest. A man being too fast isn't always a good thing. Dia muttered. Su-Yin heard it crystal clear and barely suppressed the urge to snap back, choosing to ignore him. Whether he was fast or not wasn't for Dia to judge. Rebecca was the true authority on that matter. Transition offense. Felton pushed the ball up, orchestrating from the top of the key. Steven Jackson deliberately sought out Su-Yin, eager to school the league's hottest rookie. He also knew that breaking Su-Yin would make beating the Knicks a walk in the park. Seeing the two fully matched up on the right wing, Felton unhesitatingly swung the ball to Steven Jackson. Slap. The moment Steven Jackson caught the ball, he was electrified with excitement. He looked at Su-Yin like a famished tiger eyeing a limping deer. He couldn't wait to take him down and feast. Schooling rookies is one of my favorite pastimes, amidst the sinister laughter. Steven Jackson drove hard, barreling straight into Su-Yin, their bodies colliding instantly. Thud. Su-Yin took a step back. He charged again. Su-Yin was shoved back once more. After being knocked back 3 times in a row, Steven Jackson sneered with glee. Is that all the strength you've got? You weakling. A guy as frail as you can't survive in the NBA. You're destined to be broken. In truth, Su-Yin had only been gauging Steven Jackson's power, not using his full strength. Though confident, he believed in knowing his enemy to ensure victory. Honestly, you're pretty weak. Just a trash talker. Su-Yin had his answer. What did you say? I'm weak. Steven Jackson's temper flared. Su-Yin was the one getting knocked back repeatedly. How dare he say that, and with such a calm, composed demeanor. You're the trash talker. Steven Jackson gritted his teeth, tensing every muscle. This time he would send Su-Yin flying. Boom. Their bodies slammed together violently once more. This time, Su-Yin stood utterly still, having exerted only a fraction of his power. What? Steven Jackson felt as if he'd run into a brick wall, unable to budge Su-Yin an inch. That's impossible. He was stunned. Su-Yin said calmly, I told you you're too weak. Just a trash talker. Don't you spout nonsense. Steven Jackson couldn't accept it. He'd just been shoving Su-Yin back moments ago. With a roar, he charged again with all his might, and Su-Yin added just a tiny bit more force. Boom. Thud. The first sound was the dull thud of colliding muscle. The second was Steven Jackson, unable to withstand the force, being flung backward, stumbling and crashing to the floor. Humiliating. Utterly humiliating. Whoa, the arena erupted in uproar. Wait, Su-Yin's strength. Wilson Chandler's jaw dropped. Su-Yin sent Steven Jackson flying. That's terrifying power. Gallinari was equally stunned. WTF. Coach D'Antoni leapt off the bench. Since when does Su-Yin have this kind of strength? A Su-Yin is as solid as a wall. Steven Jackson couldn't move him an inch. So manly, so strong. Steven Jackson is the epitome of brute force. His game is ferocious. But he got sent flying by Su-Yin in a physical contest. Then, just how strong, how rock solid is Su-Yin? Great looks, elite skills, a killer body, and this strong too. If I could just date Su-Yin for a day, I'd die without regrets. Seriously, if I were with Su-Yin and died one day, it'd definitely be from sheer bliss. The fangirls in the stands had completely lost their composure, lost in wild fantasies. FCK. Steven Jackson cursed from the floor, but scrambled to his feet without wasting a second, trying to pretend nothing had happened. The bad news, his reputation was in tatters. The good news, the loose ball from his fall was scooped up by Dia, keeping possession with the Bobcats. Give me the damn ball. Steven Jackson was frantic, desperate to bowl over Su-Yin and salvage his pride. Dia understood. He passed it back without a word, and Steven Jackson charged at Su Yin again like a rabid dog. Boom, boom, boom. Their bodies collided violently once more. But he still felt like he was running into a mountain, unable to move Su Yin a single inch. Su Yin stood firm, his expression unchanged, calmly glancing at the gritting, grunting Steven Jackson. Then he flashed an innocent smile. What's the matter, little bro? Haven't you eaten? Put some muscle into it. The humiliation was far greater than the harm inflicted, yet it was the undeniable truth. From an omniscient perspective, Su Yin stood as immovable as a mountain, his expression as calm as a still lake, exuding an air of unruffled composure. He appeared to exert no effort at all. In fact, had circumstances permitted, he might have casually pulled out his phone to scroll through some mindless videos. In stark contrast, Steven Jackson was gnashing his teeth, his face twisted in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, accompanied by guttural growls. Everyone knew he was pouring every ounce of his strength into the effort, yet it was all in vain. Su Yin remained utterly motionless. Su Yan's impassive face against Steven Jackson's contorted visage. Only through comparison does the true damage become apparent. The fans were initially stunned, then one by one they burst into laughter, mocking Steven Jackson's impotence. Indeed, the self-proclaimed martial saint known for his violent playing style, who had boasted so arrogantly before the game, couldn't even lay a finger on Su Yan. The contrast was stark. He seemed utterly feeble. He talked the toughest talk, yet received the most brutal beatdown. If not him, who else would they mock? Each wave of laughter struck Steven Jackson's ears like a piercing insult. He was aggressive, but not foolish. He knew the ridicule was aimed squarely at him. He couldn't fathom the source of the sudden, inexplicable power radiating from Su Yan. Their pre-game scouting had revealed nothing about Su Yan's immense strength. He had even managed to push him back earlier. Yet now he knew he had given his absolute all, straining with every fiber of his being, and still couldn't budge him an inch. It was a mortifying defeat. But the arrow was already knocked. He had no choice but to let it fly. Arg, you bastard. Steven Jackson charged forward like a madman, slamming into Su Yin with even greater ferocity, determined to fight to the bitter end. Tweet. The whistle blew. Was Steven Jackson being called for an offensive foul due to his wild, desperate flailing, having thrown an elbow in his frustration? No. It was a 24-second shot clock violation, which meant Steven Jackson had been thoroughly humiliated for a full 24 seconds on that single possession. A collective gasp swept through the arena. Steven Jackson's face flushed crimson, though his dark complexion fortunately concealed the blush. Shame mixed with fury. A single defensive stand with Su Yin barely moving was enough to shatter Steven Jackson's composure. Such a fragile mentality. It destined him for failure on the grand stage. Steven Jackson was seething with indignation. On the ensuing fast break, as Su Yin received the ball at the top of the right arc, Jackson immediately darted past Gerald Wallace to guard him. He lashed onto Su Yin like a rabid dog, clinging and harassing him. You little punk, you deliberately held back your strength to make me think you were weak, then suddenly unleashed it to catch me off guard. How cunning of you. You got lucky once, but you won't be so fortunate next time. Steven Jackson sneered. He was trying to rationalize his failure. Su Yin saw right through him, and without sparing his feelings said flatly, "What are you talking about? I told you to push harder. But you have no strength. You're as weak as if you skipped dinner. Let me tell you, a man shouldn't be too quick, but more importantly, he mustn't be too soft. In a way, the latter is even more fatal." Steven Jackson's pupils dilated. Did he not understand? No, he understood all too well. He felt a fresh wave of humiliation wash over him, even more severe than the last. Bastard. I'll kill you. Steven Jackson's temper flared again. He lunged fiercely, initiating heavy physical contact, trying to smother Su Yin with his pressure. He was determined not to give Su Yin an inch of space for a three-pointer. You enjoy contact that much? Su Yin narrowed his eyes, then smiled slightly. Perfect. My appetite for a physical battle is quite strong tonight. Let's see what you've got. Steven Jackson was still processing the words when Su Yan's charge was already underway. Like Steven Jackson, there was no fancy ball handling, just pure, unadulterated brute force. Think I'm scared of you? Steven Jackson gritted his teeth and braced his entire body for the impact. Boom. A thunderous collision. Stagger, stagger, stagger. Steven Jackson stumbled backward 3 steps, mirroring the retreat Su Yin had made earlier when he was pushed. The difference was Su Yan's retreat was deliberate. Steven Jackson's was an involuntary reaction to being overpowered. This strength. A shiver ran down Steven Jackson's spine. How could someone who looked so refined, so far from a muscle-bound brute, possess such monstrous power? He prided himself on his own strength. He was a swingman too. Why was Su Yin on par with him? Steven Jackson couldn't wrap his head around it. What he didn't realize was that Su Yin hadn't even used his full power on that last charge. Su Yin charged again, this time with even more force. Arg. Steven Jackson's eyes bulged as he roared, channeling every last bit of strength, staking his martial saint reputation on stopping Su Yin. The intention was admirable. The spirit was high, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom. Thud. Su Yin slammed into him with even greater force, sending Steven Jackson flying and crashing hard onto the floor. The sheer power was awe-inspiring. The male fans were dumbfounded. The female fans' minds were wandering, entertaining some. Pleasurable thoughts. Oh my God. Tracy McGrady exclaimed from the perimeter, clutching his head. What terrifying power. So that's the impact force behind a 180 kilograms bench press. Wilson Chandler on the bench was equally stunned, his eyes wide. Damn, that feels like watching the King James bulldozing his way to the rim. David Lee, nearer the basket, kept his wits about him, remembering they were in a game. Yin, over here, he called, signaling Su Yin to cut to his left. He had already boxed out Naz Muhammad. Su Yin charged and grabbed the ball, and threw down a ferocious dunk. At 201 centimeters with a 213 centimeters wingspan and average leaping ability, his physical gifts weren't spectacular by NBA standards. But dunking was still an easy task for him. Moreover, with his Iron Bones LV1 enhancing his explosive power, this particular dunk carried an extra dose of violence. And this was just the beginning. Over the next 5 minutes, Su Yin and Steven Jackson were locked in a duel, constantly meeting in physical confrontations. The result? Su Yin won every single encounter. He either shoved Jackson away, knocked him down, or sent him sprawling. You like violence? Su Yin would answer violence with violence. Wow, from the commentary booth. Kenny Smith couldn't help but exclaim after watching Su Yin knock down Steven Jackson yet again. Steven Jackson joked before the game that he would knock Su Yin and the Knicks around, that he'd send them all sprawling. And look at that. His words came true in the most ironic way. He's the one who ended up sprawling on the floor. Steven Jackson felt as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. As for the humiliation, he had grown numb to it. Want to go again? Su Yin asked with a smile, savoring the power boost granted by his Iron Bones LV1. The harmless grin he wore, however, sent a chill down the spine of Steven Jackson, the man known as the Martial Saint. Just as Tracy McGrady, David Lee, and others had said, the Martial Saint bullied the weak and feared the strong. Or perhaps he excelled at exploiting the rules and leveraging his physical gifts to survive in the league. He understood that as long as he played aggressively enough, most opponents would shy away. That meant higher scoring chances, better defense, and an overall superior performance. Naturally, that also meant more money. In truth, Steven Jackson was a genuinely good person off the court. Violence was certainly not his defining trait. Needless to say, in 2005, when Hurricane Katrina ravaged the city where Jackson's friends and family resided, upon learning the news, he didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately spent a whopping $50,000 to dispatch 2 helicopters to the area. He brought all his relatives and friends back to his own home. Over 30 people squeezed into the 6 rooms of his house for 2 weeks until the danger of the hurricane had passed. Honestly, that's not something just anyone would do. This single act alone shows that Steven Jackson wasn't a fundamentally bad person. Even on the court, his style was merely physically aggressive, defensively tenacious, and relentless. It wasn't as if his offense was deliberately designed to injure. As for the malice at the palace incident, well, everyone has their moments of rage. You can't condemn a person for a single lapse in judgment. Besides, even a player as fiery as him showed unprecedented discipline in the twilight of his career, molded by Coach Popovich. In the grand scheme of things, Steven Jackson was fundamentally different from the likes of Nut Kicker, Green Dirty Azza, Bruce Bowen the Bruiser, and Thug Bogut. Of course, his mouth was the toughest part of him. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. He roared through gritted teeth. It wasn't a fearless taunt, but rather, he was in so much pain that he could only yell through clenched jaw. Sigh. A man with a hard mouth has to tough out the act he's put on. Beep. Fortunately, Coach Larry Brown noticed the situation and promptly called a timeout. He interrupted the one-sided physical confrontation where both players sought each other out, but only one was suffering, and immediately provided psychological counseling to Steven Jackson, urging him to stop trying to match Su Yan's physicality. Steven Jackson verbally protested, claiming he could still handle it and was about to adapt. Yet the moment Gerald Wallace suggested they switch back, he readily agreed. The pain was excruciating. He had no desire to clash with Su Yan again. Soon after the timeout ended, the capman, Gerald Wallace, first secured a rebound amidst a tough battle against David Lee. Bam! Following another ferocious collision and gritty struggle, he converted a second-chance opportunity right over David Lee's head. Tough. On the very next possession, Al Harrington's drive to the basket was emphatically swatted away by Gerald Wallace. Out of bounds. Tracy McGrady received the ball, used a screen, and drove inside again, but the player he was now was far from his prime. Bam! He was forcibly halted by Wallace's stifling defense. And it wasn't over. As McGrady hesitated on who to pass to, Wallace swiped the ball right out of his hands. He plundered it like a thief. So tough. Commentator Kenny Smith exclaimed, and Eric Johnson concurred with a nod. Gerald's defense is incredibly tough. This year he's a serious contender for DPOY. After the timeout, Gerald earned wave after wave of praise for his relentless defensive displays, and then he set his sights on Su Yan. In everyone's eyes, only a seasoned battler of Gerald's caliber could truly pressure Su Yan on the defensive end. Steven Jackson, get out of here. On the ensuing possession change, Gerald Wallace matched up against Su Yan. He was also a small forward boasting strength, explosive power, and decent speed. That's what made him such a defensive stalwart. Against him, Su Yan should ideally use his off-ball movement LV2 to shake him off before attacking. However, he was currently still thoroughly engrossed in the power surge from Iron Bones LV1. Steven Jackson wasn't enough. Perhaps Gerald Wallace could get Su Yin more excited, or at least keep his appetite for physical confrontation alive. Su Yin actively called for the ball. Oh, Duhan was a bit surprised. In previous games, Su Yin mostly caught and shot off screens, or after moving without the ball. Actively demanding the ball was a rarity. Of course, if Su Yin wanted it, Duhan would certainly oblige. He had complete faith in him. At the right wing, Su Yin faced Gerald. After his teammates created a little space, he put the ball on the floor and accelerated for a drive. No fancy moves. It was all raw power. It fit the era's brutal physical style perfectly, making people momentarily wonder if Su Yin was still the promising talent of the small ball era. Still, this kind of bone-jarring man-to-man combat was equally thrilling to watch. The crowd was fired up, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Su Yin versus Gerald Wallace, who had superior strength. Bam, bam, bam. Consecutive fierce collisions laced with a hint of testing. Su Yin could clearly feel that Gerald's strength was significantly greater than Steven Jackson's. He's got some power, but not enough. After a few probes, Su Yin had fully gauged Gerald Wallace's strength. He had some game, but he was certainly not on LeBron's level. He was still far off. And against someone like Su Yin, who could bench press 180 kilograms, he was no match. Bam, bam, bam. Su Yin tensed his body and charged in with another surge of force, leaving Gerald with no choice but to retreat step by step. Bam. Once again, he bulldozed past Gerald and pulled up for a jump shot near the right baseline. Clank. It missed. On the next possession, he again shouldered Gerald aside, but his layup attempt was altered by Boris Diaw's help defense and rimmed out. Well, Su Yin could overpower Gerald, but his current ability to finish at the rim was lacking. He couldn't convert his dominance into points. Su Yin suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, feeling it was all rather pointless. If it couldn't translate to scoring, then all his efforts were for naught. By the end of the first quarter, in the early part, Su Yin had completely dominated the Marshall Saint, Steven Jackson on both ends of the floor. In the latter part, Su Yin displayed greater destructive power than the Catman, Gerald Wallace. However, his finishing at the rim was mediocre and his efficiency was average. Meanwhile, Steven Jackson, having avoided Su Yin, quickly adjusted and regained his aggressiveness. Knicks 2727 Bobcats. The first quarter ended with the two teams tied. On the bench, Su Yin snapped out of his immersive bliss, stroking his chin, and thought, "Seems I need to change my approach." Iron Bones LV1 primarily enhances Su Yin's strength and explosive power, bolstering his defensive capabilities. The effect is quite remarkable. Steven Jackson, after all, is the Charlotte Bobcats' current leading scorer, averaging 22.1 points per game. His offensive prowess is undeniably impressive. Yet in a 5-minute matchup with 124-second violation, 2 shots missing the rim entirely along with a steal and a block, Su Yin managed to neutralize him completely, using his overwhelming strength. Next up was Gerald Wallace, the Catman destined for the All-Star game that year. Su Yin's strength-dominant defense once again resulted in a steal and a rejection of Wallace's aggressive drive to the basket. His defensive efficiency was exceptionally high. However, on the offensive end, his augmented strength only helped him break through the defense. His own ability to finish at the rim was merely average. There was no way around it. So to score using his strength against Gerald's defense, he needed to change his approach. For instance, what if the final move isn't a drive to the hoop, but a three-point shot, his specialty? With this thought, Su Yin discovered a new offensive strategy. During the timeout, the fans in the stands were electrified. The male fans were fully immersed in the intense battles between Su Yin and the Sage and the Catman, their blood boiling with excitement. The female fans, however, cared little about his missed finishes. They were captivated solely by the sheer formidable power radiating from Su Yin, leaving them breathless with excitement. They couldn't help but fantasize about a wild, passionate encounter with this incredibly handsome, tall, and robust man. Early in the second quarter, the backup units took the floor. Larry Hughes and Danilo Gallinari showed decent chemistry. They played for about 4 minutes. They managed to gain a 3-point lead for the team. Not a huge margin, but certainly a positive development. A whistle blew. Larry Brown called a timeout. The starters returned to the game. With a swish, Steven Jackson received a no-look pass from the versatile Boris Diaw in the corner. He sank the three-pointer, tying the game. He ran up to Su Yin with a smirk, chuckling, "It's just a three-pointer, isn't it? Anyone can do that. What the hell? It's just a single three-pointer. Why are you running over here to show off like a fool?" He's been single for too long, latching on to anyone who comes near like he'd try to fit a square peg in a round hole regardless of who it is. He used to scoff at three-pointers. Now, after being humiliated by me, he's desperate to brag about making just one. Trying to prove his worth. Seeking validation. What a joke. Su Yin couldn't be bothered. He got the ball again, wanting to test the combination of strength and three-point shooting, but he wasn't reckless. Seeing David Lee with a mismatch against Steven Jackson in the post, he decisively passed the ball. David Lee caught it, powered through contact, spun, and left Jackson trailing. With a positional and height advantage, David Lee easily laid it in. Duhan looked for Su Yin first, but wasn't predictable. On the next possession, he drove, appearing to pass to Su Yin at the top of the key, but instead whipped the ball to Al Harrington in the corner. Harrington rose for a three. Clank. It missed. But it was a good look, a smart play. On the next third possession, Su Yin got his chance to face Gerald Wallace one-on-one. Gerald immediately closed in. Through each collision he knew Su Yin was stronger, but he also knew that as long as he kept applying pressure, even if Su Yin got past him, scoring wouldn't be easy. It was a clash of titans. Their bodies collided fiercely once more. The fans watched with bated breath, savoring the raw physicality between these two titans, anticipating Su Yin tearing through the defense again for a monstrous dunk. With a low grunt, Su Yin charged in again, using all his might to slam into Gerald, who was sent stumbling backward. He staggered, nearly falling, but quickly adjusted his balance, knowing Su Yin's most ferocious attack was yet to come. But instead Su Yin stopped on a dime, stepped back to his right behind the three-point line, gathered the ball, and rose for a three-pointer. A three-pointer. Gerald quickly regained his footing, his body prepared to contest a drive, clearly caught off guard by this turn of events. He was too late to contest. All he could do was watch Su Yin's release and silently pray for a miss. With such an open look, how could Su Yin miss? His bow was drawn like a full moon, the arrow flying like a shooting star. Swish. Nothing but net. On the next play, Su Yin, now feeling it, didn't engage in a prolonged battle, but delivered one powerful, decisive shove. Gerald, unable to withstand the force, was knocked back again. Su Yin seized the moment, stepped back for another three. He drew his bow and let it fly. A perfect shot. Swish. Another three-pointer. This feels right. Su Yin smiled. This was the correct combination for Iron Bones, LV1, and max-level three-point shooting. What? Again? Who powers through their defender, knocks them down, and then instead of charging to the rim for a dunk, steps back for a three. Gerald was baffled and couldn't help but complain, "We're supposed to be battling inside. How can you just pull up for a three?" "No rule against it," Su Yin shrugged. "The contact was there, but I never said I wouldn't shoot the three." "Sorry, but I'm not just some brute who only uses force." Gerald pursed his lips, feeling a bit helpless. Su Yin's three-point shot, after knocking him back, had both a clear separation and a lightning-fast release. Even with maximum effort, getting a hand in his face was nearly impossible. The most frustrating part was that these seemingly difficult shots were ones Su Yin consistently made. The arena erupted in noise following the display of strength and the resulting three-pointer. The female fans in particular were losing their composure completely. The fierce and brutal contact followed by that smooth, elegant, and beautiful three-pointer. Su Yin perfectly embodies both violence and grace. He's so cool. He's not just an incredible player, he combines power and finesse so seamlessly. His charm is simply irresistible. "Su Yin, please take your whip and discipline me. I'm in love." The female fans were collectively lost in their fantasies. Just 2 minutes later, during a fast break, Su Yin delivered a bone-jarring, powerful blow to the sage Steven Jackson. Jackson stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before crashing onto the floor. How embarrassing. As for Su Yin, he took a step back, found himself beyond the three-point line, with 3 feet of clear space, as open as the ocean. Unhurried, he glanced at the flustered Jackson, then at the basket, gave the ball one casual dribble to adjust his rhythm, and then released the three-pointer. The entire sequence felt less like a frantic NBA game and more like a man savoring the art of basketball. It was incredibly elegant and carefree. He drew the bow back and let the arrow fly, piercing the heavens. What do you call this? Elegance never goes out of style. Swish. The three-pointer dropped. The female fans were utterly captivated. If before, Su Yin needed to rely on screens and constant off-ball movement to create three-point opportunities, now he could use physical contact to independently generate three-point chances. Iron Frame not only enhanced his strength and explosive power, bolstering his defensive capabilities, but also granted him the ability to create his own offensive opportunities. In summary, within the NBA, possessing formidable strength brings almost exclusively advantages with virtually no drawbacks. Su Yin's offensive arsenal of step-back threes and pull-up triples, hitting 4 of them, put immense pressure on the entire Bobcats roster. By halftime, Su Yin had drained 6 three-pointers, amassing 23 points along with 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. Opponents always knew Su Yin was deadly from beyond the arc, yet they never seemed to prioritize guarding him. Allowing him to sink 6 threes in a single half was testament to the fact that the three-point shot was not yet the centerpiece of the game in this era. Su Yin's style of play was a harbinger of the small ball era. "Come on," Kenny Smith exclaimed with great excitement during the halftime break. 6 threes, 3 steals, and 3 blocks in one half. This was a quintessential 3-and-D performance, one that surpassed the capabilities of many established 3-and-D specialists such as Bruce Bowen and P.J. Tucker. None of them can hold a candle to Su Yin. Yes, indeed. Su Yin is incredibly impressive. Emmy Johnson chimed in with praise. His three-point shooting is both precise and relentless, and his defense is ferocious. At this rate, Su Yin is on his way to becoming the league's premier 3-and-D player. Back in the Bobcats locker room, Larry Brown repeatedly stressed the need to stick to Su Yin's three-point shooting while everyone remained utterly baffled. They couldn't comprehend the sudden surge in Su Yin's strength. Over in the Knicks locker room, a similar thought crossed everyone's mind. Coach D'Antoni couldn't help but ask, "Yin, what's going on with your strength? Your bench press is 120 kilograms. How are you not just holding your own against Gerald Wallace, but completely overpowering him? It's baffling." Su Yin smiled. "Is it possible that my bench press is actually more than 120 kilograms? Impossible." Coach D'Antoni refused to believe it. It was only during the second physical test that he clearly remembered Su Yan's bench press being 120 kilograms. "You're wrong, coach," Tracy McGrady answered with a grin. "Su Yan's bench press is now 180 kilograms, which is even more than Superman Dwight Howard, and only 10 kilograms shy of King LeBron." "Impossible," D'Antoni nearly shrieked. A 60-kilogram increase in bench press in just a few days. It was as unbelievable as claiming one could sustain an erection for 3 days straight. Who would believe that? "Su Yan, is this true?" D'Antoni asked, his eyes wide. Su Yan gave an awkward smile. "What if I said it is? Would you believe me?" "No, it was truly hard to believe," David Lee explained. "That's because Su Yan didn't go all out during his previous bench press test." "That makes more sense." D'Antoni breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't understand why Su Yan would hold back, it was at least an acceptable explanation. He didn't dwell on it. If before Su Yan merely showed the potential of a top-tier 3 and D player, he was now almost playing at that exact standard. D'Antoni liked Su Yan even more. He gave Su Yan a look of affirmation, as if to say, "When this game is over, I will definitely give you a satisfactory offer." 15 minutes later, the second half began. The Bobcats suddenly increased their defensive intensity on Su Yan, a belated adjustment. But Su Yan was not intimidated. In the first half, he was largely sensing and enjoying the enhanced strength and explosive power from Iron Bone's LV1. His play had been a bit reckless. Now that the initial surge had subsided, it was time to play smart, accumulate stats, and win the game. Using screens, off-ball movement, and his newfound strength, Su Yan utilized his abilities to the fullest. With his teammates rallying around him, he was unstoppable. Even with the Bobcats ramping up their defensive pressure and guarding him closely, they couldn't contain him. Crucially, on the defensive end, Su Yan applied pressure to both the Sage and the Catman. It should be noted that these two were the Bobcats' most formidable duo. When matched against other players like the 185 cm Raymond Felton, he made it nearly impossible for them to move. Offense and defense, Su Yan demanded excellence in both. Led by his efforts, the team unleashed a 13-4 scoring storm in the third quarter, extending their lead to double digits. The lead wasn't insurmountable, but the Knicks maintained it steadily, denying the Bobcats any chance to close the gap or mount a comeback. Up in the commentary booth, "Impressive Knicks." Emmy Johnson rapped the table, exclaiming, "The Bobcats are a playoff-caliber team with the potential to compete for a top 4 seed." For the Knicks, a team at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, to lead by over 10 points and keep them under pressure is simply incredible. Kenny Smith raised an eyebrow and mused, "Theoretically, the Knicks shouldn't be able to exert this kind of dominance. But now that they have a top-tier 3 and D player in Su Yan, everything changes. All I can say is, Su Yan is amazing." Throughout the second half, the Bobcats guarded Su Yan's three-point shot with extreme tenacity. An undrafted rookie receiving superstar-level defensive attention was a sight to behold. Despite this, he still managed to nail 3 more three-pointers, 2 from well beyond the arc and 1 difficult contested shot with a hand in his face. These were shots that had no business going in. Yet Su Yan hit them with sheer irrational confidence, driving the Bobcats to despair. When they overcommitted to his three-point shot, he would find opportunities to attack the basket. He didn't attack often, but he successfully drove to the hoop 3 times, converting 1 layup and drawing fouls on 2 other occasions, going 4-2 from the free throw line. On defense, Su Yan remained vigilant, collecting both steals and blocks. With Su Yan firing on all cylinders at both ends of the floor, the Knicks ultimately cruised to an 11-point victory over the Bobcats, securing their 4th consecutive win, something no Knicks player dared to dream of at the start of the season. With the dual abilities of Iron Bone's LV1 and off-ball movement LV2, Su Yan delivered another highly efficient performance. He finished the game with 9 three-pointers, an explosive 36 points, 5 steals, 4 blocks, along with 4 rebounds and 3 assists. Congratulations to the Knicks for defeating the Bobcats and securing their 4th straight win. This comes after their 10-game losing streak. Did the players suddenly wake up? Emmy Johnson paused for a moment, teasing the audience before exclaiming excitedly, "It's because they have a top-tier 3 and D player. His style is a blend of elegance and brute force. He is the promising talent of the small ball era. He is the undrafted rookie from the Dragon Kingdom, Su Yan. 36 points, 9 three-pointers, 5 steals, and 4 blocks. Not to speak of the future. At least, tonight's Su Yan's performance was absolutely worthy of the title Elite 3 and D player." After the game, in the arena, which usually had more male fans than female fans, the shrieks of the female fans almost drowned out the men's cheers. They harbored a faint 1 in a million hope that they might catch Su Yan's eye and spark some kind of fiery romance. After the game, the Knicks players celebrated in the locker room for a while before heading home. Su Yan stayed behind. His agent Jeff Augustine had already arrived. There was still a major matter to settle tonight, finalizing a new contract. In the manager's office lounge, Su Yan and Augustine were already waiting, 2 cups of steaming coffee on the coffee table. Manager Donnie Walsh and Coach D'Antoni hadn't arrived yet. Augustine said softly, "Boss, if the Knicks offer tonight isn't good enough, I think signing with the Bulls would be a solid choice. You're still somewhat isolated in New York. Even if you can be the leader with unlimited shots, your personal stats would be great, but the best outcome would be contending for a championship in the future. Clearly, The current Knicks roster doesn't have the potential to compete for a title. I understand, Suyin nodded. Augustine continued, the Clippers are in Los Angeles and Chris Camby and DeAndre Jordan can protect the rim. But Jordan is too inexperienced. Chris is an all-star caliber player. Camby, the second overall pick of the 96 Golden Generation, is a defensive stalwart and quite popular. They might not accept you as their leader. My point is, they might not be willing to be your underlings and do the dirty work. Suyin nodded again. He understood Augustine's point. Just then Walsh and D'Antoni entered. Sorry to keep you waiting, Suyin. Manager Walsh's tone was apologetic as he explained, I was just printing some documents hoping they'd be useful tonight. He then looked at Augustine, extended his hand, and said with a smile, Jeff, hello. Thanks for your hard work on Suyin's matters. Augustine stood and shook his hand. It's my job, Mr. Walsh. Please have a seat. Walsh gestured for him to sit. After exchanging pleasantries, he got straight to the point with a smile. Time is of the essence. If we wait any longer, we might get undercut. Suyin, let me lay out my thoughts first. Please hear me out before you give your opinion. All right, please go ahead. Ahem. Walsh cleared his throat and continued, first, the Knicks are in New York, giving us a natural market advantage. I'll mention it, but not dwell on it. Secondly, most other teams' offers are around 4 years for $20 million. That's about $5 million a year. That's higher than the 3-pick salary, close to the 1 picks. It's not a low offer. However, we are the Knicks. We're all about spending big. Furthermore, myself, the coach, and the rest of management, we all really like Suyin and are confident in his future. So, let's start with the salary. 2 years, $24 million. The total amount is the same, but the term is 2 years shorter, which equates to $12 million a year. Also, it's an 11 contract with a player option for the second year. You can choose to exercise it or opt out and become a free agent to sign a new deal. Augustine's mouth twitched fiercely upon hearing the offer, despite his best efforts to maintain his composure. But the corner of his mouth still twitched slightly. The price was too high. For context, the 1-pick Blake Griffin's contract was only 4 years, $24 million. That's $6 million a year. Suyin's offer was double that, skyrocketing to $12 million a year. It was truly astonishing. What does that mean? In the 11 to 12 million annual salary range, you have Josh Howard at $11 million, an all-star from the 06-07 season. Monta Ellis, a top 10 scorer in the league, earned $11 million a year. Notably, he was never selected as an all-star in his entire career. Richard Hamilton earned $11.63 million, a 3-time all-star from 05 to 08. Anton Jameson also earned $11.63 million, an all-star in 07-08. Chauncey Billups earned $12 million a year, a 4-time consecutive all-star from 05 to 09. Now there is one more, Suyin. How should I put this? An undrafted rookie receiving an all-star salary seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? In reality, given Suyin's current talent and ability on display, he truly does not deserve twice the salary of a number 1 draft pick. Are the Knicks simply rich and naive? That may be one factor, but there is another crucial aspect. Coach D'Antoni's ardent endorsement. He possesses a forward-looking understanding of the small ball era, and he has a particular fondness for the run-and-gun system. Suyin fulfills all of his fantasies about what the small ball era and the run-and-gun system should look like. He likes Suyin so much. Desperate to keep Suyin in New York, he continuously brainwashed Walsh and the management. He urged them to find every possible way to retain Suyin, claiming they would definitely win the championship in the future and help the Knicks capture their 3rd title in franchise history. Indeed, this is also one of the reasons the Knicks offered what could be considered an astronomical contract for an undrafted player. Walsh had no time to notice Augustine's subtle expression and continued, rookies must sign a 22 contract spanning 4 years with at least 2 years bound to the team. Such regulations indeed provide security for a large portion of players. However, for exceptionally talented players with enormous potential, this is not necessarily a favorable arrangement. They may have to endure 4 years of rookie-scale wages. You are an undrafted player. You fall outside the scope of those regulations, so how you sign your contract is entirely up to the team to decide. The reason we are signing you this way is precisely because we believe in your potential, knowing you will one day become a superstar. Therefore, as long as you play through 1 season on a bargain contract, and as long as you establish your value this year, you will be able to renegotiate a max contract next year. We are safeguarding your best interests. Of course, we also hope our cooperation goes smoothly and that you will prioritize re-signing with the Knicks next year. Naturally, Suyin played along. When someone had spoken so explicitly, if he refused to show any flexibility or attitude, it would hardly be appropriate. Walsh was very pleased with this response and continued cheerfully, that is all regarding the contract. I believe we have covered everything, though. It is not entirely set in stone. If Suyin is dissatisfied, we can still negotiate. Second, and more importantly, the future of the team. First, the team system will be the run-and-gun system that Coach Mike D'Antoni excels at. The core is 3-pointers, fast breaks. An advanced understanding would be shooting 3-pointers off the dribble and from beyond the arc while maintaining a certain accuracy. Suyin perfectly fits the core of the run-and-gun system. But relying on his own strength alone to lead the Knicks further would be exhausting. He needs help. The first, Stephen Curry, we plan to trade for him from the Warriors. Although he hasn't been playing well lately, that's partly due to his environment and role with the Warriors. We believe in the legend he created during March Madness. We trust in his future. Besides his solid three-point shooting, Steven's playmaking ability is also top-notch, which can help Su Yin get better three-point opportunities. Secondly, when the team has two great shooters on the perimeter, we definitely need a strong rim protector. We've set our sights on the rebound monster, Tyson Chandler. He not only excels at protecting the rim, but his interior defense is also solid, and he has decent athleticism that fits the run-and-gun system. Then, Steven and Su Yin will lead the outside game, while David Lee and Tyson Chandler anchor the inside. With two powerful shooters and twin towers, the Knicks' overall competitiveness will surge. Su Yin and Steven are both young with high ceilings. I think, within at most 3 years, the Knicks will definitely grow into a championship contending team with a strong chance to win it all. Su Yin, what do you think? After hearing this, Su Yin didn't answer immediately, his heart sinking. Having a helper like Curry by my side, the future battles will surely be formidable, and it will also relieve a lot of pressure. What kind of teammate does a shooter like most? Naturally, a center, a towering presence inside. As long as the rebounds are secured, shooters gain more confidence in their shots. This creates a 112 effect. I have to admit, the Knicks' series of trades for a rebuild is quite impressive. Curry is still a rookie, while I already possess three-point shooting that surpasses his peak. Clearly, in the coming years, I will be the team's strongest core. And New York is the largest city in the U.S., with the highest popularity and attention, plus a superior geographical location. The salary is also double that of a top draft pick. An undrafted player securing an all-star salary. If that's not satisfying, it would be a bit greedy. With that thought, Su Yin and Augustine exchanged another glance, both giving each other affirming looks. It was settled. Su Yin stood up, extended his hand to Walsh with a polite smile, and said, "I will play every remaining game this season for the Knicks." He didn't say yes or no. Walsh was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood and excitedly shook Su Yin's hand, saying, "Great, great. I also believe Su Yin will grow rapidly and make waves in the NBA." The contract had been printed beforehand. Su Yin could sign at any time, and it would take effect immediately. With that, Su Yin's new contract was finalized. He renewed with the Knicks on a 2-year deal worth $24 million, a sky-high contract for an undrafted player. The second year includes a player option. This news would be officially announced by the Knicks overnight, and the next day it would explode across the league. Back home, Su Yin took another shower and lay in bed already past midnight. Before leaving, he had asked Augustine to find a new house as he hadn't had time lately and lacked good channels. Next, the nightly calculation before sleep. Tonight, 36 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 steals, 4 blocks, including 9 3-pointers, 3 2-pointers, and 3 free throws. 9-1-0-0, 3-8-0-0, 3-4-0-0, 5-0-0, 4-0-0, 3-1-0-0, 4,801-86800. Adding the over 6,000 from basic dribbling and walking, tonight's game earned roughly 2,500. Just pretty decent. Name Su Yin. Level LV3. Upgrade EXP 144438100. EXP can only be gained through spending. The more you spend, the more EXP you get. System shop, not yet open. Items, none. Mission, the two-way commitment mission. First, hit 10 3-pointers in a single game and lead the team to victory. Reward, 10000. Mission complete. Second, break the NBA record for 3-pointers in a single game and lead the team to victory. Reward, 30000. Incomplete. Skills, max level 3-point shooting, basic body enhancement, off-ball movement, LV2 upgrade, 5 million, iron body, LV1 upgrade, 10 million. Balance, 303,400. Now I have 300k in balance, spent nearly 150k, and still need about 850k EXP to level up. At my earning rate of 200k per game, it would take about 3 to 4 games to earn 850k, and then spend it to unlock LV4. Leveling up to get the privilege gift pack and increase money-making speed is definitely a top priority. However, iron body and off-ball movement should also be upgraded as soon as possible if funds allow. One costs 10 million, the other 5 million, totaling 15 million. Plus I need to change houses, buy a car, etc. Calculating this way, it seems the money is still a bit insufficient. It looks like I need to quickly complete the second mission of two-way commitment, breaking the single game 3-point record. The 300k bonus is not to be ignored. Also, with the new contract signed, 12 million a year after taxes, that's about 500k per month. If I take on endorsements, I can earn even more. Of course, there's no rush. Everything will come in time, except for playing every game while I don't need to be bound by anything else. After all, at my current earning rate, I can easily make 2 to 3 million a month. That already gives me financial freedom, letting me live a happy and carefree life every day. The next day, shocking, Su Yin renews with the Knicks for 24 million over 2 years, securing the largest contract for an undrafted player in NBA history. An undrafted player, yet he earns double the salary of the top pick. The reason is, question, an undrafted rookie earning an all-star salary, pretty reasonable, right? In 10 days, from a short-term worker earning 20k to $1 million annual salary. What exactly happened to Su Yin, the magic kid from the East? Late last night, the moment the Knicks announced the news, major news outlets that had been closely following them scrambled to write articles overnight. Major basketball websites also posted news immediately. In the morning, newspapers were everywhere. Commuters on buses and subways, students heading to public classes, netizens surfing the web. Everyone saw the news in their spare time. All of them were utterly shocked, their eyes popping out in disbelief. What a 2 years, 24 million. An undrafted player. Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? Impossible. This can't be real. What the heck? He's an undrafted player. What has he done to deserve such a high salary? Isn't this like a white swan stripping naked and begging to please a toad? No way. I don't believe it. Absolutely not. How, why not? You probably don't know the monstrous performance Soo Yin, an undrafted player, has put up in the past week. In his NBA debut, he played just 5 minutes, exploded for 24 points, and delivered a step-back three-pointer for the game winner, single-handedly burying the OKC 3. Against the Pistons, he cruised to 25 points. Against the Warriors, he erupted for 37 points, nailing a whopping 10 three-pointers, setting a new league season record for threes in a single game. He also became the 9th player in NBA history to make 10 three-pointers in a single game. Isn't that performance explosive? And last night, he hit 9 more threes, maintaining his astonishing output, finishing with 36 points, 5 steals, and 4 blocks. What does that look like? It's the epitome of a 3-and-D star. The league is trending towards small ball, and Soo Yin is the perfect asset for this era. Not only does he perform well, but Soo Yin also has the massive Chinese market behind him. Just look at the popularity Yao Ming enjoys. Combine all these factors. Once Soo Yin's star truly rises, he'll become the hottest commodity, triggering a league-wide frenzy. Cough. Teams are already scheming against each other just to sign him. Be that as it may, he's still an undrafted player, and his natural talent isn't particularly elite. Furthermore, he's only played 4 games. You could call his style ahead of its time, or perhaps even against the current. He definitely hasn't fully proven himself yet. But getting a salary higher than many all-stars, that's a bit hard to accept, isn't it? Of course, Soo Yin doesn't deserve it. It just shows the Knicks have more money than sense. Heck, classic sour grapes. Pure jealousy. Seriously, an undrafted player getting an all-star salary. That's just too absurd, too ridiculous, too unbelievable. Fans reading the news reports and netizens across basketball forums were all talking about it. The debate raged on, spiraling out of control. It wasn't until noon when the NBA officially announced the new player of the week that attention shifted. Starting with the West, Chris Common of the Clippers won it. His averages last week, 25. 7 points, 11. 4 rebounds, 2. 5 assists, 0. 8 steals and 2. 5 blocks, leading his team to a perfect 3-0 record. The Clippers had been struggling all season, but they suddenly erupted last week with 3 straight wins, and Chris Common was the main catalyst. He showcased exceptional dominance in the paint. He's a deserving winner of the Western Conference Player of the Week. Now for the East. The NBA first released 3 sets of statistics. Dwight Howard, the Superman of the Magic, averaged 19 points, 19 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 5 blocks last week, leading his team to a 3-0 record. LeBron, the King of the Cavaliers, averaged 30 points, 8. 5 rebounds, 9. 0 assists, 1. 0 steal, and 0 block last week, leading his team to a 3-1 record. And Soo Yin of the Knicks, who averaged 5 points, 3 rebounds, 2. 0 assists, 2. 5 steals, and 8 blocks last week, leading his team to a perfect 4-0 record. A quick scan and the immediate reaction wasn't comparing performances, but spotting a glaringly conspicuous name. Who? It was Soo Yin, an undrafted player who seemingly had no business being in the Player of the Week conversation. This is a prestigious honor. Consider this. Many solid NBA players never win a single Player of the Week award in their entire careers. And now Soo Yin, an undrafted player, is competing for this honor in the very first week of his career. The shock value is immense. Crucially, after seeing his concrete stats, everyone couldn't help but think, damn, he's actually pretty good. Subsequently, everyone began speculating who would win the award. Probably LeBron, right? 30 points with a near triple-double plus a steal and a block. A true 6-tool all-around performance. What's more, he helped his team win games. That's definitely Player of the Week caliber. Dwight's 19 points, 19 revs, 5 BLKS shows unmatched paint dominance. As for Western Conference winner Chris Common, he'd be walking with his head down in front of Dwight. They're all so good, it's a tough call. If I had to choose, I'd pick Dwight. His stats are comparable to LeBron's, but the award also considers team record. LeBron lost a game. Dwight Howard edges him out. I agree. Why are you all ignoring Soo Yin? Wasn't his performance good enough? Soo Yin, as an undrafted rookie, he's played well, sure. Calling him the Eastern Conference Rookie of the Week would be fine. But this is the Player of the Week award, a competition among all Eastern Conference players. That's a different story. His 5 points match LeBron, but his rebounds and assists are lower, and his boards and blocks are dwarfed by Howard's. He's played well, but he's not on LeBron's or Howard's level. Makes sense. Agreed. Nonsense. Do you even know how Soo Yin played last week? You have no idea how good he was. Fans debated, each holding their ground with no resolution in sight. But this was exactly what the NBA wanted. After letting the buzz build, the NBA officially announced Soo Yin was the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. His supporters were ecstatic, feeling a sense of total victory. His detractors were baffled. Why? The NBA explained first in his first game Su Yin only played 5 minutes, recording 24 points and zeros elsewhere. That alone dragged down his averages. Second, on top of his solid stats, Su Yin averaged an incredible 8.5 three-pointers per game. An unprecedented feat. He brought three-point shooting to a new mind-boggling level. Third, the 20-point comeback, the step-back game winner, ending a 10-game losing streak, the 10 threes, the 3-and-D masterclass. Su Yin's performance last week was exceptionally eye-catching. Finally, combined with his undrafted status, the impact and contrast he delivered were simply too powerful to ignore. Therefore, Su Yin is the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. What the? 8.5 threes per game. My apologies. I knew Su Yin could shoot, but averaging 8.5 threes a game in his first week. That's still insane. It's truly a phenomenon-level performance that defies expectations. Su Yin deserves a temple built in his honor. Out of sight, out of mind. But once the NBA laid out its reasons, the previously opposing fans were rendered utterly speechless. Following that, the NBA dropped two even more explosive records. First, Su Yin became the first undrafted player in NBA history to be named Player of the Week. Second, he became the second player after Shaquille O'Neal to earn the honor in his very first week in the league. A record of his own making. A record that places him alongside the great Shaquille O'Neal. This weekly honor saw Su Yin outshine Eastern Conference superstars like LeBron, Wade, Bosh, Howard, Pierce, and Garnett. The accolade carried immense weight. With this solid achievement, Su Yin's all-star level salary suddenly seemed entirely justified. Praise began to pour in. This isn't hype, this is real talent. Gilbert Arenas, a second-round pick, rose from Agent Zero to the hibachi. That was inspiring. Su Yin, an undrafted player, matching O'Neal's feat and securing an all-star salary. He's truly turned his fortunes around. Su Yin displays extraordinary dominance and performance. He's a genuine rising star for this era. He's only 19, making tens of millions a year. I'm so jealous. Man, my lunchbox suddenly doesn't taste so good. The bricks at work feel heavier now. With all that money, Su Yin could probably afford a BMW. He could get a Porsche. As fans fully grasped Su Yin's prowess, the comment sections were filled with envy. Soon after, the NBA officially announced the Rookies of the Week for both conferences. Su Yin, having already won Player of the Week in the East, unsurprisingly clinched the Rookie of the Week title as well. The Western Conference honor went to Tyreke Evans, the fourth overall pick and combo guard for the Kings. He averaged 21, 7 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 steals, and 5 blocks last week. A textbook case of peaking from day one. A truly impressive performance. This was Rookie of the Year caliber play. However, compared to Su Yin's Player of the Week feat, his stellar numbers suddenly seemed to lose their luster. While fans debated the weekly awards and Su Yin's near all-star, undrafted rookie contract, the Knicks were anything but idle. They had already made all the necessary preparations. Everything was in place, awaiting the crucial element, Su Yin's agreement to stay with the Knicks. Now that the crucial element was secured, everything else fell into place. The Knicks first traded their 6th overall pick from last year's shooter Danilo Gallinari to the Warriors for Stephen Curry. Under D'Antoni's system, the two could swap 1 for 1, but this left the Warriors short a point guard. Monta Ellis, though a combo guard, facilitated more due to his high usage rate. He would distribute the ball when opportunities arose. Curry was truly the Warriors' core point guard. So the Knicks generously sent their starting point guard Chris Duhon to Golden State. In exchange, the Warriors gave up backup point guard C.J. Watson and a 2010 second-round pick. Next, the Knicks sent Al Harrington, who averaged 18, 1 points, 5, 7 rebounds, 2, 0 assists, 1, 0 steals, 0, 5 blocks, and 2, 0 three-pointers per game. They also included backup center Jared Jeffries, Nate Robinson, and the Warriors' 2010 second-round pick they had just acquired. This facilitated a 3-team trade involving the Pacers and Bobcats. Ultimately, the Knicks acquired rebounding monster Tyson Chandler and the Pacers' 2010 first-round pick. These were all deals finalized by general manager Walsh days prior, ready for immediate confirmation. Now they were swiftly executed. In an instant, the Knicks' starting lineup was overhauled, completing their rebuild. The new starting 5: Curry at point guard, McGrady at shooting guard, Su Yin at small forward, David Lee at power forward, and Tyson Chandler at center. Of course, McGrady was often a placeholder, with swingman Wilson Chandler frequently taking his minutes. This lineup: Curry and Su Yin were rookies. Wilson was in his 3rd year, David Lee his 5th, and only Tyson was in his 9th NBA season. The rest were all quite young. They were competitive and had high potential. Crucially, this wasn't even the ceiling for the Knicks' current roster strength. Everything had happened so suddenly. The Knicks had originally planned to tank this year after missing out on Curry in the draft, which is why they signed McGrady and Su Yin. The goal was to attract attention and sell tickets. But then Su Yin's situation changed everything, and they had already committed $23 million to McGrady. Furthermore, the team was still paying Eddie Curry $10 million and Cuttino Mobley $9.5 million. Both were injured and unable to contribute. These 3 players alone accounted for over $40 million in salary, a staggering figure. Even though the new starting lineup's salaries were relatively modest, the $40 million pushed the Knicks over the salary cap, incurring significant luxury tax penalties. But the Knicks didn't care, and it was only for 1 year. Next season, that $40 million burden would be off the books. Then without even paying the luxury tax, they could afford to sign at least one star player worth around $20 million a year. Let the current players develop for a year, then add another star next season. The following year, the Knicks were poised to fully rise and potentially become championship contenders. The Knicks management was filled with anticipation. A day later, Su Yan arrived at the arena at 8 a.m. for his daily training, which not only helped him improve gradually. He earned 3 for every dribble and 3 for every step taken. 10,000 dribbles meant 3,000, and 10,000 steps another 3,000. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement that allowed him to earn a decent sum during practice. At 9 a.m., as everyone finished the first training block and headed to the rest area, Coach D'Antoni walked over and said with a smile, "Let me introduce 2 new members." As he spoke, 2 figures emerged from behind him. Curry, Tyson Chandler. Su Yan recognized them immediately. One was a warrior, the other a bobcat. Both teams they had recently faced. "Hey there." Curry bounced over wearing a goofy grin as he greeted everyone. How to describe him? Like a little kid. "Hello, Stephen." David Lee waved. McGrady also welcomed him warmly. "The man who created the March Madness myth has arrived. The Knicks are about to get even stronger." Larry Hughes clapped and cheered. "We've got a sharpshooter on the team now, welcome." You don't praise me like that, it's embarrassing." Curry scratched his head, pretending to be shy, but clearly enjoying the attention. Even though he knew they were just pleasantries, he never heard such words in the Warriors' locker room. There it was all about Monta Ellis's relentless criticism. Curry was delighted, his goofy grin making him look even more like a schoolboy. He walked up to Su Yan, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, Su Yan, now we're officially teammates." "Welcome." Su Yan shook Curry's hand, then said with mock seriousness, "Wait here, I'll go buy you a lollipop." "Why, oi?" Curry was puzzled. He wasn't averse to candy, but he didn't particularly like it either. Su Yan pretended to think, then teased with a straight face, "Because elementary school kids love lollipops." Curry froze for a moment, then realized and roared, "You're the elementary school kid. You're the one who loves lollipops." Ha ha ha. Everyone joined in laughter. Tyson Chandler arrived a beat late, waving his hand with a smile. "Hello, I'm Tyson Chandler. Did I miss something interesting?" Tracy McGrady chuckled. "Welcome, Tyson. Tell me, is it appropriate to give Stephen a lollipop?" "Not bad." Tyson shrugged and explained seriously, "Stephen has a baby face. He really does look like an elementary school kid." "See." Su Yan spread his hands and continued to tease. "It's not just me how everyone thinks so. It's a compliment. You look young and cute. You should be happy." "Do I look happy? Cute? I don't need that. I'm an adult, an NBA basketball player. I'm strong, determined to be a tough guy." "Tough." Amid another round of laughter, Curry shot Su Yan a glare. "I really thank you." Despite being teased, the lively and cheerful atmosphere of the team felt great to him. This was the kind of basketball environment he loved. Curry was easygoing, unpretentious, and quickly bonded with the Knicks players. Coach D'Antoni also appreciated the harmonious rapport among the players, which would enhance team cohesion and strength. After letting them enjoy the camaraderie for a while, Coach D'Antoni continued, "This afternoon we fly to Los Angeles for tonight's game against the Clippers. The Clippers are on a 3-game winning streak and in good form. We're playing at their home court, so we need to be more focused. Of course, we should also have confidence. We're a team on a 4-game winning streak ourselves." "Understood, Coach." Larry Hughes replied. David Lee said excitedly, "Don't worry, Coach. With Stephen and Tyson joining us, we're even stronger. Tonight we'll take on the Clippers and show them how formidable the rebuilt Knicks are. I'll give my all." Curry clenched his fists, full of confidence and fighting spirit. Tyson Chandler also tightened his fists and roared in his booming voice, "Leave the paint to me." The entire Knicks squad was ablaze with battle intent. This feeling was fantastic. Coach D'Antoni knew deep down that the players' newfound confidence largely stemmed from Su Yan's astonishing dominance. In the afternoon, the Knicks team took a chartered flight to Los Angeles, arriving just after 4 o'clock. They rested briefly at the hotel. At 6, they boarded a bus to the Staples Center. By 6:30, they were on the court for warm-up drills. The game was set to tip off at 8, giving them an hour and a half. Just right. How could Los Angeles, the city of angels, lack popularity? An hour before the game, the arena was already packed with fans' cheers and shouts deafening. The fiery atmosphere fully showcased Los Angeles' charm. And Su Yan, who had just been named Eastern Conference Player of the Week, naturally drew a portion of the crowd, especially among female fans. "I'll finally seeing Su Yan in person. He's even more handsome live. His fair skin, chiseled muscles, and long legs. I'm totally in love. Su Yan is a blend of elegance and power. Handsome and skilled, his charm is irresistible. Yin Yen. I truly wish for a passionate romance with you. Su Yan, I have good credit and plenty of cash flow. Want to date me?" A pure guy like Su Yan would never find his way in on his own. Big Sister can guide you in. Countless female fans' legs weak posed and flirted, trying to catch Su Yan's attention. Tonight, the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, and Derek Fisher came to watch. The Clippers and Lakers share the same home court. Since they lived nearby, the trio came to observe. Seated courtside, Kobe watched Su Yan and Curry on the floor and remarked, "I remember Stephen's performance in March Madness last year vividly. He changed my perception of a traditional shooter. I always thought Stephen would become a great shooter. But now my opinion has shifted. Su Yan might become a great shooter even faster." Pau Gasol watched Su Yan's flawless 3-point practice. How can someone shoot threes so accurately from that far out? Yes, Derek Fisher nodded, equally amazed. As a 3-and-D player I work hard on my three-point shooting too. But in the end, only corner threes are slightly reliable, the rest are average. Even so, compared to Su Yin, I can't help but feel inferior. He seems born with a three-point shooting talent, always hitting unreasonable threes. Right? Kobe nodded thoughtfully. Shooting may look like a craft, but it also involves talent. Clearly Su Yin and Steven belong to the elite tier of three-point talent. I can't wait to see them together raining down a storm at Staples Center. The three chatted among themselves. Also in the front row, the 20-year-old Meng Meng, who had risen to fame in Hollywood's music scene, came to watch. For whom? Dressed in the Knicks number 7 jersey, it was clear she was there for Su Yin. Su Yin exuded an endless charm and magic that made women who saw his face addicted. Mild cases turned into devoted fans. Severe cases drove them to crave intimacy, wanting to give him everything unreservedly. Meng Meng was no exception. Having seen Su Yin on TV and in newspapers, she was captivated by his handsome masculine aura and physique. His formidable strength and high popularity added to his allure. For now, Meng Meng remained at the fan level like a stalker of a celebrity. A fan at the scene. At the commentary desk, Mike Breen exclaimed excitedly, "The 3-game winning streak, Clippers host the 4-game winning streak Knicks." A clash of titans. The rebuilt Knicks have added shooter Stephen Curry and center Tyson Chandler. How will they perform? Meanwhile, Clippers center Chris Common was last week's Western Conference Player of the Week. Knicks small forward Su Yin was last week's Eastern Conference Player of the Week. This is a showdown between the East and West Players of the Week. Bound to be spectacular. Fans, let's look forward to it. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Su Yin's mind, triggered Player of the Week mission. Triggered weekly best player task. Su Yin wins a weekly best player honor. Reward $1,000,000. $1 million for the weekly best player. Doesn't that mean I've already completed the task since I just won the Eastern Conference weekly best player? Su Yin's heart stirred with excitement. He stretched out his hand, as if demanding the reward from the system. The system explained the task's countdown begins from the moment it is issued. Any weekly best player honor obtained before that does not count. Are you kidding me? Why didn't you release this task earlier? This was all for nothing. System money is meant to be earned, not given away for free. Getting it for free is shameful. Damn, that actually makes sense. I have no comeback. So that means I need to play at an elite level for at least another week, dominate the Eastern Conference again, and win the weekly best player honor. Only then can I get that 1,000,000. That's a substantial reward. Looks like I need to perform well this week too. Even though there's no time limit, it would be best to secure the weekly best player and complete the task this week. With that thought, Su Yin set a short-term goal. 10 minutes before the game, the main event was about to begin. The arena was buzzing with excitement, the atmosphere at its peak, with everyone eagerly awaiting the start of the game. They were ready to enjoy the clash between the weekly best players. Both teams returned to their benches for final adjustments. Chris Common, the Western Conference weekly best player, received a pass from a teammate, rose up from the left high post, and sank a mid-range jumper. He ended his warm-up with a hot hand. After releasing the shot, he confidently backed away as if he knew it would go and feeling very satisfied with his form. As luck would have it, right behind him, a plump waitress was walking over with a tray of cola and burgers for a customer. Her attention was on the customer. Common didn't notice her as he backed up. Bam! They collided. The impact wasn't strong, but the waitress was too frail and was knocked to the ground. Drinks and food were scattered everywhere. Oh no! The waitress saw the ruined meal and the dirty floor and felt a sense of despair. The game was about to start. The customers were waiting for their food and the game. If this delayed the game, she could lose her job. Ignoring the pain from the collision, she hurriedly began cleaning the dirty floor. Fortunately, a dedicated cleaning staff member came over to help. Common, completely unharmed, glanced back at the spilled food and drinks and the waitress kneeling on the floor frantically cleaning up. He merely looked for a second, then walked away as if it had nothing to do with him. Of course, not many people paid attention to this minor incident. Meng Meng also just glanced over before returning to her phone or watching Su Yin warm up. The waitress was definitely the unluckiest one. She was hurt, had to clean the floor, apologize to the customer, and prepare new food. She might also get scolded by her supervisor and have her pay docked. She was upset, but she had no choice. As someone at the bottom of the ladder, she couldn't blame the high and mighty Chris Common. She could only consider herself unlucky. Thankfully, the staff intervened and cleaned up quickly so the game wasn't affected. Soon the main event arrived, and both team starters took the court. Los Angeles Clippers starters: point guard Baron Davis, shooting guard Eric Gordon, small forward Rasul Butler, power forward Marcus Camby, center Chris Common. New York Knicks starters: point guard Curry, shooting guard McGrady, small forward Su Yin, power forward David Lee, center Tyson Chandler. Jump ball. Common and Tyson vied for the tip-off. With his 216 centimeters height and 221 centimeters wingspan, Tyson had a natural advantage. Smack. He got to the ball before Common tapping it to David Lee, who passed it to Curry to advance for the Knicks' first possession. The Clippers' small forward Rasul Butler was hounding Su Yin from the very first possession. He was a capable defender, serving as the first line of defense against Su Yin. After experiencing the power of Iron Bones LV1 in the last game, Su Yin didn't attack like a brute. He used post-up, step-backs, off-ball movement, and screens from teammates. whatever was most comfortable and effective. He cut down the right wing reading the game and saw David Lee coming up to set an off-ball screen. He suddenly reversed his cut and sprinted towards the top of the key. Sorry, but I've got you figured out. Rasul growled as he chased, unaware that he was only seeing the first move, while Su Yin was already thinking 2 steps ahead. Bam! The pursuing Rasul collided with David Lee and was stopped in his tracks. Su Yin popped out, and on the other side Curry, who had been watching him, drove to the basket, drawing defenders. Seeing the opening, Curry made a slick left-handed behind the back pass, finding Su Yin, who caught it and executed his signature half-turn rising for a three-pointer. A beautiful arc, and the shot was true. Swish. Nothing but net. This is exactly like my own offensive rhythm. Curry thought to himself, impressed. Wow, Mike Breen exclaimed. Stevens' behind-the-back pass was exquisite. He's a much better point guard than Duhon. Su Yin's three-pointer was as smooth and accurate as ever. Steven and Su Yin, the Knicks' twin stars, executed a beautiful play on their very first possession together. So cool. Huh. Mark Jackson also laughed with excitement. One dared to pass, the other dared to shoot. These two don't look like rookies at all. What a graceful three-pointer. Mengming's beautiful eyes sparkled. With his looks, physique, and skill, Su Yin exuded the charm of a top-tier man, irresistible even to a Hollywood starlet. Slap. Su Yin and Curry high-fived. That was a perfect play. Remember, the Clippers had been keying in on Su Yin from the start, with Rasul as the first line of defense. Eric Gordon was the second. Camby and Come On were also watching intently, with their entire defensive focus on Su Yin. Yet he still managed to get an open three-pointer with ease. What does that tell you? Su Yin's elite off-ball movement combined with Curry's precise passing is a nightmare for any defense. On the fast break, Come On used his strength and footwork to shed Tyson Chandler and score at the rim. After all, he was a weekly best player and all-star center. He certainly had some skills on the offensive end. On the Knicks' next possession, Su Yin repeated the same tactic, creating a play with Curry through off-ball movement. At the left wing, a step behind the three-point line. For most players, that might not be a good shot, but for Su Yin it was perfect. He drew his bow and let it fly. Swish. Another three-pointer. Su Yin answered right back. Come On, however, was not to be outdone. After Gordon missed a three, Come On fought hard for the offensive rebound. Then he rose straight up from the paint. Boom. A massive two-handed dunk over Tyson Chandler, making the rim groan in protest. Wow, Gasol exclaimed. The two weekly best players are going blow for blow on offense right from the start. This is going to be a great game. Su Yin's three-pointers from beyond the arc grew increasingly impossible to guard, a joy to watch and accompanied by fierce physical confrontation. Elegance and brutality coexisted. Come On's solid footwork in the paint, diverse finishing moves, and dominant presence made him seem unstoppable. Both were weekly best players. How could their strength not be exceptional? The opening collision instantly heated up the game, making it thrilling and exciting. This is the clash between weekly best players. The game has just begun, yet I'm already fired up. Although Su Yin was an undrafted player, he's delivering weekly best performances and earning all-star salary. He's incredibly strong. He can absolutely go head-to-head with all-star center Come On. A showdown between the elite. The male fans were ecstatic. Wow, so handsome and so amazing. Are you giving other players any chance? I love it. Yin Yin, let's go on a date. I've already picked the place, Shangri-La Hotel. Lolita, student nurse, mature woman. JK, black stockings, white stockings, fishnets, Balenciaga. Only your imagination limits what I can fulfill. Su Yin's three-point shooting is so elegant, yet he's fierce when driving. Elegance and violence coexist. Oh my god. I really love this so much. The female fans fell for him again. Even Mengming was captivated. Just by his looks alone, Su Yin could charm a crowd of fangirls. If he pairs that with skill, it's a knockout blow. Mengming completely transformed into Su Yin's devoted fangirl, cheering ecstatically after every three-pointer he made. On the court, Su Yin and Come On. The clash between two weekly best players began from the opening tip and never stopped. The game remained thrilling throughout. The fans were utterly captivated as both teams battled fiercely, the match incredibly tight. It looked like they'd be pushing until the final minute. But in reality, halftime, the Knicks extended their lead to 7 points. Chris, come on. What's going on? I'm dominating the paint, moving mountains and overturning seas. I'm playing so well, so why is the score gap so large? This isn't right. Is this even logical? Come On couldn't figure it out. It wasn't just him. Countless home fans in the stands were equally baffled. One fan's wide eyes shimmered with immense confusion. I'm supposedly enjoying an ultimate scoring duel. How did the Clippers suddenly fall apart mid-game? Why is that? Mark Jackson voiced everyone's confusion. Mike Breen stroked his chin, feigning deep thought, then explained, this is the essence of the emerging small ball era. Oh, how so? Mark Jackson asked with keen interest, playing off his partner, perfectly showcasing their veteran broadcasting chemistry. Mike Breen smiled and raised an eyebrow with an expression that said, you know me so well. He continued, Su Yin and Chris, come on. Both players of the week played exceptionally well tonight. That's undeniable and evident to everyone. But a three-pointer is worth one more point than a two-pointer when they are dueling and matching each other's output. Right now, Su Yin, who has already drained 8 three-pointers, inexplicably holds an 8-point lead over the Clippers. An unreasonable 8-point lead. That's the allure of the three-pointer. Everyone understands this, but the three-point line is too far, and often players can't guarantee their shooting percentage, so they don't take them. But Su Yan is different. He's like a legendary sharpshooter, his mastery of the three-pointer reaching a pinnacle level. He consistently nails incredible shots from beyond the arc. It's astonishing. Yet it seems like a microcosm of the future's small ball era, an era where perhaps everyone can shoot threes and everyone is accurate. Oh, that's exactly it. Su Yan's three-point shooting is frighteningly accurate. Mark Jackson chimed in agreement. But, he asked further, the Clippers' defense is formidable. Chris, come on, Marcus Camby and DeAndre Jordan, three interior giants guarding the paint. They make the Clippers' defense impenetrable. They know Su Yan is excellent. No, he's the player of the week. How is he still attacking so easily? Exactly. Mike Breen nodded with a smile. The Clippers' defense is indeed strong, but everyone has their specialty. With that said, he deliberately paused, building suspense and piquing the fans' curiosity. Then he continued, the Clippers' interior defense is truly formidable. Most players find it incredibly difficult to crack. We're in an era of physical paint attacking basketball. Most players' offense is focused inside, attacking the rim and playing close to the basket. That's where the Clippers' three centers can showcase and fully unleash their defensive abilities. But tonight is completely different. Su Yan is a shooter, a player suited for the small ball era, capable of pull-up jumpers and even ultra-long three-pointers. Those three big men can't extend their defense out to the three-point line to guard Su Yan. Even if they tried, they couldn't keep up. Their defensive prowess is useless here. Their talents are wasted with nowhere to apply them. And the perimeter defenders, Baron Davis, Eric Gordon, and Rasul Butler, are all lacking. They aren't elite perimeter defenders. They can't stop Su Yan either. Using his excellent off-ball movement, occasional physicality, and Stephen Curry's brilliant passes. In less than 3 quarters, he's personally drained 8 three-pointers, bringing a three-point shower to Staples Center, helping his team take a 9-point lead, and instilling fear in the bewildered opponents. That's the reason for the lead. That's the essence of Su Yan's greatness. I see. Mark Jackson wore a look of sudden realization, mirroring the expressions of countless fans. As they were speaking at the top of the arc 2 meters beyond the three-point line, Su Yan rose up against Gordon's closing contest. He launched yet another three-pointer. It was sheer madness, but an arrow piercing through the nebulae, chasing the stars until dawn. Swish. Su Yan's ultra-long three-pointer found nothing but net once again, cold-bloodedly. Gordon, that went in. That actually went in. I consider myself a shooter too. I have a solid understanding of three-point shooting. I know exactly how difficult it is to make a shot from that distance, especially with a defender contesting it. Who does Su Yan think he is, a rookie fresh into the league? How can he make these shots so effortlessly? This is impossible. Gordon was frantic with disbelief. Less than a minute later, during the final possession of the third quarter. Swish. Same spot, same defense. This time Gordon contested even harder, but Su Yan's release was lightning fast. He got the shot off again. There's absolutely no way that goes in. Gordon roared maniacally, as if trying to will the shot to miss with a curse. If he actually had that power, he'd be close to being dissected and studied. A shooting star, a piercing arrow. Swish. Su Yan's cold three-pointer ripped through the net, once more perfectly on target. No. Gordon clutched his head, his face a mask of terror. The frantic player collapsed into utter despair. The Clippers' defense was formidable, yet they were utterly helpless against Su Yan. It wasn't that they weren't defending, they simply lacked the capability. Su Yan was on an absolute tear. He had erupted for 10 three-pointers in just 3 quarters. To put that in perspective, only 9 players in NBA history had ever made 10 or more threes in an entire game. However, the list of players who had nailed 10 threes in just 3 quarters might very well be exclusive to Su Yan alone. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the courtside seats. Pau Gasol clicked his tongue in amazement. 10 threes in 3 quarters. Su Yan is on fire tonight. Even the defensively stout Clippers seemed to have no answer for him. As the third quarter concluded, the Knicks had secured an 11-point lead, firmly placing the advantage in their hands. Tisk tisk, Derek Fisher grimaced. Hitting 2 from way downtown in the final 2 minutes is just demoralizing. However, the Clippers weren't playing poorly themselves. Chris Common was scoring inside and Baron Davis was attacking the rim with remarkable efficiency. Both teams were trading blows. It's just that a three-pointer is worth 1 more point than a 2-pointer. Of the Knicks' 11-point lead, 10 of those points came directly from Su Yan's three-point shooting. This was a deficit that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. It was more disheartening than being beaten by traditional play. The future's small ball era with its relentless three-point barrage was certainly something to anticipate. Indeed, Kobe Bryant nodded. The league is evolving towards a perimeter-oriented game. But right now there's only one player who's truly ahead of the curve, and that's Su Yan. For now, this is still an era of physical inside play. And this year we are going to win our 2nd consecutive championship. I want to prove to the entire league that I can win a title as the man even without that big guy Shaq. I can win it all again. Once I get my 5th ring, my goal is to re-establish the purple and gold dynasty. With a 6th, I'll shake the very foundation of that bald-headed legend's historical standing. Kobe didn't voice that final audacious ambition out loud. It was a thought that could stun the world. But that was Kobe, the fiercely ambitious Black Mamba. Of course, Pau Gasol concurred. We can praise him all we want, but Su Yen rookie that he is no matter how good he gets cannot shake our Lakers one bit. We must win the championship again this year. Fisher was equally confident. From offense to defense, our roster is top tier across the board. With our two-way prowess, we Lakers are invincible and unstoppable. As the defending champions, having swept the Magic 4-1 last year, the entire Lakers squad was brimming with confidence. Back to the game. After the 5-minute intermission, the final quarter commenced. It began with a battle of the benches. The Clippers, enjoying good form and home court advantage, pressed the attack. Tracy McGrady couldn't play extended minutes. After serving as a brief decoy, he was subbed in for Wilson Chandler early and was now running with the second unit. With less pressure, it actually favored McGrady's play. After all, the fans were content just seeing him on the court. Playing in the lower intensity bench matchup was a good thing for McGrady. During the 3-minute rotation, Larry Hughes and McGrady ran some plays. It wasn't spectacular, but they managed to keep the Clippers from cutting into the lead. The Clippers couldn't wait any longer. They brought their starters back a minute early, signaling the start of the final showdown. The Knicks starters had rested an extra minute. The Clippers capitalized on this opportunity. Come On powered his way inside, and Baron Davis attacked with aggression from the perimeter. A quick 4-0 run cut the Knicks' lead to 7 points. Mike D'Antoni called a timeout. It was a manageable situation. The Knicks starters returned, and the final 8 minutes of crunch time began. Stephen Curry immediately created a 3-point opportunity for Su Yen. It clanked off the rim, unfortunately. It was Curry's debut for the Knicks, but he showed no urgency to force his own 3-pointers to prove himself. He had already dished out 8 assists. He had 8 points, having only attempted 3 threes and making 1. He also added 2 steals and grabbed 3 rebounds. More than his 3-point shooting, Curry was focused on proving his overall value on the court. Meanwhile, David Lee, the former focal point of the team, had also been won over by Su Yan's precise shooting. Furthermore, he wasn't an overly competitive player by nature. It was just that the previous Knicks teams were so poor he was forced into the role of primary scorer. Now that stronger players were present, he was more than happy to be a role player, a solid interior presence. At the 6-1-3 mark, Tyson Chandler rejected Baron Davis's layup attempt emphatically off the backboard, grabbing the rebound and proving his worth to the Knicks. Curry grabbed the ball and pushed the fast break. A hard bounce pass threaded through the legs of the defender, who couldn't have stopped it even if he tried to kick it. Su Yen, trailing on the other wing, caught the pass, rose up from a step behind the 3-point line, and let fly a transition 3. The shot was pure from the moment it left his hands. Another swish. His 11th 3-pointer of the night. At the 3-1-1 mark, Su Yen missed a 3. David Lee and Chandler fought hard for the offensive rebound, securing the board. They kicked it out to Curry at the top of the left arc. It was a good look. But Curry, showing patience, didn't force the shot. He swung the ball to Su Yen at the top of the right arc. An even better look. Don't shoot. Gordon, a step late in his closeout, yelled in desperation, a futile attempt to play defense with words. As if it were a practice shot, Su Yen rose and fired, ignoring all distractions. The ball swished through the net, barely rippling the mesh. Come on. You can't give a shooter consecutive open looks. Mark Jackson yelled excitedly. Mike Breen's face was flushed with excitement. Su Yen turned and walked back to his defensive end right after the release. The absolute confidence he has in his 3-point shot. More importantly, he has now hit 12 3-pointers tonight, tying the NBA single-game record co-held by Marshall and Kobe Bryant. And there's still a full 3 minutes and 11 seconds left on the clock. Could Su Yen break the single-game 3-point record tonight? Let's wait and see. As Mike Breen finished speaking, the savvy director immediately cut the camera to Kobe Bryant sitting courtside. Kobe noticed the camera on him, gave a thumbs up, and nodded his head repeatedly. His expression seemed to say, "Well done, Su Yen. I'm proud of you." Back on the court, Su Yan's 2 consecutive threes had pushed the lead back to 10 points, putting immense pressure on the Clippers. They desperately needed to score, and they felt compelled to do so from beyond the arc. The result: a clank off the iron as Eric Gordon's 3-point attempt missed. The moment Gordon released the ball, Su Yen sensed it was off and started sprinting back for the fast break. As David Lee secured the rebound, Su Yen, running hard on the wing, turned and signaled for the pass. Retreating in a hurry, he found himself running along the baseline, dangerously close to the out-of-bounds line. At that moment, he completely failed to notice the portly waitress, the same one who had been knocked over by Come On earlier, approaching with another tray of food. The waitress saw him, but Su Yen was moving too fast. She couldn't get out of the way. In the next instant, they collided. "Be careful," Mengming, seated in the front row, called out urgently as she saw Su Yen charging forward. "Huh." Su Yen paused, startled by the warning, and turned back to see the plump waitress right before him. She was almost in his face. There was no time to dodge. Bang! Su Yen tried to break instinctively, but collided with her nonetheless, fortunately managing to grab hold of the waitress at the last moment. He hadn't sent her flying. She merely tumbled to the ground. However, the 3 drinks on the tray in her hand splattered across the floor, rapidly spreading across the court. Crucially, Su Yan's excellent fast break was interrupted. What is this? What is this? The Knicks were already pushing the pace down the court, but Su Yen was forced to stop at the sideline, where Coach D'Antoni threw his hands up in frustration. The referee also recognized the problem. Tweet. Tweet. He proactively blew his whistle, calling a timeout. Although the Knicks might have had a good fast break cut short, the referee had minimized the damage by doing so. First, it avoided a 4-on-5 situation. Second, it saved the Knicks a timeout. As for Su Yin, unlike Come On, who had walked away after his collision, Su Yin quickly stepped forward, crouched down, and helped the waitress to her feet. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my attention was elsewhere, I didn't see you. Are you hurt?" The waitress clearly hadn't expected Su Yin to help her up, let alone show concern for her well-being. She stood there frozen in place. It was understandable. With his incredibly handsome looks, Su Yin speaking gently to a waitress of average appearance and figure was overwhelming for her. She couldn't handle it. And no, it's fine. Even if she were hurt, she would have said she wasn't. Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief, knowing full well the immense force of his impact, which an ordinary person could hardly withstand. Especially a woman. The arena's cleaning staff rushed over with mops and cloths to clean the floor immediately. Su Yin said warmly, "Don't worry. Go and prepare a new set of drinks and food for the guest later. I'll pay for it. You don't have to worry about your boss scolding you. I'll explain everything to him. Don't feel any burden." Wow. Su Yin was incredibly handsome, played basketball brilliantly, had immense popularity, and yet he had no superstar airs. He had such good character. He was so kind to her. This was just too wonderful. Comparison breeds hurt. After witnessing Come On's coldness earlier, Su Yin's genuinely warm gesture only made him more endearing and touching. The waitress was instantly smitten. Su Yin, however, didn't overthink it. He felt that because he hadn't been looking, it led to her fall to spilled drinks and her potential trouble at work. He had to take responsibility. Waitresses had a tough job. Though he hadn't been caught in the rain himself, he wouldn't go so far as to tear up someone else's umbrella. After comforting the waitress, Su Yin prepared to leave. Su Yin, could I have a hug?" The waitress plucked up the courage to ask softly. Of course. Su Yin agreed with a smile and generously gave her a warm embrace. The waitress's heart blossomed with joy. Su Yin then returned to the bench, waiting for the staff to finish cleaning the floor. This entire scene was observed clearly by Mengming, who was right behind him. She had also seen Come On's cold indifference after knocking down the waitress earlier. In her view, it was somewhat normal for an all-star level player to have arrogance and a star persona. But what if you also had compassion? That would be a massive plus. She thought that a player as handsome and skilled as Su Yin would surely be the object of adoration for countless fans and would be just as arrogant. She expected him to turn and walk away as if he hadn't seen anything, just like Come On. He might even blame the waitress for ruining his fast break. Who would have thought? Su Yin did the complete opposite, comforting her instead. This was something Mengming never anticipated. It completely exceeded her expectations. What was a simple unconscious act for Su Yin was filled with warmth in Mengming's eyes. Caring, gentlemanly, warm-hearted, good character. A series of positive personality traits were instantly attributed to Su Yin. If before Mengming's liking for Su Yin was merely at the fan level, perhaps even a diehard fan, then now her feelings for him had escalated into romantic love. She was only 20. That's how young girls are. In a single moment, they can completely fall for a man. It made sense. A man with stunning looks, long legs, a strong build, excellent ball skills, immense popularity, good character, and gentlemanly manners. Who wouldn't love him? It was just a simple unconscious act. In that instant, Su Yin fulfilled all of Mengming's fantasies about the ideal man. The waitress, overjoyed after hugging Su Yin, felt that no matter how much she was scolded or fined tonight, it would be worth it. Even being fired wouldn't be a loss. Su Yin was true to his word. As the waitress went back to prepare new drinks and food, bracing for possible punishment, Su Yin asked a team logistics staff member to follow her and explain everything to her boss. In just 3 minutes, the area covered in drinks was spotless again. The game resumed. Possession remained with the Knicks. David Lee attempted to power through Camby in the low post, somewhat underestimating Camby's formidable interior defense. He was solidly rejected with a block. A 4-time blocks champion plus a DPOY is no joke. Possession changed. Back to Come On, who faced Tyson in the low post. He accelerated in with the ball in his right hand, initiating contact first. He added deception with a lateral drive. Bang! After another ferocious collision, he executed a silky spin move into the paint, leaving the lunging Tyson far behind him. Come On easily scored the layup. As he ran back, he stood before Tyson and taunted, looking around theatrically. Where is he? Where is he? What? Stop pretending, you jerk. You're definitely not going to perform tonight at the club. The deficit was 8 points. During the possession change, 2-time steals champion Baron Davis made a precise read and intercepted Curry's pass. He quickly pushed the counterattack. Appearing to attack, he was actually very composedly looking for round-faced Gordon on the other side. They needed a 3-pointer now to cut into the lead. This one's going in. Gordon caught the ball and launched a transition 3 with utmost confidence. This time, swish. It was a great opportunity and Gordon nailed it. They had cut the lead by 5 points in a row. In an instant, the deficit was down to 5 points with nearly 2 minutes still on the clock. The Clippers had hope for a comeback. My bad. Curry patted his head, acknowledging his mistake. It was only his first turnover of the night, and naturally no teammate would blame him. They continued to give him the ball. They trusted him. That was the excellent basketball camaraderie of the Knicks. Curry brought the ball up, and Su Yin set a screen for him. Curry moved to the right arc, while Su Yin simultaneously ran towards the left arc. An opportunity. Curry was about to pass, but just as he gathered the ball and raised his arm, Rasul, who had run over to defend him, abruptly turned around, as if making a firm decision, and sprinted towards Su Yin. Gordon also chased after him. The two converged on Su Yin, who was without the ball. Curry, holding the ball, was now completely wide open. Curry, what the hell? I created a legend in the March Madness tournament, and I'm considered one of the promising prospects of this generation. You guys doing this? Is this polite at all? New to the scene, he was just keeping a low profile, but that didn't mean he wouldn't shoot threes, nor that he lacked confidence in his three-point shot. Damn it, this was too much. Burning with rage, Curry gazed at the vast, empty basket, raised his hand, and nailed a three-pointer. The sun shines on the incense burner, giving rise to purple smoke. This three-pointer didn't go astray. Swish, swish, swish. Curry, feeling deeply insulted, sank that three-pointer with a clean swish, delivering a stinging slap to the Clippers players. Meng Meng. Why did they all swarm Su Yin instead of guarding Stephen Curry, who had the ball? Were they deliberately targeting him? This group was just too much. Ha ha ha. Pau Gasol laughed heartily, a bit disrespectful if you ask me. I feel sorry for Stephen Curry for a second. Huh. Old fish. Fisher also chuckled and remarked, it's just that. Su Yin, who has already hit 12 threes. His three-point threat is immense. So immense that the Clippers in their trade-off had to abandon Curry and lock on a Su Yin, refusing to let him shoot anymore. And so they paid the price. Kobe shrugged. The Knicks trading for Curry was indeed a wise move. Disrespectful, utterly disrespectful. Even after hitting the three, Curry grumbled as he trotted back. And it made sense. Disrespecting Curry's three-point shot. That was like saying Iverson couldn't cross over T-Mac, couldn't pull up Kobe, couldn't fade away, and Carter couldn't dunk. That insult was enormous. Su Yin looked at Curry, who was fuming with a hint of cuteness, and shook his head. The elementary school kid is confirmed. Possession change. Baron Davis went up against Curry, hoping to quickly finish the fight, snatch a two-pointer first, then play solid defense. As a rookie, Curry averaged 1.9 steals per game. When an opponent was desperate to tear through his defense, they would inevitably leave openings. Baron Davis crossovers repeatedly to find a rhythm, feigning a drive with his left hand, then crossing over. But Curry saw through it all. With a quick, sharp swipe, he stripped the ball right in front of Baron Davis. Baron got past Curry, but the ball stayed behind. Steven over here. Su Yin had anticipated it and sprinted out immediately, and Curry didn't hesitate. After securing the ball, he quickly passed it to him. Fast and precise. Su Yin caught the ball near the right side of the center circle, dribbled 2 steps, and reached the logo area. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Gordon on the left rear, charging forward with his head down like a mad dog. He might just catch up. So, to avoid any mishaps, Su Yin stopped at the logo area then. Amid Gordon's ghostly astonishment, and the Clippers fans' eyes nearly popping out. Under the stunned gazes of Pau Gasol and Fisher and Kobe's incredulous expression, Su Yin raised his hand and launched a logo three-pointer. The basketball, spinning under the watchful eyes of the entire arena, soared toward the hoop. Like a dragon steed leaping with the wind, a halberd glittering in autumn waters. Swish. Su Yin nailed that logo three-pointer, his 13th of the game, and toppled the Clippers in one fell swoop. The arena fell silent for a moment. Dead silence. Everyone was stunned. In the future, logo three-pointers would not be common, let alone now. This was the first logo three-pointer made by any NBA player this season. And it was a logo three-pointer taken in a normal stance. Su Yin, an undrafted rookie, defied conventions, shattered perceptions, and shocked everyone. Then cheers and roars surged like a tidal wave. Was this an away game? Yes. Su Yin, with 12 threes and a logo three, had turned Los Angeles into his own home court. This was just a regular season game, not the playoffs, not even a Game 7 do-or-die battle. Fans mostly came for entertainment. So when Su Yin delivered a visual feast of threes that left them in awe, why would they hold back their applause? Holy shit. Clippers head coach Mike Dunleavy held his head, utterly stunned into speechlessness. He was annoyed inside, not because the deficit had widened back to double digits and they were about to lose, but because he had failed to sign Su Yin. He had been very close to signing Su Yin. It was just that the Knicks had the first mover advantage, leading to his failure. TSK. The opposing coach wasn't complaining about the player who had dismantled his team. Instead, he regretted not acquiring him. That was quite something. It also showed that Su Yin was truly formidable and highly sought after. An 11-point gap. Home court turned into an away game. Only a little over a minute remained. No hope left, might as well save face. Mike Dunleavy called a timeout, subbed out all 5 starters, conceded the game, and let the final minute devolve into garbage time. That was awesome. Curry clapped wildly. I practice logo threes too, but they're still pretty tough. David Lee. I can't even figure out two-pointers. Steven, you practice logo threes. Su Yin, you hit a logo three in a real game to seal the win. David Lee shook his head in disbelief. A three, a steal, and a great pass, Su Yin smiled. It was Steven's clutch play that gave me the chance to kill the game. That was really annoying. Curry fumed at the thought of that three. Giving me that much space. That's the ultimate insult to a shooter. Huh. T-Mac waved his hand. Steven, don't be mad. You punished them with that three. Next time they won't dare to underestimate you. Tyson Chandler also chuckled. Su Yin and Steven, our team's 2 sharpshooters, just wrecked the Clippers. 3 straight wins. Player of the week. No, all of that is just floating clouds. Yes. Wilson Chandler was also thrilled. Su Yin's arrival not only ended our 10-game losing streak, but also brought us a 5-game winning streak. This feeling is amazing. On the Knicks bench, the starters were savoring the victory in advance. In contrast, on the Clippers bench, led by Come On and Baron Davis, the players were all dejected and silent. Being shot down by an undrafted rookie with a barrage of threes was not the outcome anyone had expected before the game. In truth, don't be fooled by Sue Yan's undrafted status. He was a player of the week on par with Shaq, a top-tier 3, and D player earning an all-star salary. He was truly formidable. Come on. Even before the game ended, commentator Mike Breen couldn't help but excitedly shout, "Congratulations to the Knicks on their 5-game winning streak." Moreover, we must sincerely praise Sue Yan. He once again delivered a jaw-dropping performance tonight, toppling the Clippers with an unbelievable logo three-pointer. From such a distance, is that a shot a player can make? It's astonishing. And even more breathtaking, Sue Yan buried a total of 13 threes tonight, breaking the single-game record of 12 threes co-held by Marshall and Kobe. He set a new three-point record. He became the NBA player with the most three-pointers made in a single game. 13 three-pointers, breaking the record. Additionally, Sue Yan scored 44 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks tonight, showcasing excellence on both ends of the floor. What about Come On? Under the relentless pressure of Tyson Chandler, he ultimately managed 18 points, 9 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 blocks. A stat line close to 20-10. Looks decent. But compared to Sue Yan, he falls short by a considerable margin, utterly outclassed. Sue Yan versus Come On. Eastern Conference Player of the Week versus Western Conference Player of the Week. Sue Yan emerges victorious. Ping. As soon as the game concluded, the system notification chimed in. The host successfully made 13 three-pointers in a single game, breaking the NBA record for most three-pointers in a game. This completes the two-way commitment task 2. Reward 3000000. The two-way commitment task is complete. Excellent. 300 in the bag. Sue Yan was elated, mentally tallying up his earnings from tonight's game. 44 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks, including 13 three-pointers, 2 fast break layups, and 1 of 2 from the free throw line. 131, 220, 810, for 30, 220, 220, 1240, 0818920. Training plus gameplay, dribbles plus steps walked amounted to roughly 24000 times. 24003 72000. Total 189207220261200. Adding the 30000 task reward. Whoa, that's 561200 earned from a single game. To put it in perspective, the highest paid players in the league like Kobe and McGrady earn about 200 per game. And that's just counting the regular season. Sue Yan now earns twice as much per game as they do. Taking McGrady's $23 million salary as an example, if Sue Yan maintains this level of play, his annual salary would be $46 million. Truly exorbitant. Adding his 300 savings, his current balance is now 880000. He needs approximately 8600 experience points to level up to LV4, meaning he has enough money to upgrade. All he has to do is spend it to level up. LV4. Whether it's the exclusive level up gift pack or the further increased money earning speed, both are tempting prospects. Sue Yan silently resolved to spend the money as quickly as possible. As he snapped out of his thoughts, a female reporter in professional attire stood beside him. She was an ESPN reporter. She raised the microphone with a professional smile. "Mr. Sue Yan, congratulations on helping your team secure another victory and achieving a 5-game winning streak. Congratulations on hitting 13 three-pointers and breaking the NBA record for most three-pointers in a single game. That final logo three-pointer that sealed the game was truly spectacular. It got my blood pumping. It seems like you had a strong offensive desire tonight and a particularly strong urge to shoot threes. What's the reason behind that?" "For the money," Sue Yan blurted out. 13 three-pointers mean 300, no 45600. You'd shoot them too if you were in my shoes. A bit elated, Sue Yan accidentally spoke the truth. "Huh, for the money." The female reporter was bewildered. "Oh no, that slipped out." Huh. Sue Yan let out an awkward chuckle, then rephrased his words without batting an eye. "Indeed it is for the money. But what I mean is, as an undrafted player, the Knicks were willing to offer me an all-star level salary. That's an honor. So I should give my all in every game and perform well so as not to let down the generous salary the Knicks have given me." "I see." The female reporter nodded thoughtfully, then gave a thumbs up. "Mr. Sue Yan, you're truly remarkable. You deserve an all-star salary. Keep it up. I hope you can make the all-star game this year and shine on that grand stage." "Thank you. I appreciate the kind words." Sue Yan replied politely. "If I ever get the chance to play on that stage, it would be an honor." The interview concluded. Kobe, Pau Gasol, and Derek Fisher walked over. Kobe embraced Sue Yan briefly, then praised him. "Great game, especially your three-point shooting. You have tremendous potential. Congratulations on breaking my three-point record. It might sound like I'm tooting my own horn, but that's truly an incredible record." "Huh." Sue Yan smiled and thanked him. "Just a bit of luck managed to hit one more three-pointer." "How modest." Pau Gasol shook his head with a smile. "Tonight you were the brightest star on the court. You deserve all the praise, Sue Yan." Fisher gave Sue Yan a high five. "Keep it up. You'll become one of the league's elite shooters in the future." "I'll work hard." Sue Yan was very polite. Kobe patted Sue Yan's shoulder. "Keep going. Stay passionate about basketball. Also, I'm moving to a new place soon. I'll invite you and Steven over for a visit. A new place? Probably a mansion, right? Su-Yin smiled and agreed. I'll definitely clear my schedule for that day to come and visit. The three chatted briefly with Su-Yin to get acquainted, then departed. Su-Yin was about to head back to the locker room to celebrate when another female fan dressed in hot pants and his jersey approached. Who was it? It was none other than Meng Meng, standing at 180 centimeters with fair skin and stunning looks, especially those long legs under the hot pants, longer than most people's lifelines. She was only 20 years old. Whether it was her figure, her beauty, or her skin condition, everything was in a flawless state. A pure beauty. Wow, it's Meng Meng. Curry's heart raced with excitement as he spotted her approaching. McGrady and David Lee had already entered fanboy mode, frantically looking around for paper and pen to get Meng Meng's autograph. Meng Meng walked past Kobe and the others without even a glance, trotting over. Without a word, she gave Su-Yin a big hug, tilted her head up, and said excitedly, Su-Yin, I'm your biggest fan. Can we take a photo together? Without waiting for an answer, she pulled out her phone, ready for a selfie. You're not really asking me, just informing me. Meng Meng was outgoing and spontaneous, not shy or reserved, doing whatever she pleased. Earlier, Su-Yin's casual act of comforting the waitress had already sparked feelings within her. If they weren't in public, if it weren't their first meeting, she would have confessed her feelings to Su-Yin already. He was the one who fulfilled all her fantasies about men, the one she had already decided on. So what harm was a hug? After the photo, Meng Meng smiled brightly, revealing a row of perfect white teeth, and asked, Su-Yin, can I have your contact info? In a little while, I'd like to invite you to my concert. Meng Meng was currently immensely popular in the music industry, a superstar with legions of devoted fans. Concert tickets were incredibly hard to come by. That would be my honor. Su-Yin was pleasantly surprised. Here they were first meeting, yet they'd already hugged, and she was acting as if they were close acquaintances. And she was even inviting him to her concert. Su-Yin was momentarily taken aback. But after all, she was a famous Hollywood singer, and she was being proactive. Exchanging contacts and making a friend couldn't hurt. After all, this was something many wolves could only dream of. Yet Su-Yin felt like it was being forced upon him. After getting Su-Yin's contact information, Meng Meng swayed, contentedly, looking very satisfied. Well then, see you next time. With that, she turned to leave. Wait, Miss Meng Meng. David Lee quickly called out to stop her. Meng Meng glanced at David Lee and said coolly, what's up? Huh. David Lee scratched his head and requested, I'm a big fan of yours. I can sing every one of your songs. Could I get an autograph and a photo with you? Me too, me too. McGrady chimed in from behind. Meng Meng frowned slightly, then apologized. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. It's not convenient today. There was no emergency. She simply felt that she shouldn't take intimate photos with other men in front of her man. After declining, she left, but felt something was missing. She turned around and walked back to Su-Yin. She stood on her tiptoes, quickly planted a kiss on Su-Yin's cheek. Only then did she leave, fully satisfied. Curry, McGrady, David Lee. The three of them stared at Su-Yin, wanting to kill him. David Lee's eyes were bloodshot as he nearly roared, hugging, cuddling, and even kissing. Yin, you'd better explain when you secretly won over this Hollywood pop star. Exactly. McGrady chimed in with complaint. She hugs and takes intimate photos with you, but won't even give us an autograph. She won't even talk to us. This contrast. I refuse to believe there's nothing going on between you two. Though voiced as complaints, their eyes were filled with envy. An ordinary girl being drawn to Yin is normal, but Meng Meng is a red-hot sensation in the music world. Even she couldn't resist Yin's charm. Curry stepped forward, scrutinizing Su-Yin from head to toe, then licked his lips. Gotta say, he is indeed handsome enough. Handsome is fine, but why the hell are you licking your lips? Something's off with you, rookie. Facing the trio's interrogation, Su-Yin shrugged and told the truth. I didn't do anything. Everything was forced upon me by Meng Meng. The star-chasing trio gave Su-Yin identical disdainful looks, as if to say, do you really expect us to believe a single word you say? Tomorrow was a rest day. The Knicks flew back overnight, so they could rest well the next day. By the time Su-Yin got home, it was already past midnight. He took a shower and lay comfortably on his bed, ready to rest. Just then a text message notification sounded. Su-Yin picked up his phone and saw it was from cheerleading captain Raphael Rebecca. The message read, are you home? You worked hard today? I've already showered and am lying in bed feeling very comfortable. Su-Yin thought that was all, but unexpectedly, there were over a dozen unread messages, all from Rebecca. Logo 3-pointer. Too handsome. Today's training was so tough, a whole hour longer than usual. The key thing is these people don't even complain, they'd even train more if they could. It's so ridiculously competitive. It's 1:15 p.m. now, and my stomach is growling, but I can't eat, absolutely can't. Otherwise, my weight will go over the limit. A new barbecue restaurant opened on the 6th floor of Union Square, and it has great reviews. Let's go together sometime, my treat. Oh no, I overslept today, and don't have time to make my bed. Time's tight. Gotta rush. Rebecca had sent him so many messages, all about her daily life or things happening in the moment. The urge to share was overflowing. Su-Yin wasn't intentionally ignoring her, he'd just been busy with away games and contract renewal issues lately. Besides, he rarely checked messages, preferring to just call if something came up. He always had unread messages. It was just a matter of 5 versus 15. Mixed in with spam and marketing ads, Su-Yin couldn't be bothered to look at them. That's why he only saw them now. He wasn't naive. When a girl tirelessly shares her life with you, the meaning is quite clear. Sigh. Su-Yin let out a sigh. Although Rebecca's looks and figure are beyond reproach, easily a 95 or above. She's truly stunning. But wouldn't it be too heartless to pretend nothing happened? With this thought, Su-Yin decided to make it up to Rebecca and replied, "Are you free tomorrow? Let me treat you to a meal, and we can hang out." Rebecca replied instantly, "Sure, but it can only be in the evening. I have training during the day." Su-Yin, "No problem. See you at Union Square in the evening." Rebecca, "Great. It's settled then. Rest early, good night." Su-Yin, "Good night." The chat ended. Yes. Rebecca jumped up from her bed in joy. Despite being sleepy moments before, she was instantly brimming with energy. Su-Yin asked me out to dinner. Su-Yin asked me out to dinner. I'm so happy, so happy. Rebecca was ecstatic. She immediately opened her wardrobe and started picking out clothes. Tomorrow should be our first official date. I have to dress up beautifully. What should I wear? A camisole dress, a pleated skirt, a JK uniform, or jeans? Sporty or ladylike, mature or cute? So torn. Rebecca was too excited to sleep. What about Su-Yin? He put down his phone, lay down, pulled up the covers, closed his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, and on the third second, the steady rhythmic sound of light snoring filled the room. The next morning, major newspapers and basketball websites were once again frantically reporting on Su-Yin's godlike performance from the previous night. 44 points, a new career high. Logo three-pointers that dominated the game. 13 three-pointers made, surpassing Marshall and Kobe to stand alone with the title of the greatest shooter in history. This performance was impossible not to praise. Commentator The Glide, Clyde Drexler, even publicly lauded him on his podcast, at most 3 years, at least 1 year. Su-Yin will definitely become the most formidable shooter in NBA history, bar none. Of course, I mean no disrespect to elite shooters like Ray Allen, Peja, or Lewis. I simply think Su-Yin is exceptional. His three-point shooting breaks conventions and defies understanding, which naturally means he'll reach the pinnacle sooner and faster. Before Su-Yin, no one ever thought a shooter could display such astonishing dominance on the court. After all, even Ray Allen and Peja, both three-point champions, weren't pure shooters. Take Ray Allen. A fun fact, he was once a dunker. His driving and finishing ability was formidable, and it was this combination of driving and shooting that made the gentleman's sword so powerful. Peja was the same. His shooting was excellent, no doubt, but he was certainly not a pure shooter. In his prime, at 206 centimeters, he had the absolute height advantage of a swingman, along with exceptional court vision, off-ball cutting, and game-reading abilities. On offense, he could also drive and shoot. As for Su-Yin, his offense relies more heavily on the three-pointer. It seems that's his only outstanding skill. But even if you know he'll only shoot threes, you just can't stop him. A step beyond the arc, he shoots over the defense. 2 meters from the line, he lets it fly without hesitation. Even for logo threes, he can shoot with a normal form and maintain a decent percentage. Folks who can understand this. How the hell are you supposed to defend that? We're all shooters, why are you so much better? It's precisely because he can do what ordinary shooters can't that Su-Yin, an undrafted player, has become the center of attention. Everyone is talking about him. Right now, Su-Yin is the very center of attention. Earlier that day, everyone was still buzzing about Su-Yin's incredible three-point shooting display from the previous night. But by noon, the conversation took a dramatic turn. Shocking. Meng Meng, the hottest rising star in the Hollywood music scene, was seen hugging and even kissing NBA's most sensational rookie, Su-Yin. Are they dating? This was the headline from the Hollywood Entertainment News. The article was accompanied by 2 pictures. One showed Meng Meng affectionately hugging Su-Yin for a photo, and the other was a candid shot of her kissing his cheek. Just 2 photos, but they were explosive enough. What? Oh my god, Meng Meng is actually dating someone. Who is that guy? Su-Yin, an NBA rookie. Never heard of him. He's a nobody. What right does he have to date Meng Meng? I'm not sure about the looks. But wait 3 minutes. I need to know everything about this man. The Hollywood Entertainment News was the first outlet to report on this connection between a female celebrity and an NBA player. This report acted as a catalyst introducing Su-Yin to the entertainment world. Meng Meng's fan base was particularly large and fervent, and they quickly began to dig up information on him. Information about Su-Yin was soon unearthed. It was fine before the digging, but once they started, everyone was stunned. Wait, why is an NBA player this handsome? Tall, long legs, strong build, fair, and clean skin. What a dream man. No wonder Meng Meng is dating someone like him. Wow, Meng Meng really has good taste. Just looking at these photos and videos makes my knees weak. That face and body language are just so charming. Suddenly, I'm so envious of Meng Meng. If it's Su-Yin, then he actually seems quite compatible with Meng Meng. A perfect match. After learning the details, Su-Yin's charm captivated the female fans who were also followers of Meng Meng. Instantly, they began shipping the couple. However, the male fans had a completely different reaction. They're hugging this intimately, and even kissing. Come on, this is on the basketball court in public. Imagine what they do in private. They've probably already slept together. Maybe. In bed, on the sofa, in the bathroom, on the balcony, in the kitchen. Damn it. I'm grinding my teeth in envy. Arg. Who does Su-Yin think he is? What right does he have? I'm going to break his legs. Hey man upstairs, keep it cool. What? How can you be calm? That's our goddess Meng Meng. She's only 20 in the prime of her life, and she's never even had a rumor before. And now suddenly Su Yin sleeps with her. How can you stand for this? No, I mean, even if you go, you probably can't beat him. Damn it. This is a travesty. The male fans were frantic. Their imaginations were certainly running wild. Rumors between NBA stars and Hollywood actresses are fairly common, and they usually generate explosive buzz whenever they surface. After all, entertainment journalists and media are far more adept at creating hype than their basketball counterparts. Just as Meng Meng's male fans suspected. The paparazzi reported every detail, making it seem very real, and even adding more sensational and exaggerated twists. In an instant, it seemed as if Su Yin and Meng Meng were truly dating and sleeping together. Of course, many were just watching the drama unfold and joining the chatter online, but regardless, Su Yin began to gain some popularity in the entertainment circle as well. Su Yin himself slept soundly until noon. Playing away games always left him physically drained, requiring more extensive rest after each match. He got up, took a shower, freshened up, and had a simple meal. Just as he was about to head out, he received a call from Augustine. Boss, I found a place for you to live. It's a 3-story villa about 300 square meters complete with a courtyard and a small garden. The location is great too. It's a 15-minute drive to the arena and only about 10 minutes to Union Square and the surrounding commercial streets. It's really good. Except the price is a bit steep. It's $200 a year. You might want to think about it, if you're not in a hurry. I can keep looking for a better deal. A 300 square meter, 3-story villa. At $200 a year in 2009, it was indeed not cheap. It does look pretty good. Su Yin nodded in satisfaction after hearing the description. The size is just right, and I love the location. Great. Let's go with this one. Contact them and say I'll rent it for a year and ask when I can move in. Huh, just like that. He's moving in. That's a whopping $2,400 a year. That's basically throwing away $2,400. How can he decide so hastily? Augustine was stunned on the spot. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, Boss, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? The villa is indeed nice, but the price is a bit of a ripoff. I suggest it's fine this one. Su Yin interrupted Augustine. I've already transferred the money to you. Please handle the arrangements for me. I'd like to move in as soon as possible. His current residence was a bit too remote for commuting and general travel. More importantly, it was too small. You walk in and you're in the living room, take 2 steps and you're in the bedroom, and the balcony was so tiny it might as well not exist. It felt stifling. He didn't like living there at all. As for the price, Su Yin didn't care. $2,400 a year was less than the money he made from a single game. It wasn't even a significant amount. So why hesitate? Su Yin never worried about the price, he only cared about whether he liked it and felt comfortable. Okay, alright boss. Augustine agreed. Since Su Yin had already paid, there was nothing more to say. After all, it wasn't his money being spent. Checking his phone, Su Yin had transferred $2,500 to Augustine's bank account, with $1,000 noted as a tip for his hard work. Augustine was stunned again. Su Yin didn't hesitate for a second on the $2,400 a year rent. As his agent, finding a house wasn't strictly part of the job, but helping out was reasonable. Yet Su Yin just gave him a $1,000 tip. This was incredibly generous. Augustine concluded that Su Yin must be a rich second generation. At the same time, seeing how well Su Yin treated him, he resolved to work his hardest to secure commercial opportunities for him. For Su Yin, the $1,000 tip wasn't a significant amount of money. He could earn that by walking just 3,000 or 4,000 steps. Of course, generally one wouldn't tip that much. He did it more for the social grace to ensure Augustine would be more diligent in handling his business affairs in the future. With the new house almost settled, Su Yin headed to the arena. There was no game today, but he couldn't skip training. It was a way to get stronger and also earn money. It was a win-win situation, enough to motivate anyone. Before training began, Su Yin gave a fruit basket he'd bought on the way to one of the staff members. He had helped Su Yin resolve the aftermath of the incident with the plump waitress the previous night. Su Yin, you're too kind. It was such a small matter, not worth mentioning. You should take these fruits back. The staff member was too polite to accept. Su Yin smiled and said, if you don't take them, I'll feel too embarrassed to ask for your help again in the future. Or are you saying you don't like these fruits? No, of course not. With Su Yin putting it that way, the staff member had no choice but to accept, smiling. Well, thank you, Su Yin. After giving the fruit, Su Yin finally went to the court for training. As soon as he stepped onto the floor, David Lee approached him excitedly. Yin, you have no idea how amazing twin tails are. Su Yin, I don't know what you're talking about, but it must be something dirty. He had indeed never tried twin tails, but I mean, there was no need to say it out loud so openly. Su Yin shot David Lee a glare and retorted, it was an away game last night, and we got back so late. And you're still thinking about having fun. David Lee shrugged non-committally, then chuckled. Yin, did you and Meng Meng last night? What are you thinking? Su Yin shook his head. I really did meet her for the first time last night. Seriously. Tracy McGrady also leaned in, his gossip curiosity burning fiercely. The news is everywhere saying you two are in a relationship and already living together. If you believe that, you lose. Su Yin shrugged. All right. Seeing Su Yin so serious, McGrady decided to believe him. After all, between unscrupulous media and Su Yin's words, he would rather trust the latter. David Lee also believed him, grinning. Yin, you gotta work hard. Conquering a Hollywood starlet, that would be incredible. After all, she's Ming Ming. Stephen Curry also came over. Her figure looks popularity and prestige. She's perfect in every way. She's the goddess in countless people's hearts. Now, Ming Ming took the initiative to kiss Yin. Yin, you have plenty of opportunities. Strike while the iron is hot, and win her over completely. What the hell? We really only just met for the first time. Everything was practically forced upon me. Win her over just like that. What are they all talking about? Su Yin shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing, but he was too lazy to explain. Besides, it probably wouldn't make sense to them anyway. Time to train. Training makes you stronger and earns money. That's what's most practical. At 6 p.m., Rebecca finished her day of training and immediately sent a message to Su Yin arranging to meet at Union Square at 7. At 6:40, Rebecca arrived. At 6:55, Su Yin also arrived. From a distance, he could see Rebecca shining brightly amidst the crowd in the square. She wore a white t-shirt with ruffled trim paired with denim shorts and white sneakers. Angelic face, amazing figure. It made Rebecca look incredibly sweet and cute. Crucially, she had also tied her hair in twin tails, adding a playful and lively touch. In one word, stunning. Even Su Yin was dazzled. If her looks were rated 95 before, today's outfit would add at least 2 more points. 97 points. Aside from everything else, just considering her figure and looks, this was already exceptionally high. She could even rank in the top 10 or higher on a global list of the 100 most beautiful women. Just standing there, she turned almost 100 of heads. Some even tried to hit on her, but she declined them all, waiting solely for Su Yin. Her heart belonged only to Su Yin. Sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing that Rebecca had arrived first, Su Yin expressed his apology. No. Rebecca shook her head and beamed. I just got here too. The timing is perfect. Huh. Su Yin chuckled, not dwelling on it. He looked Rebecca up and down and smiled. You look really beautiful today. Really? It's all right. Rebecca was modest with her words, but inwardly she was overjoyed. She had spent over an hour carefully choosing her clothes tonight. Wasn't at all for Su Yin's compliment. Come on, you must be starving. Let's go eat first. Okay. Su Yin took Rebecca to the barbecue restaurant she had been longing to try. They ordered M7 beef short ribs, Australian beef, and a tomahawk steak, all of top quality, along with some skewers. Plus a king crab prepared in 5 ways: crab tip, egg custard, whole crab, shell, steamed egg, garlic, vermicelli, steamed crab, legs, typhoon, shelter-style fried crab, and crab meat, steamed egg. Finally, they paired it with a bottle of gold Ace of Spades champagne. Wow, this is so lavish. As the delicacies arrived one by one, Rebecca's eyes widened, instantly revealing her foodie nature. She then frowned slightly. I'm going to gain a few pounds after this. Today is a cheat day. Su Yin smiled and added, besides, you're already very slim. You don't need to deliberately maintain your weight. That was the truth. Standing 168 meters tall, she had curves in all the right places, yet weighed only 95 pounds. Her figure was simply phenomenal. She looked very slim and tall. Rebecca might say one thing, but she did another. She never stopped eating. When a foodie meets delicious food, all guilt about dieting is thrown out the window. Just devour it all. About an hour later, they were both nearly full. Rebecca leaned back in her chair, utterly satisfied. Su Yin, want to pay the bill? The meal wasn't too expensive, totaling 1800, of which the gold Ace of Spades cost 8000. Su Yin asked Rebecca how she liked the Ace of Spades. Rebecca smiled and said, it should be good wine. It tastes a bit different, but I can't really pinpoint how. Su Yin smiled. She was just like him, not a wine connoisseur. For the 800 Ace of Spades, Su Yin felt it tasted pretty similar to the 500 champagne he had at the Sichuan restaurant in the arena's food court. The taste was more or less the same. It was indeed slightly better, but with Su Yin's palate, he might think the price difference wasn't justified. Of course, it didn't matter. Being happy was what counted. Just enjoy it. After the meal, Su Yin suggested, want to take a stroll? Rebecca nodded eagerly. No woman could ever refuse shopping, especially when accompanied by a boy she liked. That was simply the best. During the meal, they chatted about recent events, favorite movies, fun places to visit, and so on. Most of the time, Rebecca was the sharer and Su Yin was the listener. Some say, the desire to share is the highest form of romance. In reality, it is the desire to share that receives a response that truly elevates that romance. As a listener, Su Yin listened and responded, giving Rebecca immense satisfaction. With her strong desire to share her life, this was exactly the kind of interaction she loved. After the meal, Rebecca fell even deeper for Su Yin, unable to extricate herself. She directly linked her arm through his, leaning against him like a delicate bird. She didn't know what Su Yin was thinking, but she had already fully immersed herself in the role of his girlfriend. Whether it was the flowers, the joy in the locker room, or the dinner and shopping under Su Yin's invitation. In Rebecca's eyes, all of these were expressions of love. They strolled around, but in the end, Rebecca didn't buy anything. What's wrong? Nothing you like? Su Yin asked. Rebecca shook her head and smiled. It's too expensive. Union Square symbolizes fashion and nobility. This is the most expensive and luxurious shopping district. How could I afford it? Just being able to stroll around here and soak up the luxurious atmosphere is enough for me. So that's why she hadn't bought anything, even though she clearly liked some of the clothes. It turned out she was reluctant to spend the money. It seemed she hadn't thought he would buy things for her, nor had she thought to ask him to. Su Yin smiled, took her hand, and led her back into a few of the previous stores. Then, he bought her 2 Prada dresses, a pair of Hermes shoes, a Gucci handbag, and a bottle of Chanel Coco Mademoiselle perfume, all top-tier luxury brands. Since it was meant as compensation, Su Yin naturally wouldn't be stingy. Of course, these weren't expensive either, totaling just over 3,000. That's just the cost of 3 3-pointers. Rebecca tried to refuse. Su Yin teased, "I took your first time. If I don't even buy you these clothes, wouldn't that just be pure deception?" Even though Rebecca had been the one to initiate, Su Yin wasn't the type to just enjoy the benefits without considering the consequences. Rebecca smiled and didn't argue further, but her heart was already blooming with joy. Finally, they went into a Versace store. After browsing around, Rebecca genuinely felt there was nothing else she needed. So they left. But the saleswoman inside looked at Rebecca with a gaze full of envy. Prada dress, Hermes shoes, Gucci bag, Chanel perfume. She recognized all the shopping bags in Su Yan's hands. All top-tier brands. This must have been bought by her boyfriend. And the key point, her boyfriend was also tall and handsome. Wow. After Su Yin and Rebecca left the store, the saleswoman was so envious she could cry. That woman, how much incense did she burn in her past life to deserve such a perfect boyfriend? Outside the store, Rebecca held on to Su Yan's arm, a smile never leaving her face. Even without saying much, she was overjoyed. After shopping, Rebecca held Su Yan's arm even tighter. "I've actually already booked a room at the St. Francis Hotel." She didn't continue. A silent understanding. The next day, Su Yan awoke at 10, glancing at Rebecca beside him, her milk-white skin radiant, even in sleep, her hair tousled, yet utterly beautiful. A faint smile touched his lips. Feeling in excellent condition, Su Yan grew intensely curious about Iron Bone's LV2. He instantly grasped why off-ball movement LV2 cost a mere 100,000, while Iron Bone's LV2 demanded a full 10 million. Quality commands its price. He pecked Rebecca's forehead, gently slipped into his pajamas with quiet care, and left the room. After a refreshing shower, he headed to the gym upstairs to train. 6 hours of sleep had nearly restored his vigor. By 11, Su Yin had showered again and returned to the bedroom. Seeing Rebecca still lost in sweet slumber, yet knowing she had training ahead, he gave her a gentle nudge. She stirred awake. Still drowsy, she murmured, soft, childlike, sounds impossibly endearing. After a few more minutes, she stretched languidly, finally rousing. Su Yin asked with a smile, "Awake? Don't you have training today?" "It's getting late." "Not really," Rebecca pouted. "I requested the day off yesterday. I only need to go in this afternoon." "Requested it yesterday? So, you plan to stay at the hotel from the very start?" Su Yin caught on instantly and teased, "So from the very beginning." Before he could finish, Rebecca, blushing, buried her face in the blanket. They chatted for a while, then Su Yin headed to the arena. On the way, Augustine called. "Boss, the house matter is fully settled. When do you plan to move? I can arrange a moving company." Su Yin paused, reflecting that last night had been exhilarating and he hadn't fully recovered. Besides, he wasn't in any shape to train. It was better to finalize the housing first. "Let's do it now," Su Yin declared. "All right." 30 minutes later, Su Yin took a cab home. The movers arrived, and Augustine followed to familiarize him with the new place. Moving was no easy task. Even with Su Yan's modest belongings, the whole process consumed 2 full hours. Finally, at 3 p.m., everything was done. Su Yin paid the 3 movers, adding a 200 tip for each, which left them beaming with delight. They left their contact numbers, promising to come at once whenever he needed them. "Thanks, goodbye." Su Yin bid them farewell politely. Then he toured the new villa with Augustine. The living room was larger than before, the bedroom more spacious, the balcony generous, and best of all, a small garden. Lazy afternoons could be spent lounging on the balcony chair, basking in the sun, inhaling floral scents, listening to tunes, and snacking, or chatting with friends. The sheer comfort was incomparable. The ground floor also housed a study, while the second and third floors each boasted private bedrooms and bathrooms, with a leisure room on the second floor. It was perfect for karaoke, gaming, and more. Not a luxurious mansion by any means, but a world apart from the old bachelor apartment. "Great, I'm very satisfied." Su Yin sank into the sofa, overjoyed. "Hell, with an annual rent of 2,400, how could it not be good?" Augustine chuckled. "Living here means convenient transport, easy commuting, and the extra space does wonders for your mood. A good mood benefits your game too. It's really not bad at all. Apart from the price, there was truly nothing to fault." After a brief rest, Su Yin checked the time. It was nearly 4. "I'm off to the arena for training," he said. "All right." Augustine rose as well. "I have business back at the office. I'm driving anyway, so I'll drop you off at the arena." "That's not exactly on your way." "No worries." At 4:10 p.m., Augustine's car pulled into the temporary parking spot outside Madison Square Garden. Su Yin got out and thanked him. "Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal sometime." "No need," Augustine waved a hand. "It was nothing. I'll be off now. Boss, play well tonight." "Thanks for the kind words. Drive safe." The route to the locker room ran through a long corridor that all players had to traverse on foot. Typically, players arrived at the arena in their casual attire, changed in the locker room, and then headed out to the court for practice. NBA players with their long legs and athletic builds were natural clothes horses. No matter what they wore, they looked sharp and carried an unmistakable aura. As they walked the long corridor, they resembled models strutting down a fashion runway. It was incredibly stylish. Over time, this stretch became a prime spot for media photographers on game days. The arena also had dedicated staff capturing footage. The images would be displayed on the big screens, letting fans catch an early glimpse of their favorites and see a slice of their daily lives. It felt like a work commute being photographed. Quite charming, really. Before Su Yin arrived, Curry and Tyson Chandler were already there. As newcomers, they had to show extra dedication. Most of the other players had shown up as well. Held up by other matters, Su Yin was the last to arrive. Inside the locker room, once he was present, David Lee immediately proposed, "Tonight's our rematch against the Warriors." It's Steven's first time facing his old team. He hasn't said a word, but we all know, as Monta Ellis's backup, he didn't get a fair shake there. So, I suggest we let Steven take the lead on offense tonight, give him every chance to shine, let him blow off some steam, and make the Warriors regret ever letting him go. I agree. Su Yin was the first to chime in. He knew better than the other players how unwelcome Curry had been during his initial days with the Warriors. Exactly. The Warriors definitely wouldn't trade him otherwise. So if he were to put on a superhuman performance against his former team, wouldn't that be a resounding slap in their faces? It would also silence his critics. Kill two birds with one stone. Perfect. With Su Yin in agreement, the other players had no objections, raising their hands in unison, all in for Curry. Curry felt a surge of joy deep inside. He had been stifled in Golden State, disliking the basketball atmosphere there at least, until Monta Ellis left. He doubted he would ever find happiness there. Being traded straight up for Gallinari felt like an insult. So, he too yearned to perform exceptionally with the Knicks to make the Warriors regret their decision. And if that breakout performance happened to be against Golden State, that would be ideal. Ha ha ha. Curry didn't want to show his excitement too openly, having played with them before. He didn't want to make things awkward. He smiled, "I'll work hard in every game." After a brief rest, around 6 p.m., everyone headed to the court for warm-ups with the game set to tip off at 8 p.m. Su Yin was the last to emerge, delayed by a loose shoelace. As he walked out of the tunnel, before even stepping onto the court, a young girl appeared before him. She offered a bouquet of flowers to Su Yin. Who was it? It was Walter Meisha, the 15-year-old with an angelic face who had confessed her feelings to Su Yin at the arena previously. Last time she had come reluctantly with her father. This time she was overjoyed to be here with her butler to watch Su Yin play. Another bouquet. Wait, what's with this girl? Hasn't she forgotten about me yet? Su Yin naturally recognized Meisha, a beautiful little princess who seemed to have stepped right out of a fairy tale, truly unforgettable. However, she was only 15. Far too young. Su Yin had no intentions. He might entertain a bold thought, but the law had a comprehensive set of rules against such thoughts. Not worth the risk. Su Yin, are you going to refuse my flowers again this time? Meisha pouted. Seeing Su Yin hesitate to accept the flowers, she grew a little upset. She had never given flowers to any other boy, only to Su Yin, and this was the second time, yet he still seemed unwilling, which naturally made her sulk. Of course, Su Yin was just a bit surprised. Huh. He took the flowers from Meisha, smiling. "Thank you, Walter Ma. Donya. It's Meisha." Meisha was instantly furious, hands on her hips, cheeks puffed out, correcting him in a huff. First he hesitated to take the flowers. Now he got her name wrong. Walter Meisha, always doted on, had never been treated like this. Off. Su Yin was taken aback, then smiled apologetically. "My mistake, Meisha. Meisha Princess Walter Meisha, thank you for the flowers. But now, I need to go to practice, or else. If I play badly later, I'll have to blame you. How could it be my fault? I'm not the one playing." Meisha immediately protested. Huh. Su Yin chuckled, coaxing her like a child. "So, if you let me go practice now, I won't blame you." "Oh, okay. Fine." Meisha nodded eagerly. Being in a closed boarding school, she rarely got out. Today, with a rare holiday, she just wanted to see Su Yin. She hadn't intended to disrupt his game. But before letting him go, she huffed with a hint of pride. "You took my flowers, aren't you going to show some appreciation?" "How should I show it?" Su Yin played along with a smile. At least a hug." Honestly, Su Yin shook his head, a bit helpless, thinking to himself, "This isn't my fan, this is a little tyrant." With a silent complaint, Su Yin stepped forward and embraced Meisha. A familiar faint scent of a young girl and her hair fragrance washed over him. Still pleasant. Satisfied with the hug, Meisha smiled happily. She had even considered kissing Su Yin. But seeing the crowd around them, she felt too shy. Nearby, Tracy McGrady, having witnessed everything, he stared wide-eyed and asked David Lee, "What's going on here? Where did this stunning beauty come from? And why is she so affectionate with Su Yin?" "Huh." David Lee laughed. "Remember when we joked about Su Yin rejecting a minor? That's her." "Holy shit." Curry's eyes widened too. "She's gorgeous, like a little princess from a fairy tale. Absolutely stunning. Su Yin's charm is too powerful, he can even attract such a beautiful princess." McGrady sighed, then looked at Curry and teased, "Hey rookie, how about it? Wouldn't this princess be a perfect match for you?" "Stop it." Curry waved his hand dismissively. "I have Aisha if she hears that I'm dead." "Oh, henpecked. Don't talk nonsense." "Ha ha, looks like it." It was 7 p.m. Both teams had been warming up in the arena for an hour. The big screen in the arena, after introducing the home team players one by one, began playing pre-recorded footage of the players arriving for work. Everyone was dressed differently, but their tall stature and great physiques made their simple walks look like a runway show. It was a treat for the female fans. One after another they strutted down the runway with David Lee and Stephen Curry drawing the loudest cheers. They were fashionable and good-looking. The female fans naturally loved it, while the male fans quietly took notes on their outfits for future use. Saving the best for last was Su Yan. He was also the player most anticipated by the countless female fans in the arena. Standing 2.01 meters tall with a perfect physique enhanced by iron bones, LV1A, and a face that would make women envious. Su Yan. He seemed to look good in anything like a walking clothes hanger, every step a pose. Although he was in a bit of a hurry today, his pace slightly quicker, but it didn't stop the female fans from admiring him with dreamy eyes. When you love someone, you love everything about them. Even if Su Yan wore rags, they would probably see it as a fashion statement. Since he was meeting Rebecca, Su Yan had dressed more carefully, wearing the brand name clothes he had bought earlier. He usually didn't wear them to the arena, but after moving today, he had forgotten to change and rushed over in them. And so, everything was exposed to the public eye. The latest AJ sneakers, Versace menswear, a Hermes backpack, and a Patek Philippe watch. If anyone leaned in close enough, they would catch a subtle fragrance on Su Yan, the scent of Dior perfume, truly head-to-toe designer wear. Among the tens of thousands of fans in the arena, there were always the well-informed who recognized Su Yan's outfit. And then, all hell broke loose. Wait, how does Su Yan afford all those designer clothes? What's the big deal? Su Yan just signed a multi-million-dollar annual contract with the Knicks. Why shouldn't he buy some nice threads? Fun fact, NBA players get paid monthly, sometimes even quarterly. It's not like the money hits his account all at once. Su Yan was decked out in top-tier designer gear, all the latest seasonal styles, each piece costing a fortune. The average person couldn't even dream of affording them. And crucially, in that brief flash on the screen, I got a clear look at the watch on his wrist. Model 1437, a limited edition Patek Philippe, currently retailing for $14,000. Just a week ago, it was $13,000. But given its exquisite craftsmanship and Patek's reputation for holding value, it went up 10 grand in a week. 14 grand for a watch. I mean, even if Su Yan did get his entire annual salary of around $6 million after taxes right away, that averages out to about $5,000 a month. Would he really be willing to drop $14,000 on a single watch? Not to mention, he's also got a wardrobe full of designer clothes and countless other expenses. That makes sense. Holy shit. So does that mean Su Yan's family is loaded? Like he's a rich second generation. Pretty much. But you'd never guess it from how he acts. Are there really rich kids this low-key? It's rare, but if he exists, there's a reason for it. Damn. Handsome, insanely talented on the court, stinking rich and humble with it. How's a regular guy supposed to compete? A man born at the very top of the food chain. He'll have his pick of partners for life. I'm so jealous, bros. Seriously, so damn jealous. The male fans were stunned, their faces a mixture of shock and envy. The female fans, on the other hand, had completely lost their minds. Good looks, height, physique, and money to burn. He truly is the embodiment of every woman's fantasy. I love Su Yan so much. I really want to wake up next to him. I'd do anything to be with him. If it was Su Yan, I'd beg him to pull me back for more, even if I had to crawl away crying. I'd kill for a social interaction with Su Yan. It doesn't need to be highbrow, just the most primitive kind of communication will do. The female fans' minds were almost entirely in the gutter. It couldn't be helped. Su Yan fulfilled their every desire, and they all craved him body and soul. On the court, David Lee noticed the arena getting even more hyped up for some reason. He glanced at the big screen, understood the situation, and chuckled, getting all worked up over this. What if I told you Yan isn't actually a rich kid? That he earned every penny himself? You'd probably rush the court right now, strip down, and offer yourselves to him. Curry took a look as well, and mused, I hate it when people call me a kid, but when it comes to looks I've always been confident. But Su Yan, he's got even more presence. His aura, his looks, his charm. He outclasses me in every way. The guy could easily make a living on his face alone, but he chooses to play basketball. McGrady laughed, but there was a hint of bitterness in it. Is it possible? Yan plays basketball just for the experience. The male fans' envy and the female fans' adoration for Su Yan were as strong as ever. But after this little fashion show before the game, he'd added a new tantalizing label to his name, loaded. Soon, amidst the roaring atmosphere of the arena, the clock struck 8 p.m. And the main event began. Both teams' starting lineups took the floor. New York Knicks starters: point guard Curry, shooting guard McGrady, small forward Su Yan, power forward David Lee, center Tyson Chandler. Golden State Warriors starters: point guard Chris Duhon, shooting guard Monta Ellis, small forward Corey Maggette, power forward Danilo Gallinari, center Anthony Tolliver. Jump ball. It was Tyson Chandler versus Anthony Tolliver for the opening tip. Their physical tools, both static and dynamic, weren't even in the same league. With a crisp smack, Tyson Chandler easily tapped the ball away, winning the tip. Curry grabbed it and pushed the pace, running the Knicks' first offensive possession of the game. At the front court, Su Yan had just settled in on the right wing when Corey Maggette got in his face, grumbling, Su Yan didn't expect to run into you again so soon. But from this very first possession, I'm going to make things tough for you. Oh really? Su Yan smiled, unbothered, and even added fuel to the fire. I'm afraid you're not enough to stop me by yourself. Of course not. Magette, who had been thoroughly beaten last game, didn't argue. A sharpshooter who can drain 13 threes in a single game and casually hit logo shots. I can't guard you alone. As he was speaking, Danilo Gallinari came up from behind smiling. And I know the NBA is a business. But I was still pretty shocked to be traded. However, I'll make the best of it. Since we're opponents now, I'll give you my all on defense. That's the right attitude to have. Suyin gave him a thumbs up. Only by drawing double teams would Curry have plenty of opportunities tonight. McGrady came up seemingly to set a screen for Suyin, but suddenly veered off towards Curry. Curry used the screen to shake off Duhon. Before Monta Ellis could recover with his lackadaisical defense, Curry rose up and fired a three-pointer. But it clanked off the rim. Monta Ellis, who had been a step slow, shrugged. Steph, I gave you the chance, and you still couldn't deliver. Curry said nothing. He was no longer his teammate, so there was no need to engage. Tolliver grabbed the defensive rebound and kicked it to Ellis, who brought the ball up the court and singled out Curry for a one-on-one. A flurry of crossover dribbles, a blur of motion. Then, reading the defense, he suddenly exploded with his first step. The burst of speed was incredible, and Curry was a step slow to react. Just one step. Ellis blew past Curry, drove into the paint, and floated a soft shot over the defense near the rim. It swished through the net. A clean finish. As he ran back down the court, Monta Ellis didn't miss the chance to taunt. See that? The closer you get to the basket, the easier it is to score. Take notes. Stop chucking up stupid threes. Curry, is this guy for real? I've left the Warriors and joined the Knicks, and you still have the nerve to lecture me. Who do you think you are? Oh. Curry lazily raised an eyelid and let out a dismissive, oh, seemingly acknowledging Ellis, but clearly just brushing him off. It pissed Ellis off. Tisk. Ellis scoffed, his face full of contempt. No wonder the Warriors traded you. You're just a lost cause. Curry ignored him. The whole team was helping him out tonight, and all he had to do was stay calm and play his game. And in the end, shut them all up.